As Wheel is in to bowl to Everson, 2 slips in place. That's down leg side. That'll be called a wide. So not getting his radar quite right. First up, Wheel comes round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls edged and caught. And Tom Cullen takes a good low catch going down to his left. And James Wheel gets a breakthrough in the first over.
Wheel comes in again. That's Robinson puts that in the air. It's gone. It's found the ropes, but more by luck than judgment, heading over the head of mid-on. In comes McIlroy. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. He's found the gap away through the covers. Everson didn't even take a step forward for that one.
To the in-form Ollie Robinson, who carts him, smashes that one for 6 runs.
What a shot.
That gone out the ground. Salter bowls. Robinson drives gently all along the ground up to long on, takes the single, and that will be the single that gets him to 50 off just 44 balls. And it's included 6 fours and 1 6. As this one is hit towards Douthwaite, and Robinson has gone. The introduction of Ingram pays dividends for Glamorgan in his first over. A fine innings by Ollie Robinson.
This one's picked by Everson, nudged through, and that is his maiden List A 50 in Kent colours. Nicely done. He's gone on 19 at Worcester and got out a little bit cheaply on Tuesday.
Oh, that's a glorious shot from Blake. Down the ground, 6 runs. Suds into the advertising hoarding. 1-9-2 for 2. Lloyd to Blake, who drives airily into the offside and should be able to come back for the second run. He does, and that's the 3rd half century of this Kent innings. Then Alex Blake moves to 50 not out off 43 balls.
Ingram comes in once again. Blake is...
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, my goodness me. That is absolutely sailed over the... it's a change of over. That was Everson who's played it away again. It's not going, is it going to reach the boundary? It is going to reach the boundary. That is 100 runs for Joey Everson in his 2nd appearance for Kent. The helmet comes off. The fists are clenched. The bat is raised to the sky. First ball of the over. That's a big grin. Absolutely. Lloyd comes in again. That's a straight shot. That could be out indeed. It's straight down to the boundary. Taken at the first attempt. Alex Blake goes for 66. There we go. That's good work. Maybe that was me moving.
Has he got it? Yes.
He has got it indeed. There was a fielder down there, but he was never going to get that. He needed to be 18 feet tall. It's moved on very quickly to 109.
Caught
and bowled. What were we saying? Joey Everson departs for 109, sent back to the bowler. Ingram, he's got that breakthrough once again.
Ingram to Stevens. Now he does go for it, and he's got hold of it, and he'll get 6 over backwards square leg. There was the big blow. McIlroy comes left arm round. Bowls is an appeal for LBW, and it's given. And Stewart has gone for 269 for 5. And McIlroy has his first wicket of the day. Douthwaite in bowls. Kadri hits it up towards long on. Should be caught. He is caught. Colin Ingram underneath it, taking the catch. 288 for 6.
Once again from this Cathedral Road end. That's an almighty hit. I think it's going straight to the fielder. It is indeed. It's another wicket. Straight down Joe Cook's throat.
Douthwaite will bowl to Quinn, who hits this one up in the air. Who's underneath it? Who wants it? David Lloyd does, and takes the catch. Falls over just to make sure he gets underneath it.
Just slashed away. There'll be a single there for Senny, who finishes unbeaten on 5. Kent closed their innings 304 for 8. It could have been more, but Glamorgan did a great job of strangling their momentum. He's facing David Lloyd through to Ollie Robinson for a dot ball to start the proceedings. They'll be expecting at least that many today. In comes Senny to face northeast. He's had a slash at that, and he's gone. He's gone for a first ball duck, caught by Ben Compton of Senny. That's the breakthrough. Sam Northeast against his former club.
In and bowls him. David Lloyd just beaten by a straight delivery. Sees a stump removed from the ground, and Glamorgan have lost both openers with just 19 on the board. So Kent have got plenty to defend despite the falling away of their innings. And Carlson is bowled. As he bowls to Billy Root. Oh, that one shot through and bowled him. Root couldn't do much about that. That really did look to keep low.
Short ball from Quingler, easily taken care of by the international Ingram. Well on top of that, brings his 50 out, takes him up to 51 from just 42 deliveries.
And then hides it and then brings it back again. And this time he's got him.
He's chopped it on.
He has chopped it on.
Has it spun out the ref? That's the question.
That's going to be...
That's a big wicket, obviously, for Kent there.
Kadri is into Colin Ingram on 99. Pushes it into the offside, and the applause for Colin Ingram's 100 of 97 deliveries. A punch of the air with his bat. Salutes the crowd. The familiar gesture from Colin Ingram.
Look at this, Mike. Alex Blake bowling. Alex Blake is tempting.
He's gone for 6.
Yeah, it's tempting Colin Ingram into an expansive shot, and it's landed a yard over the rope. He comes, charges in once again. This one's gone an almighty distance. Has he made the seats? Not quite. But it's hooked away gorgeously by Colin Ingram. He's moved on to 125.
Cullen on strike on 49 not out. Pulls away to the leg side. Will pick up at least a couple. He'll pick up 4. In fact, he's managed to slot that one between square leg and fine leg. And Tom Cullen reaches a half century and a runner ball.
Gilchrist comes in and bowls to Ingram, who brings up his 150. Hitting it down to Lodon. Waves the bat. He knows his work is nearly done.
Over Kent, they need 12 runs to win with 5 wickets in hand, thanks to the work of Colin Ingram, who hits that one up in the air and is about to be caught. Ingram goes for 155, but it'll be surely too late for Kent to pull this one back. A quite superb innings by Ingram. Tom Cullen at the other end is 74 not out. Quinn is in to bowl. Douthwaite is bowled.
Odd as it sounds against this quite strong batting line at Glamorgan.
Linda bowls, Cullen swings and misses through to keeper Robin. 1 to win, Linda bowls and Cullen finishes it in the grand style, punching it over mid-wicket. It's run away for 4 runs and Glamorgan are victorious by 3 wickets.
Colin, congratulations. What does it mean to you to have a personal best and a team victory?
Yeah, I mean, to get another win early in the comp, we started unbelievably well, and that feels really good. As far as spending some time in the middle, it was at one stage it looked like it was going to be a real tough chase, and credit to Tom Cullen, came in and played beautifully, and just we seemed to find some sort of flow together and really enjoyed it.
What's the feeling then at 107 for 5, best part of 200 needed to win, and half your side back in the shed?
Yeah, I suppose we just looked to keep it simple, and like I said, we found some flow along the way, and the boundaries kept coming. The pitch seemed to sort of, as the ball got older, it got a little more placid. It didn't turn as much with the older ball and didn't seam as much. So then, we found a few boundaries and got some flow going and really enjoyed that partnership.
And you needed someone to keep you company, and Tom certainly did that.
Yeah, massively. I mean, we haven't played together a heap, but when we have, we've bounced off each other, and I thoroughly enjoyed his company out there. He played magnificently, to get his PB as well. So, all in all, just a great day out, and like I say, a nice win.
Great confidence for yourself at the moment. You must be delighted with the halcyon days, really, the form you're in this season.
I don't really know what that means, but it sounds cool. I'm enjoying my time in the middle, and I'm enjoying my cricket. I'm fit and well, and I'm enjoying the bunch of guys we have, and to be able to spend all season working with them, has been great fun, and I dare say my game's improving for it. So, just loving my cricket at the moment.
Certainly a message in your negotiations with the management over next year.
Yeah, less said the better for now, I think.
but must make you keen to be carrying on playing in all formats.
Yeah, massively. I mean, that's the goal going forward. Like I said, I think during the time off, during the COVID lockdowns, I was fortunate enough to do a load of physical work, which is really paying dividends and allowing me to come out and enjoy my cricket and play freely. So.
Tom, congratulations on your innings. What's it mean to you personally to have a new CB in limited overs cricket and a team victory?
Oh, it means everything to me. The team win. The CB is comes secondary. That was an unbelievable win from that position where we were. It gives us a really good platform now to really push on. We really want to work hard to defend this title, and we've now put in 2 great performances to basically tell the rest of the competition that we're still here.
At what stage did you know you were playing today?
Yesterday I was told that I might be playing, and then I rocked up at 9:30 this morning and I was told I was playing.
So you didn't have that much time to get your head around it, but having been a regular last year, I guess this format is meat and drink now.
Yeah, look, I think with the situation that I've had over the last couple of years at this club, I've always just had to be ready mentally. I'm not in a luxurious position where I just have to always be ready, and whether that call comes an hour before, it came 5 minutes before in a T20 game 2 years ago, or last year, sorry. I'm always ready, mate, to play, and I always love playing. So,
what's the mindset when you get to the middle, though? 5 wickets down and nearly 200 still to win.
I always felt we could still win. I just felt we needed at that point a partnership. I still knew the wicket was good and the rate was about 6s. We just needed to put together a partnership and just build, try and, I guess, put the pressure back on them, and just see where we got to and give ourselves a chance at the end of the day. And we got ourselves to a point where I think with about 10 overs to go, we really couldn't lose. So, I think it was just about that process for about 15 overs there of putting a partnership together, and it went well for us.
the Hampshire batter, in around 25 minutes, half an hour. And alongside me at the moment, Jonathan Deutsch, BBC Radio Leeds. Good morning, Jonathan. Welcome to Cardiff.
Good morning, Nick. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, beautiful sunny day. It feels like it's going to be hot out there in the middle, and I think we've got is it aircon we've got in here, Nick, or is it
There's
just
a little
natural?
bit of aircon, yeah. Feel free to fiddle with it at the back if you get too hot or too cold, but it's usually quite pleasant.
Feel quite privileged. I was at Scarborough over the weekend, and while I absolutely love the place, the commentary box there does not lend itself to days like this, I can promise you, like a greenhouse.
It is pretty warm. And Glamorgan to bowl first, with Will Frayne and Harry Duke opening the batting for Yorkshire. James Wheel is going to bowl the first ball of the day. In towards us from the River Taff end and bowls, and that's on leg stump, and Frayne doesn't make contact. Ball just drops down off his pad and recovered by Tom Cullen from behind the wicket. So Yorkshire 2 wins out of 3 over Northamptonshire and Worcestershire, lost to Lancashire. Glamorgan so far have beaten Derbyshire very easily and Kent with considerable difficulty. As Glamorgan started with 2 slips, and his Wheel is in to bowl, and Frayne works it off his legs, but there's a slight misfield at square leg. They think about going for a single. Billy Root's made a bit of a mess of that for no apparent reason, and it remains scoreless though. So have you enjoyed your trips around the outgrounds of Yorkshire?
Yeah, always good to get out and about, isn't it? And the atmosphere at some of those places just feels that bit different. 4,500 at York last week for the Roses match was really good.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to get much over 1,000 here today, as Wheel bowls and Frayne plays it back down the pitch to him. So good start by James Wheel in the daffodil gold of Glamorgan, navy trousers. Yorkshire in mid blue shirts, and the sun scorching down already. Few of the crowd taking refuge in the shade, which is at the River Taff end initially. Wheel bowls, Frayne drives and will not quite beat mid off, but Carlson making a half stop, and they'll go through for the first run of the day.
It's one of those days, isn't it, where you realise, you understand why cricket was always played in whites. It can't be very pleasant out there wearing dark colours, soaking up the sun's rays. The man on strike now, you will of course recall the debut he made last year in the championship game down here, when he came running down the steps, running halfway across the pitch, and then ran back off a ball later when he'd flicked it to square leg.
Poor lad. Harry Duke then faces up to James Wheel, and he'll last longer and be more productive this time, because he flicked it off his legs down towards backward square, and they'll go through for a couple of runs as McIlroy jogs round from fine leg to do the fielding. Yeah, this is a pretty youthful Yorkshire lineup.
It is. Just saying to an iron before we came on, though, that they're a better side than they were last year, in the sheer term of layering up their experience a bit more. And you've got players like Harry's had 100 this year, Will Frayne, and George Hill 3 times now he's scored over a ton in the 2 competitions.
Wheel bowls and Duke leaves. That one come back in a little bit outside off stump, taken by Tom Cullen. 3 without loss after the first over. So the Glamorgan side today: Lloyd, Northeast, Ingram, Carlson the captain, Root, Joe Cook, Douthwaite, Cullen, Salter, Wheel and McIlroy. So the extra players in the squad were James Harris, Tom Bevan and Prem Sisodia. They gave themselves options in all departments there, but opting with the side that beat Kent last week, as Jamie McIlroy, 28 years old but not much experience in the senior game, will open up from this Cathedral Road end.
Yep, 2 slips in place, 2 men set deep at third and fine. And we've got the ring everywhere else. And in comes McIlroy, the number 35, on his back, right arm, left arm over the wicket, I should say, the left arm over the wicket bowler. How could I get that one wrong? Will Frame plays it out at 2 points, and there is no run. Cracking morning here. I'm not sure the road layout in the city centre since I came last year. I think it may have changed now, because last year I was doing the 4-mile circuit, and I did it again automatically this morning, but then I saw a few cars turning off to the left round the castle. Here's McIlroy again, and Frayne steps into that but then leaves.
That's right, Castle Street was full of cafes last summer, and this summer they've gone back to the previous configuration of actually allowing traffic to proceed around the city in these sort of post-COVID days. I'm not sure that it was that successful a venture, but it may have kept a few cafes alive for a year or two.
McIlroy turns again then, running away from our commentary position into Frayne, who works that off the hip down to long leg, and one off the bat takes them on to 4 without loss. There's a few of the Yorkshire supporters here. I was speaking to Matthew Revis's parents. They were queuing to get in because Matthew had forgotten to get them some tickets organised, and also George Hill's mum and dad last night in the hotel, as well as Mel and Jane Wiles, regular Yorkshire supporters on the circuit. There'll be a few more besides that, I'm sure, as well, when they've seen the weather conditions and a chance to see somewhere different as Duke pushes that ball back to McIlroy, and there's no run. So as I mentioned, these two, they started the tournament really well against Northamptonshire. Both faced 107 deliveries, 111 for Harry Duke that day, and 143 for Will Frayne. Harry Duke not happy with something, has just walked away, putting his hand up to indicate maybe some movement in the general direction of being behind the bowler's arm.
Stewart just making sure there's a barrier.
Here's McIlroy again then. And round about leg stumpish and flicked away backward of square. Comfortable couple of runs between the pair, who are, generally speaking, good runners between the wickets. Harry Duke does, if you're a Yorkshire supporter, give the odd palpitation at times when he wants to hair off down the other end. And maybe his partner's not always of the same mind. 6 without loss. McIlroy in again, and pushed up to mid-off this time by Duke to complete that McIlroy over at none for 3, same as James Whale, 6 without loss after 2.
So a steady start from the visitors then, here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the club websites with the video stream. Thankfully, we do manage to see it pretty much in real time, so hopefully should aid our commentary. 2 slips in place for Glamorgan as James Whale at the top of his mark, shaven-headed. Hope he's gone heavy on the sun cream today. And he'll come in and bowl to Will Frayne, and Frayne clips it firmly towards mid-on, but it's well fielded by Colin Ingram, and there's no run. Ingram in his usual place there at mid-on, and the senior players may see him bowling later. Had a couple of wickets against Kent. And this pitch is the one that was used for the 100 on Sunday, when Welsh Fire lost to Oval Invincibles. Wheel is into bowl, that's down leg side. That'll be called a wide as Frayne can't get anything on it. So it's slightly used, but only 30, the equivalent of 30-ish overs in it, as it were. Not that you talk about overs in the franchise tournament.
150 balls. Or something like that. 180 balls. Maths has gone.
In comes Wheel bowls and beats the outside edge of Frayn's bat. A little defensive lunge, didn't quite get there, and Frayn just giving himself a little talking to as he turned and faced towards square leg. Nibbled at that one. Yeah, it's pretty dry.
Yeah, it just did a little bit off the straight out towards first slip, just nibbled away slightly. It was kind of drawn across into having a little flick at it.
Wheel in again. Bowls turned into the leg side between mid-wicket and mid-on. Root tried to get a boot to it on the run. Oh, he's in a bit of a mess this morning, Billy Root. That's the second time he's not fielded cleanly, but they're safely back for a couple of runs. 9 without loss here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, there was a case in point with Harry Duke, who got down this end and had gone a couple of yards past the line and then realised that Will Frayn wanted the second. Had it been a clean pickup, it could have been interesting.
Next delivery from Wheeler on its way. Frayn under 4. Balls now. Frayn drives to mid-on. Mid-off, no run. Carlson gets safely behind it. Glamorgan -3 opening bowlers effectively, with Neeser now returned to Australia. Hogan playing for Southern Brave, and Van der Hoogten picked up late on by Manchester, I believe. But he's not here anyway.
You're all over this thing, aren't you? All over it.
I have colleagues who are more suited to it. Wheeler's in to bowl. Hammered, covered by Frayn. No run. Cook getting behind that one. I was on the field myself on Sunday afternoon, so I wasn't following events here.
You're on the field as in contributing significantly with bat, ball and taking several catches in the field?
Well, I was batting number 11, so I didn't I didn't contribute in that way. As Wheeler's in, bowls, and Frayn drives to mid-on. No run. 9 for naught, so 3 overs with 3 runs apiece. We were victorious. I was keeping wicket. Had we had the professional scores, I'd have had my name on it with taking off the bails a couple of times for run-outs, but that was about it.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, that was hot work.
I can imagine. So, going to be McIlroy to continue, and in he comes to Harry Duke, who gets an inside contact on it, diverts it out towards the incoming mid-wicket. Billy Root. There's no run elsewhere. Just over at Bristol, Nottinghamshire won the toss, chose to bat on a 12 without loss in the third. Nothing coming through from Old Trafford between Lancs and Worcester at the moment. Radlett, Middlesex 11 without loss, having been put into bat by Surrey. Taunton, Durham 11 without loss, make that 12 in the fourth over, having been put in by Somerset. Those are the only other games taking place today. As McIlroy's latest delivery is wide of off stump.
So when the game's at 2 o'clock start, possibly?
That Lancs Worcester?
Yep, that's 2 o'clock.
Right.
So the only information from there is what the players had for breakfast.
Yep. Day night. Field second there today then. As McIlroy's in, that's pushed into the offside by Duke, no run. Forget about the pitch conditions and the aerial conditions, it's hot, so stick the opposition out there in the field for 3.5 hours.
Yes, extra drinks breaks apparently today. 17 and 34 overs.
McIlroy coming in again to bowl to Harry Duke, who takes it on top of the bounce and flicks it to mid-on where Dan Douthwaite fields. He used to play many years ago in the same team as a lad who, it was a sunny day, he always loved a suntan. It always asked the captain if he could field where he was facing the sun. It doesn't matter where it was. Can I go to cover today, please? He'd roll his sleeves up. McIlroy in and flicked once again to leg by Harry Duke. So it's been a pretty good start so far with the ball. 9 without loss. Yorkshire haven't got away, but then there have been no early wickets either. And Harry Duke, if he stays there for any length of time, as you'll see, will be more of the touch player accumulator sort of feel to his innings. Will Frayne, as a rule, will score a fair bit more quickly than that if he's able to do so. Get his eye in. Duke pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. So a maiden from McIlroy means that Yorkshire, after 4 overs, are 9 without loss.
Yeah, so Glamorgan have been hit really in that department principally by injuries and 100 calls. So if they get through the top overs with relatively little damage, the Glamorgan batting is fairly strong. Chris Cook, the keeper batsman, is still missing with a calf injury, but Tom Cullen made 80 not out in the last game, so they'd have been hard pressed to drop him anyway after that. As Wheel is into bowl to Frayne, who clips that aerially over mid-wicket. That'll run away for 4. I think it's just slowing and reaches the boundary at mid-wicket, away to our left. 13 without loss.
And we now touched bats, do we? Not gloves as they walk past. The two of them just had a little bat touch.
Oh gosh.
Mark Webber has tweeted, you'll know Mark, of course, no doubt. Used to work with him a bit myself. BBC man. Hot Sophia, he says, in response to my comment that it was hot down here. Great indie band name.
Next delivery is hit over mid-on by Will Frayne for a second back-to-back boundary. Going the aerial route, but comfortably clearing Colin Ingram up in the circle there and raced away to the long-on boundary for 4 at the River Taff end. 17 without loss.
Yeah, that was more like Will Frayne. The shot before was an area he plays, but he clearly didn't time it quite as well as he might have done this time. It really did come out of the meat, didn't it, and skipped on.
Frayne under 12. Glamorgan's outfielders at third man and square leg, or just in front of square, as Wheel is in again to bowl to Frayne, who drives through the offside for 4 more. Well, this is a fine spell for Will Frayne, not so much for James Wheel, so that'll really get his confidence going if he needed it after getting 140 in the opening match of the competition, but certainly looking in good touch with those shots.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just leant on that. No apparent power, just timed it superbly.
Wheel is in, bowls to Frayne. That's again through the offside for 4 more. 4 consecutive boundaries and the first 4 balls of the over. So Frayne absolutely tucking into Wheel, who can't find a line or length to suit. Those really in the slot for the drive outside off stump, and Frayne taking due advantage.
It was a disappointing delivery, wasn't it, from Wales' perspective? After the ball before, it was pretty much the same, just a lovely juicy half volley with a bit of room outside off stump.
Yorkshire race along to 25 without loss in this 5th over. McIlroy having bowled a maiden with the last one. Wheel has lost his run-up now and does not deliver. Well,
he's under a bit of pressure, isn't he?
Yes.
So maybe that's partly why, if his thoughts are slightly confused after 4 successive boundaries. He's messing about with something on the pitch there as well. Yeah, maybe just feeling it a bit already now in this over.
One of the slips has already been withdrawn, so Frayne's achieved a moral victory there. Wheel is into bowl. That's down leg side. That'll be called a wide. 17 off 4 balls in this over. It's turning into a nightmare for James Wheel.
With regard to Hot Sophia,
Yes.
or Sophia, whichever way you prefer, Andy Durant says also a name on business cards left in London phone boxes.
Yes. It's yes, I know where they're going with the indie band name, but I think, as you say, a little too capable of being misconstrued. 26 without loss. As Wheel is into bowl. That's clipped off his legs by Frayne. It'll run down towards backward square. Another couple of runs. As Root fields. And Wheel will be glad to see the back of this over after one more legitimate delivery. Does Kieran Carlson withdraw him from the attack straight away? I would be inclined to, but Glamorgan haven't got a lot of pace in this side, with the medium pace of Joe Cook, Dan Douthwaite and David Lloyd being the other seam options. Salter and Ingram to bowl spin, possibly Carlson himself. Wheel is into bowl, and there's more runs here for Frayne. Through mid-on, that's another couple. So it's 20 off the bat in the over, plus the wide, 21 off the over in all. And Yorkshire moved on from 9 for naught after 4 to 30 for naught after 5.
Yeah, impressive over from Yorkshire's point of view, and just some lovely shots using what was offered up by the bowler there, by Will Frayne. Didn't really go after anything. If there's anything you can say about Will's play up to probably this season, is that he can go quite hard at the ball. I know he's talked to me about the fact that his head was outside towards off stump, and so he was susceptible to LBWs, but he looks a lot more confident this year, and that over was very much a case in point. Duke pushing his first ball back to McIlroy, and there's no run. Forever Dormo says, morning Doidgy, hopefully a good day's cricket ahead, and though I have a soft spot for Glamorgan, a win for Yorkshire would be nice. Soft spot for the opposition? Come on, it's professional sport.
Well, for the spectators it's not.
So 30 without loss, Duke on 4. Oh, now then, he's been beaten here with one that he's had a little push at. Good delivery by McIlroy. Just left armour slanting away. That one that goes straight on with the arm, it's amazing, isn't it? The delivery that you do nothing with as a left armour is often the one that gets you the wicket. You can slant it back in, slant it back in, slant it back in, and they'll play, and then just goes straight on. You've done nothing really too much different. And you might often pick up the outside edge of the right-hander. Here he is again, and top of the bounce this time, pushed into the offside by Duke. No run. Martin Rowe says, morning Jonathan, before you get too busy, could you please tell me why some radio updates are done whilst you're on air and some in private, as it were, from the back of the comm box? I'm going to get technical here then, Nick. Oof. After this delivery, a bit more on that.
Yeah, that's a fairly
Martin.
easy one.
The magic of radio. Here he is again, flicked off the legs this time nicely by Duke, and he's got it away fine enough to pick up his first boundary of the morning. Takes him on to 8 and Yorkshire on to 34 without loss. So, for example, where we are now, down in Wales, Nick will dial back to his studio, who will then hook the commentary line up to Salford, who we book the stream on. And therefore, there's the ability for Nick's local station, or BBC Wales in his case, Duke pushing forward here, no run, to send him a feed of their programme down the line, so that the presenter of that programme, or sports bulletin, whatever it might be, can directly link with Nick for this home game. And me as the away station, we don't have the ability to have two stations doing that, so I need to disappear off somewhere else and dial them myself to then do my update to, well, as you know, plenty of different Yorkshire stations. Duke pushing forward to this next one up to mid-off. And there's no run, so a tidier over this time, just the 4 runs from it. That will flick down the leg side, 34 without loss after 6. And yeah, that's pretty much the way things go. Occasionally, there is a shift on that front. I might actually nip off when I'm doing a home game, if I'm not on a spell of commentary, and use a separate mobile phone application to do an update as well. So all sorts of weird and wonderful things in radio these days.
So yeah, this broadcast going via Cardiff and Salford, and in most cases you'll hear the home station update as James Wheel is continuing despite his disastrous last over that cost 21 runs, as he's bowling to Will Frayne, who took him for those consecutive boundaries, this time forced into a defensive shot on the offside, fielded by Cook. At cover, Mark Harriers tweeted me on Nick Webb 2017, settling down to spend the day with us, and he says good to hear decent-ish crowd today. Well, it's respectable at the ends. It's not huge. There is plenty of room, as always, in this 15,000 capacity stadium. As Wheel turns, races in, bowls short of a length, clipped away to square leg, fielded by McIlroy, single to Frayne, 35 for naught.
Looked like there might have been just a little bit of nip into him there, the way he played that, the way he shaped his body at the last second to get it away, just a little adjustment. Yorkshire Lad says, Jonathan, can you ask your co-commentator, Nick Webb by the way, Yorkshire Lad, what a typical crowd size will be for an RL50 game at this venue?
About 1,000 mark, I would say. To be honest, as Wheel is in to bowl down leg side, pull shot attempted by Duke, doesn't make contact, wide called again. Well, last season we had crowd restrictions, a lot, or several weeks at least, longer than in England, so it did affect this competition, and for a while you couldn't rock up on the day and watch. It had to be members who'd reserved their places in advance. As Wheel is into bowl, clipped slightly aerially on the leg side by Duke, but will get a single through mid-wicket. Evaded northeast at short mid-wicket, 37 without loss, 7th over. So they had about 7,000 for the final up in Trent Bridge, with a small but noisy Welsh contingent, despite the ECB's best efforts to prevent anyone from attending. I mean, to scheduling the game on a Thursday, 3 days after semi-final. Yeah, thanks. Driven uppishly by Frayne to Carlson at mid-off, no run.
Saturday this year, isn't it?
Saturday in September, yep. And at least people have, I believe, a fortnight to make arrangements to get there. Yeah, Saturday mid-September.
By the way, Yorkshire Lad goes on, P.S. I've just cleared the snow away from the path this morning. Hope it warms up. I think he's joking.
I know there are regional variations within the UK, but not that much. Wheel runs towards us, bowls, and it's driven by Frayne on the offside, and they'll take a single as Salter can't gather cleanly.
Phil Stevenson says, great to listen today in between meetings, heading to Scarbados for the game against Hampshire on the 23rd. I'm going to make sure that Aniran's carrying a little shin injury or something before the end of the commentary this afternoon for that one. Might just tread on his toes as he gets the cans on. He says, can't wait, Big Hat and Timmy Taylor's at the ready.
Wheel is into bowl, short ball pulled through mid-wicket, fielded on the mid-wicket boundary by McIlroy. Single to Duke, 39 without loss. Duke moves into double figures. He's on 10. Frayne has 26. What did he say he was going to bring? Timmy Taylor's?
Timmy Taylor's is a beer.
Right.
And a big hat.
Oh,
yeah. Phil, you also need to take your listening gear as well, because on that very day, just completed the booking of Martin Spate, who of course played many years county cricket himself, now coaches cricket and hockey at Sedbergh School, teaches up there. But particularly from Yorkshire's point of view, I just thought it'd be interesting if we can get him on for the day, because he coaches Will Frayne, he coaches George Hill, Matthew Revis. I think Don Bess has been to see him, and there's one other that I've missed out of that lot. Harry Brook, of course. I suppose the biggest name of the lot at the moment.
Poster boy.
McIlroy, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Duke, who flicks it into the leg side. There's no run, so it'll be just a good chance when you've got the whole day to really get to the nitty-gritty of how he works with these players. He is, of course, not a Yorkshire coach, but he's coached them all, or most of them, through school or at certain parts of their school lives, and they've obviously got so much faith in what he says to them and how he works with them that they still want to go and refer to him, which is a great testament to whatever magic is that he produces.
Absolutely.
Changing the field because Slipper's come out. Sam Northeast has just moved across to a short straight mid-wicket in a catching position, probably 15 yards or so, maybe just a little bit less from the bat. Duke pushes up to mid-off, no run, and Harry can get a little bit stymied by the opposition doing this to him. Sure, again, it's something that an Iron might corroborate from matches that Hampshire have played against Yorkshire in the last couple of seasons. Because of him being a touch rather than go at the ball type player, he's got to carefully place this ball through gaps, and if he can't get it away, as was the case in point with that delivery, it's another dot. Just push back into the bowler's follow through.
Yeah, at least on this occasion he's got Frayne taking the pressure off him with that attack on wheel.
Yeah, sort of a good foil for each other. They put on 209 for the first wicket in that first match against Northamptonshire when they'd been put into bat by the opposition as well. Here is Duke pushing up to mid-off, and this time, told you he likes a little bit of a run. Maybe just feeling that things are not ticking quite quickly enough for him. So he's taken on the field and got home.
Yeah, Salter. That's strange. Salter at cover and Cook at point. They're usually the other way around. Wonder why that is. Possibly because Salter's got long sleeves on, so might be in less danger from that very dry wicket in front.
Maybe, or it might just have asked the skip for a suntan position as Waite opens wait.
That's close.
It was Frayne who opened the face and pushed into the offside. There was a direct hit from a very good throw, and of course every time you see a direct hit there's an automatic he must be out. He was in, and just looking at the replay it looked like he was fairly comfortably in actually. Wasn't fully extended, bat in hand. So Frayne on to 27, Duke on 11, 41 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you do need to take quick singles, but I'm not sure either of those was particularly comfortable one.
Here he comes again, and Duke likes to play the pull, but it looked like he got it on the bat end here round the corner for a single. He'll finish the over on 11, and Yorkshire on 42 without loss. Now, FPL Spartan says Hot Sophia sounds like it could be a Welsh cob pony who won the 148 centimetre pony race at the, and forgive if I don't pronounce this correctly, Llangenor point to point at Pyle, ridden by David Brace's grandson. I did actually commentate on a point to point just at the road at Howick, just near Chepstow Racecourse, a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years back.
A man of many talents, Jonathan Deutsch. We'll have Aneurin Donalds joining us. And Jonathan will be back in half an hour to bring his continuing expertise and knowledge of all things equine and cricketing. 42 without loss, and there is a change of bowling now. Wheel has been hauled off after 4 overs, and Dan Douthwaite will take over from the River Taff end. And he comes to bowl, driven by Duke to mid-off, and there is no run. Hampshire batsman Aneurin Donald joins us, formerly of this parish, of course. Good morning, Aneurin.
Good morning, Webby. Thanks for having me. Good to be back.
Well, Aneurin's done several T20 games for us, and now joining in the longer haul of the 50-over comp.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher day's work today. Longer hours.
Douthwaite is into bowl 2. Duke drives it down into ground. Hammered back to him. What have you made of the first half hour's play then?
Yeah, it's been very much back and forth. Obviously, that big over from Frayne has kind of pumped that scoreboard up a little bit from Yorkshire, but I'd say pretty even Stevens so far. This wicket looks relatively placid. Doesn't seem to be too much pace in it, but I'll be expecting a score of over 300. I think is looking like it's going to be par.
Douthwaite bowls. Again, forced away on the leg side. Duke will pick up just the single this time. Yes, I think Glamorgan would probably have batted first. Wicket described as dry, but I'm not sure if it'll take that much turn, will it, after just a 100 game on it before this?
Yeah, I shouldn't imagine so. Obviously, Glamorgan's setup recently has been the 5 seamers and just salt, so I think they'll be looking at hopefully their cutters and slower balls will grip a bit through the middle, but I shouldn't imagine there'll be too much excessive spin.
Douthwaite bowls, clipped on the leg side by Frayne, this time straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I saw Colin Ingram bowl half a dozen overs when Glamorgan were in need of breakthroughs against Kent, and did well really. Stopped the big stand.
Did I also see him with the mitts on again the other day as well?
Yes.
Yeah, he's superhuman, isn't he, Colin?
Douthwaite bowls driven hard, and he's beaten the dive of Saltruk cover, and that's raced away for 4, and Frayne has got that cover drive in good working order. 43 for naught.
Yeah, Frayne looks like he's in a decent run of form here for Yorkshire. He's always been a pretty tidy player in the white ball form and strikes the ball beautifully. Be interesting to see how much longer this slip lasts. Obviously they're pretty desperate to get a wicket inside this first 10, but I think it's going to be pretty tough work to take wickets on this wicket today.
47 without loss. Frayne to 31 not out. Kent made 304 here last week. It wasn't the same pitch. Douthwaite bowls. Frayne defends this one to mid-off. Carlson Fields no run. 47 for naught after 9.
Yeah, I said it's good to be back in the capital on a sunny day, coming across the bridge this morning.
Now, you've been adventuring over the seas last night.
I have. We were on a ferry back, luckily with a win from the snatches of defeat, really. Yeah, we had another great win in what's been a pretty successful Royal London 50 over comp for us so far. It's a form at Hampshire, and ourselves have always really been pretty successful at, and to be 3 from 3 with a very young and depleted squad due to, I think we have maybe 8 or 9 players at the 100, and if you'd like to count the overseas as well, pretty much most of our first team in the T20, so it's great to see our youngsters getting a go, and yeah, we started brilliantly there.
McIlroy bowls. Duke drives onto the leg side, fielded by North East. No run, but Hampshire staging a game overseas in the Isle of Wight, which must have caused a few logistical issues.
Yes, you could say that, but no, it's a really great venue actually. We had a great crowd over there. I think we almost had 3,000. We've had some great crowds so far in this competition, and we're doing a bit of a tour of the outgrounds this year. We've got Neath coming up the following Friday, which will be a bit of a treat.
That's squares Duke up slightly, that one, but plays it safely on the offside.
And also I've got the treat of playing in Scarborough twice in a year as well, so that was my debut there a couple of weeks back, where we had a nice fought victory against Yorkshire in the red ball competition. So yeah, we've been doing the rounds, but no, it's been good fun. Nice to be back here in Sophia Gardens.
McIlroy to bowl to Duke, 13 not out, the less aggressive partner. He'll add a single here, just needs to keep things ticking round with Frayne in such good form. Down to root at square leg, 48 without loss.
McIlroy started very nicely this end with a new ball. There haven't been too many balls going past the bat, but he's certainly been very accurate, and there hasn't seemed to be getting away much from his end. I think it's going to be tough work if the guys can put it in the right spots, but I said Frayne's certainly got the power and capability to push the accelerator when needed.
McIlroy doesn't deliver on that occasion. I'm sure Frayne was quite ready. Scorching morning here at Sophia Gardens for this Third match for Glamorgan, fourth match for Yorkshire. McIlroy balls. Frayne turns it gently on the leg side to northeast, short mid-wicket. No run.
Both sides off to a pretty solid start in this competition as well, I believe.
Yeah, up there with you boys.
I think the rough maths is 5 wins gets you a good shout at making it through. So I think they're both on 2 respectively here. Glamorgan obviously looking for 3 and 3 and a large part of the way there. This young Yorkshire side also looking to compete in this competition.
Frayne will pick up another couple of runs, squeezing run down to wide third man off an angled bat, and that is the Yorkshire 50 up with a ball to spare inside the 10 overs. So it's been an excellent power play for the visitors, and already having the 50 on the board.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire will be very pleased with the start. Being naught down out of the power play in a 50 over game is usually a good place to be, and a relatively decent lick so far.
That's a straight drive from Frayne, and they'll pick up a single as Carlson has to scramble to his right at mid-on. So 10 overs gone, 51 without loss here on BBC Sport Online with Aneurin Donald and myself, Nick Webb. Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds, will be back at 12 to share duties with Aneurin for the following half hour. And if you want to tweet me at NickWebb2017. So when's your next match now with Hampshire?
We are playing at Derby on Friday. Seem to be quite a much improved side of the last year or so. I think Mickey Arthur's been a great appointment from the outside looking in. Obviously, I think the flavour of this competition, most teams seem to be repping a relatively depleted bowling attack. I think most seamers, due to the nature of the job, seem to be away with 100 or starting to replace injuries. So I think there's some strong batting lineups around, but certainly there's a lot of youngsters getting a go with the ball and having some new responsibility. As Frayne knocks that down to third man for one.
So Glamorgan hammered Derbyshire last week to start the competition.
Yeah, soften them up for us then.
Well, once Derby are 6 for 3, then there's not really much of a way back from there.
Actually, we have got a question to ask you, Webby, on that. The Derby kit that they're playing in, the 50 over kit this year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's just the stream, but it looks very, very close to being quite white. I know it's a very light blue. Maybe it's just the stream we were watching on, but it seems to be might be tough viewing, the old white ball.
Pulled away by Duke down towards square leg. Short ball. We're fielded by Whale. Single taken, 53 for naught. No, it's palish blue. It's palish blue. Maybe just the camera wasn't quite up to the mark. It's palish blue with some marks across the lower part of the chest and some marks on the trousers as well. As Douthwaite bounds in. Bowls. Frayne drives to wide mid on. Ingram pursues. He'll have trouble cutting that one off. Have to put in the slide, and they settle for just a couple of runs. So Ingram's done quite well there to save the third. 57 without loss. Yeah, Derbyshire have got I think it's navy blue, chocolate and yellow marks across the lower part of the chest, and again the same colours on the back of one trouser leg.
That's a tough time for the marketing team to try and fit that colour palette in, I think.
County's traditional colours, apparently. Douthwaite bowls. Frayne defends 2 points. Cook fields. No run. Traditional county, but yeah, it's a lightish sort of sky blue colour.
Yeah, so we've got nothing to worry about.
I don't think you'll be having trouble.
We might have been overthinking that one.
Yes, you might be baffled by the trouser legs.
Yeah.
What? He's really got stripes across the back of his leg. Douthwaite bowls. Frayne drives. Square the wicket on the offside. Will pick up a couple of runs. Sliding stop on the boundary by Salter.
Yeah, Frayne just starting to open up here a little bit. Due to how used the square is, the outfield's actually very lush this time of year. There's a lot of other grounds, ourselves included, struggling to keep the lushness in. So the ball isn't quite flying off, but he's starting to find the gaps and open up a little bit here. Quickly on to 39.
Yes, the some of the old wickets are looking pretty dry and brown. Douthwaite balls nicely placed by Frayne, backward of point, down to third man Root Fields. Another single taken. Glamorgan really having no answer to keeping Will Frayne quiet at the moment. He's got 40 out of the 58. Duke just rotating the strike as and when he can. He's on 15 not out, and it's 58 without loss after just 11 overs, as Frayne is waving for something, whether it's a towel or drink or a new pair of gloves.
It's a long way down there when they're not on the sideline. Looks like our first over spin as Andrew Salter's about to come into the attack. As you said there, Webby, obviously Glamorgan now losing Tim van der Gooten as a replacement for the 100. I think it's kind of a similar thing across most of this comp. They're just lacking that strike bowler at the top of the innings. Obviously Michael Hogan coming down south to enjoy the lovely Aegeus Bowl, who I think is going to play quite a lot for the Southern Brave this year. Without the two senior guys, it's obviously giving chances to Whale and obviously Jimmy Mack with a new ball. Interested to not see Jimmy Harris get too much of a go now as the senior guy.
Salter bowls, floats it up.
They're very much relying on a couple of all-rounders in Dan Douthwaite to step up and take a bit more responsibility, and obviously Joe Cook, who I believe had a great competition with the ball last year, so he's getting another, very much backing him in again in this format.
Salter bowls, Frayne back on his stumps, playing it back to the bowler, no run. Yes, I think Wheel needs to produce a decent second spell, otherwise James Harris might well be knocking on the door for selection. He's got a few wickets for the seconds in this format. As that's dropped by Salter, return catch. I think it carried Frayne punching it back to the bowler, and Salter will be very, very disappointed with that one. Usually snaffles those.
Yeah, I think Salter will be knocking himself there. He started beautifully here. Just a little bit of hold from the off spinner, but he'll be gutted he's put that one down.
Next delivery.
Very tidy start.
On the back foot, played to short mid-wicket, no run.
Salter famously one of the stronger fields in the Glamorgan outfit of the last years, and before him I think Dean Koska took the same tag as the spinner / gun backward point fielder.
Salter in again. Bowls, Frayne comes down the wicket. Will this clear long on? No, there's a man underneath it. That's well taken by James Wheel on the long on boundary. One of the tallest players in the Glamorgan side, and he needed to be. Took that with relatively little fuss. Will Frayne has made an excellent 40, but hasn't profited from the drop chance. He's out straight afterwards, 58 for 1.
Yeah, I think that's settled Salter's nerve. He started beautifully here. Just built up a little bit of pressure on Frayne, who I think he felt like he couldn't quite tick over there, and obviously trusted his bat swing and couldn't quite knock it over the shorter straight boundaries here at Sophia Gardens. But that's a great wicket there for Glamorgan. Obviously Frayne was the guy who was keeping the rate ticking over, and they'll be looking to squeeze the new batsman here.
58 for 1 then in the 12th over, and Will Frayne hitting 5 boundaries, including some beautiful cover drives, which were lovely to see from a pure cricketing point of view. Started with a couple over the leg side, so it's an intelligent run a ball innings, 40 off 40 for Will Frayne. As new batsman comes in, scheduled to be Will Luxton, and it is, and it's good field placing really from Kieran Carlson to have a tall guy like Wheel right on the boundary, because he needed all that height there. Yeah,
I think Michael Hogan also takes that step typically in T20. But as you mentioned, that the pitch looked pretty dry from up here. You're obviously down on the ground. It's obviously I'm not sure if Prem's been nursing an injury or whether he's just not been selected, but certainly the way Salter started, they might be ruining the fact they haven't got a second spin option, or whether Colin Ingram might roll out a few again. It'll be interesting to see what mixture of bowlers they use here today, but it certainly looks conducive to a little bit of hold early on in this Salter spell.
Yeah, Sisodia must be pretty close to this side, because he had a decent enough T20 competition. Certainly he's been in the squad for all 3 games so far.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan are currently very lucky with how many all-rounders they have in this team and squad, so it gives them options to fiddle around with their bowling lineup and their options they want to play in the side.
Salter to Luxton, who plays that one defensively on the offside. End of a wicket maiden from Andrew Salter to start with, and Yorkshire 58 for 1 after 12. Will Luxton, his scores so far in the competition, 84-17 and no score. So Yorkshire providing some big scores though. Frayne and Duke both with a century in the opening game, and then Hill with 130 at virtually a runner ball last up. So certainly some confident men in this Yorkshire top order despite their many absentees.
Yeah, as Yorkshire always have done, they've got a good production line of youngsters. Blooding quite a few of them at the same time here, but they certainly seem to be stepping up to the mark in the individual games so far.
Douthwaite bowls to Duke, who pushes on the leg side.
Yeah, obviously that's a big wicket for Yorkshire there. Obviously Frayne's the guy who kind of catapults the innings off to a good start and can really put the pressure on the bowlers. I think Glamorgan will be looking to squeeze hard here and try and drag this rate down and put some pressure on both ends. I think obviously Duke was comfortable enough to knock it round, but obviously Luxton's going to have to start and get going the other end. It might put a bit more pressure on Duke here too.
In comes Douthwaite, bowls, Duke on the back foot, plays to mid-on. There's no run, so Glamorgan have, as virtually everyone does, pushed the extra 2 fielders outside the circle, so 4 on the boundary, and they are at third man cover. Square leg and fine leg. The wicket slightly to our right from our commentary position, so it's slightly towards the grandstand side of the middle of the square. Douthwaite bowls. Duke again getting a little bit tucked up, pushes to mid-on. Ingram has a little underarm shy at the stumps in case Luxton was wandering out of his ground. So that's the boundary rope on the grandstand side is about 5 metres in off the advertising hoardings, so there's not too long a boundary on that side.
No, it looks actually very equal all the way around. I think typically this time of year in this competition you tend to get one long side and one short side as the squares take a bit of a hammering, but it's pretty even all the way around here.
Douthwaite bowls just back of a length, played by Duke through the offside for a single, 59 for 1.
Yeah, Duke's looked very organised here. He hasn't quite got away and got those boundaries he'd probably quite like to get going, but certainly looks a pretty organised player. Looking forward to seeing George Hill bat again. He scored a really nice 100 against us in red ball against what I'd like to think is a pretty tasty Hampshire attack. I know he got runs last game, so I'm looking forward to seeing him bat against the white ball.
There's Douthwaite into bowl, driven hard by Luxton, but straight at cover. Joe Cook parries it, and there's no run. So this is useful prep work for you, Nyren, given that you still have to play both these sides.
Absolutely, I'll be feeding back to our analysis later. But no, it's always nice to kind of sit on the other fence and kind of enjoy a game of cricket. I think sometimes when you get stuck in and you're day in, day out training, it's nice to kind of step away and enjoy it as a spectator today.
Douthwaite bowls, driven firmly by Luxton on the leg side this time, straight at northeast. So just a single off that over. Glamorgan managing to put the brakes on after the sprint out of the blocks by Yorkshire, reaching 58 in 11 overs, but just 1 in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, I think the pitch doesn't quite seem as easy to score as we probably first thought. Obviously that big over from Frayne might have lulled us into a bit of a false sense of security with that. It'd be interesting to see what Yorkshire try and target and what they think's a decent score here. Doesn't seem to be too much pace in it and a little bit of hold from spin, so I think there's going to be plenty of variation through the middle, and they'll be looking to try and take it deep and attack these shorter, straighter boundaries probably later on, I'd suggest.
Salter to start a new over from the Cathedral Road end. 14th of the innings, and Duke getting in a bit of a mess there as he tried some sort of ramp scoop that I think flicked the ball into his chest.
Little reverse paddle, he got a little bit stuck there, but with just that one man behind point, I think he's very much trying to move this field around to try and get an easier single on the leg side.
Salter in again to Duke. This time he's managed to find a gap on the leg side, And Root comes sprinting in enthusiastically and gets his throw in to prevent any thought of a second. 60 for 1.
Yeah, Glamorgan just trying to turn the screw a little bit here as square leg comes up in the ring and also mid-on. As Luxton's back on strike. Very tough field to bowl to actually for Andrew Salter, so I think he must be feeling pretty confident here.
Down the wicket comes Luxton and hits him over long on. That is a big blow over wide long on. That's one heck of a way to get off the mark from Will Luxton with a 6.
That's a fantastic backswing from Will Luxton. Haven't seen much of him bat, but I said to be walking out of 3 at Yorkshire tends to be a pretty tidy player, and he's very much seen that early from Salter, giving it a bit of air. He's brought mid-on up and mid-wicket to try and tempt him, and he took the bait and struck it beautifully.
Now long on back on the ropes, and he's caught it. Oh, he's dropped at mid-wicket. Will Luxton by Kieran Carlson, and that, I'm afraid, was a shocker from the Glamorgan captain. That would be a catch that should be taken at any level of cricket. It was hit fairly gently at chest level, and Carlson absolutely inexplicably has put that one down.
Yeah, they just dropped long on back after that first shot, and he's very much chipped it straight into Carlson's mid-rift, and he hasn't been able to put it away.
Salter bowls and squares up Luxton.
I think Salts will deep down be very annoyed, but after his caught and bowled, I'm not sure he can have too much to go at the captain there. Again, one of the better fielders, so they'd be pretty confident in taking that 10 times out of 10. Not today.
Extraordinary. Salter to Luxton, 66 for 1. Luxton clips this one along the ground to Carlson at mid-wicket. The captain will have to try and put that one behind him, because that really should have been the end of Will Luxton for 6. 66 for 1, with 7 coming off the over.
Yeah, it's been a really good start actually by Salts. Obviously the wicket in the first over, and a very good shot by Will Luxton to get off the mark. And then I think they're going to be quite frustrated. The spin has started well here. I think if Colin Ingram's up to it, I think we're going to be seeing a few overs of his leg spin certainly after that start.
Douthwaite to Duke. Short pulled around by Duke as he bisected the fielders, not quite as fine leg comes round. Oh, they'll be struggling for the second, back home just about, Harry Duke. Well, that was adventurous running from the Yorkshire opener as McIlroy's throw came in. That was certainly one to test the sprinting power of Harry Duke.
Yeah, pretty good judgment in the end, I think, from Duke. He's taken it to the larger corner here, wide fine leg. Very nice throw actually from Jimmy McIlroy, but home just in time. I think that's very much going to be a big part of Duke's batting style in white ball cricket here. He's been running nicely into the gaps, and certainly that's going to keep him ticking over.
Certainly the replay showed that he was just about home. He just had his bat down. Douthwaite to Duke, straighter and defended back to the bowler. Douthwaite has a rather grumpy flick back at the stumps, just in case he'd strayed forward.
Douthwaite started nicely here, very much slamming away at the top of off, which is, I think, what's called here on this wicket. Again, it's nice to see him kind of step up and take a bit more responsibility for the ball, and I think if Glamorgan and himself can get it right, he's going to be a very valuable player in white ball cricket for a while to come.
As it's pushed on the offside by Duke, this time he's sent back by Luxton. Salter in from point, no run. Michael Hogan, of course, absent for the month, will be back for the championship game and against Worcestershire here at the start of September, and was pondering how he was going to get his bowling load done in August, really. Douthwaite bowls. Duke plays another one to backward point. Again, there's no run. He's a man who likes just to keep in the rhythm by bowling lots of overs, and since he only bowled 10 balls in the first game, that's probably not quite what he's used to.
Yeah, from my understanding, I think they've been playing a bit more golf than bowling so far. They've played some lovely courses. I think they played at Sunningdale the other day, which is obviously a highlight of the the 100 trip down at Southern Brave. But yes, I think that's the role he's going to be playing down there.
Driven by Duke into the covers.
Obviously, it's going to be a massive month for Glamorgan, pushing for that promotion. Seems like they play some really good red ball cricket throughout the year, and well, it does help if your batter gets 400 every now and again.
Yes, that was certainly a spectacular occasion up at Leicester for Sam North East.
That used to be my one thing over Sam. He hadn't had a double 100 before that. He had 27 first-class hundreds, but never quite made it. But he certainly cashed in this time.
Downsweight bowls, Duke forcing off the back foot down to backward point. There isn't a second run to be had this time. And Yorkshire are 69 for 1 after 15 overs here on BBC Sport Online. After an eventful few overs, certainly ought to be more than one in the wickets column if Glamorgan had taken some simple chances. And Aaron Donald, another word from him, and then he'll be joined by Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, it's been a very tidy start by Andrew Salter. Really starting to turn the screws. Could have very comfortably had 2 quick wickets on a pretty placid pitch here. But yeah, I said that there's not too many spin overs left in this Glamorgan side. As he comes in again to bowl here to Duke, who's just started to tick around a little bit. Again, I don't think he's going to be bashing too many boundaries here at the moment, but he's starting to manipulate this field quite well. And into bowl Salter, just tucks that out to deep square leg for a single. Luxton back on strike.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, that was a fairly straightforward chance, wasn't it? That was it Kieran Carlson put down?
Yes.
Previous over from this end.
Back in the action there at Shortman wicket at the stop. Yes, I think I said I don't think it's going to be very easy to extract wickets out of this pitch. So hopefully, I think Will Luxton will be happy. He's lucky there, hoping to cash in. Salter bowls, just nudged back to him, looking to get it to long on for 1, but Salter dives and stops. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this young Yorkshire side. Actually, I think this is the one real benefit of this competition. A lot of youngsters getting a lot of responsibility and some opportunities, and certainly there's some decent players coming out of the northern counties at the minute. As that's nicely played off Salter down to long on. Anyone we should keep an eye out for?
Yeah, this man, Will Luxton, he got a 68 on debut at Scarborough in one of these games last year, and funnily enough, he's got 68 on his back. Where that came from?
It's fate. Some nice fielding there from Carlson as they sneak through for a single. Just tucked again into the leg side. I said I think we're going to be looking for. It's going to be quite quiet next 10 overs. I think Yorkshire will be looking to rebuild a little bit here against the spin, and these two guys get set. So they try and explode a little bit later on in the innings. Salter bowls, that's pit the gap nicely, just in front of square leg for 1.
He's a nice player. There's quite a lot goes through the leg side from Will Luxton at this stage. Yeah. So there's definitely things to work on.
Well, if you hit something like that over long on, why not?
Yeah, he just has that sort of Harry Brook type feel in the early moments of his career. Harry had a lot of shots, and selecting the right one was probably more often than not an issue up to a couple of years ago. And Will, he has the same sort of feel. It's not exactly the same player, but very wristy. He's got loads of time. That's the key thing when you watch him play against significant bowlers. He seems to have plenty of time out there. So if you've got that, then you can work on the rest.
Yeah, absolutely,
sort of thing.
Yeah, I think in the modern day, you'd rather have all the shots and try and piece it together. And I guess that's the skill of batting, isn't it? As we thought, Colin Ingram coming on to bowl his leg spin here, man of many talents, and I said he's been the king of white ball cricket in this part of the world for a long time now, and doesn't seem to be much changing. Although at one point this year he was a red ball specialist, which I'm sure even himself wouldn't have seen coming.
Yeah, he's interesting test. These are the sort of tests that do pique your interest when you're watching young players like Will Luxton, who's on strike then to face Ingram, who first delivery, that nice loosener, he's just landed it. He'll feel a bit better about life, and Luxton pushing straight back to him. He's got A sweeper out backward of square as well as on the mid-wicket boundary. Mid-on is just inside the circles, the straight mid-wicket as well. Long off is all the way. And now then, good delivery. Second ball, and Luxton beaten. I think he was using his hand there to indicate that pitched in a place where LBWs can't be given. Also a sweeper out on the cover boundary, and then 2 men backward of square on the offside, both a few metres inside the circle, as well as a short extra cover. So that's the setup. And he comes again, and Luxton, as ever, working towards leg.
Yeah, he's just, I said, with that beautiful strike over long on, he's since then struggled to turn over the strike, but I said with that mid-on in the ring, I think, I said if he hits them as well as he did that time, he's going to be looking to take Colin Ingram on pretty soon, I suggest. Pulls that out to deep backward.
Yeah, it just died on him a little bit as he gets through for a single. Very laid-back character, Will Luxton. He got an absolute peach of a delivery on Sunday at Scarborough. It was out first ball. You know, one of those, and you're at your most vulnerable if the bowler gets it somewhere near. Nipped a bit on him. There was a bit of bounce, and he nicked it through to the keeper.
We've all been there.
74 for 1. Ingram in again. Oh, it's aerial from a full toss this time from Harry Duke. He's going to get 4 runs because it was over the outstretched arms of straight mid-wicket Sam North East, and so he's got away with it.
Yeah, not Colin's greatest ball there, but I think Duke will be quite relieved there. There haven't been many boundary opportunities, and that's just released a little bit of pressure. He's holding the innings together nicely, but he's certainly looking to rotate these spinners now and take this innings a bit deeper.
So 26 to him, 78 for 1, 1 left in the 17th, and here it is now. Duke steps inside that and works it to point, where it's fielded and there's no run. He's calling for something, a drink. Yeah, I think we're blessed up here. It's the window's open, we've got a little bit of aircon as well, it's nice and cool. I just walked out and had a chat with Graham Hardcastle in the press box while I was off, and it's not red hot in there, but it's definitely a bit warmer. So what it's like outside in the sun at this stage, and with the change in the sun position as well, some of the spectators opposite us at the river end were completely in shade, and now they're sort of moving along. One or two who found themselves in sunlight.
I think you'll see quite a few of them moving around with the shade later on. Just like to point out here, as many of us have been 12th man in our times, calling for a drink after the last ball the over's been bowled is pretty tough for these guys, especially the long run. So there's a little bit of a delay here. Every 12th man's worst nightmare when you see the batter calling for gloves or a drink after the over's been bowled, expecting them there and then. Duke needed his drink. I said it's very hot out there.
What's the etiquette then? Is it 2 balls to go, something like that?
Oh yeah, certainly. If anything, I think you try and give them an over if you can.
Okay, all right.
But I said you've seen a lot more cricket than me. I think it depends who's asking, who's the 12th man, how sharp they are.
I'd never really thought about that, to be honest.
Yeah, that'd be a very much one to be discussed in the dressing room. As he comes down the wicket again, Luxton looks very confident off the spin, playing the bigger shot. When he's used his feet, he's hitting nicely. Just been stuck a little bit on the crease. That's a nice shot down to long on. But yeah, I guess there's a bit of an insight, into the change room for you guys. The etiquette of 12th men and running drinks. Yeah,
and you do tend to get, if there's any people in the crowd who are not happy with it, get on with it.
Yeah,
it's probably the 12th man who gets.
I'm sure we'll hear a few of that up in Scarborough, won't we?
Yeah.
It's nice. Good fielding there from Carlson at short mid wicket. Just stopped that single. Duke turning Salter into the leg side. But yeah, looking forward to making Scarborough twice in a year is a real treat, so looking forward to making it back up north. It's always nice to play on outgrounds with a bit of history. Salter in again. That's just nudged along on. Carlson can't quite stop it. Another single there for Duke. Just starting to tick over, but this run rate's certainly intact for Glamorgan. They'll be looking for another break in this partnership as soon as they can. And again, ruining that very soft drop at mid wicket, unfortunately, from Kieran, which don't think they're very used to around these parts. Luxton using his feet again, just down to long on. Salter's seen him coming and just dragged it a little bit deeper. Where's Yorkshire's next game after this?
Not till this time next week at Chelmsford.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Chelmsford Wednesday, Canterbury Friday, Chesterfield Sunday next week.
There we That's a good spread. A couple of miles on the road there. Salter's into bowl. Duke just tucking that out to deep square leg for an easy single again. But yeah, it's been great to see this. I think the 50-over comp started really strong with some great games about the traps, which is fantastic to see. Obviously the glitz and the glamour of the 100 going on along, which I'm sure every player will hold their hands up and say they'd like to be a part of, but it's certainly great to be playing some really good cricket at this time of year, at the height of August, in the sunshine, as Luxton knocks that down to long on again for a single.
Yeah, so 3 fairly tough games next week, and then just Hampshire, I think they're called, to finish off with at Scarborough. It's a guaranteed win, that, isn't it? To finish the competition.
Yeah. No, but it started very strongly here, this Yorkshire side.
Yeah, 83 for 1 at the end of that Andrew Salter over, so Luxton on 12. 6 of them came with his first scoring shot, then dropped the very next ball, if he just joined us in more recent moments. So he could have gone. Will Frayne was dropped on 40 by Salter off his own bowling, and then went 2 balls later at long on. Meanwhile, Ingram in, and Luxton is very much one for wanting to use his feet, and looked a pretty good player of spin last year, but there is a bit of turn out there, just a little bit, and that's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very clear tactic here from Luxton. He looks very comfortable using his feet, but I think the bowlers are catching on to what was.
Yeah, there he is again. He's down and wants to play an attacking shot. He's flat batted it to along the deck to mid on.
Yeah, it's a little. I think there's a bit of cat and mouse going on here as Kieran Carlson keeps that mid-on fielder up, which seems to be Luxton's favoured slot. But I think Colin Ingram turned the ball away. It's nicely bowled there. He landed that right on the spot. Comes forward and blocks it.
So 12 to him, 28 to Harry Duke, who's been in throughout. That's 18 and a half overs into this one now. Beautiful, sunny, red-hot day here in Cardiff. Ingram in again, and Luxton flicks off the legs into the onside, northeast in to do the fielding.
Another pretty deep batting order here from Yorkshire, it looks like. With a few all-rounders in the middle, which seems to be the way to go in this competition. So they started very nicely here. It's Colin Ingram bowls again, landing that beautifully.
George Hill should be the next cab off the rank.
Yeah, I've seen him play a couple of nice innings now. I said he had a great score of 100 down at our place in the Red Ball game.
Yeah.
And then got Keith Barker and unfortunately happened.
Now then he's got this one away, hasn't he, over the top. That's an excellent shot. In the end, he's been trying to take that on. Finally got his opportunity and managed to sort of chisel it over the top of mid-on, but it's not going to take much in the way of margin for error before that flies up in the air. He's playing the percentages, and he's got 4 runs, 16 to him, 87 for 1. He batted really well at your place, did George. He does, and he's openly says this on his interviews. He loves the challenge of playing against spin. He's probably the best player Yorkshire have got in terms of feet use, getting into good positions. So he'll be looking forward to this, I think, sitting and watching.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there from Luxton, releasing that pressure on him. Salter into bowl again. Duke, as he's just tucking that off to deep square, which seems to be his favoured way of playing this off spin. He rocked back nicely, Luxton, there on that last over off Colin Ingram and got one away. I think if he can try and get that field change, which I think he's looking for, to get long on out, I think that'll help him, as that seems to be kind of his favoured area. We're just starting to get going here. As right on cue, he knocks one down to long on. But yeah, I think obviously Salt's this is his 5th over his spell. I said there's not a lot of spin overs left, but seems to be the most effective so far. So certainly Glamorgan going to have some making up to do a bit later on. It'll be interesting to see whether they try and break up the spin or they're happy going along at 4.5 and over here. Oh, that's spun. Big shout there from Salter. Just spins one back there on Duke. It's a nice length. He's just come forward and tried to flick it and missed it, but certainly a bit more grip that time than the balls before. It's going to be very interesting. Looking forward to seeing Don Bess have about that. Looks very adjacent.
That's a good delivery, and it's a very good shout.
Maybe just outside the line if we're being nice, but it certainly didn't get too far off the crease there. It's a very good ball, but so there's a couple of spinners in the Yorkshire ranks who will be licking their lips upstairs. Salter into bowl again. And that one just slides on. Played nicely out into short extra cover.
Yeah, Don Bess will be rubbing the hands, I think.
Absolutely. Be nice to see him get a wicket with a bit of help. A very good bowler in his time. Salter in again. Oh, a reverse sweep out from Duke. Just dabbed a short third man. But yeah, I think very much Duke, the way he's playing spin, he started nicely here. Just trying to move this field around. I think with that reverse sweep, if he can drag another man across from the leg side, make his life easier in rotating over the strike here. Last ball of the 20th over. Another reverse sweep. Just I think Q ended almost to short extra cover. It's another good over from Salter begins. Big LBW shout there.
Yeah, I think 20 overs in now. Both sides will be pretty happy. Yorkshire, they've got 9 wickets in the 10th. They've had a pretty good start. Glamorgan, yeah, okay, they've only taken the 1 wicket, but Yorkshire haven't got away either, have they here?
No,
so there's a bit of control.
I think Yorkshire probably just be the ones a bit happier. I think wickets in hand in 50 over cricket's crucial to really explode at that back end. Who will they be looking for to be hitting the boundaries later on down the order?
Just one second, because Ingram bowling to Luxton. Go on, I'm going to have to go back through the last score sheet.
Now Revis looks like he can swing a bat.
Yeah, Johnny Tattersall will come in and play that sort of touch innings again. Matthew Waite can strike a good ball. He 32 in and over last year at York against Warwickshire, as Luxton pushes a single up to long on. So there's Matthew Waite and Matthew Revis, as you say. Don Bess again. He's not big hit, Don Bess, but he can score runs. Yeah.
There's that field change we were talking about the last over as well. Colin Ingram to Luxton, they had long on back, and immediately the single went up there. So I think they were a little bit nervous about Luxton getting another boundary away.
Yeah, Duke back on strike and plays a lovely little paddle round the corner. Very, very fine. 2 fielders converging on it, and well done. Very well done indeed to McIlroy to flick that back in. Has saved his team 2 runs. It must have been about 3 inches from touching the rope. Excellent effort from him.
Fantastic
a bit of assistance from him.
That's a lovely option there for Duke. Certainly looks like the way forward for him, and a very low risk shot from there is going to get him 2 or 4. So again, he's just starting to exercise his options a bit more off spin as he goes to the sweep again off Colin, out to deep square this time.
He got that previous one away so fine, it almost clipped leg stump. It was almost straight behind, wasn't it? Now then, throwers come in here. They've given up 2, having saved the second run. Dan Douthwaite, he's thrown the ball in, it's hit the stumps, cannoned off in a different direction, and Yorkshire have taken the second anyway. So
it's a brilliant throw, I'll give him that. I said he worked really hard in off the rope there, picked the ball up, stopped the second, steadied himself, and just threw all 3 stumps out the ground. Unfortunately ricocheted deep cover. They got back for a second.
So 94 for 1, Duke on to 33 now. He's faced 57, and Ingram coming in again. Duke just opens up the offside, but can't get it away past Carlson, who is in at a short extra cover inside the circle.
Yeah, Colin just trying to slide these through. I think he's looking to kind of get the LBW, not so much go outside the bat this end. He gives that one a bit more flight. That's nudged down the ground for no run.
Yeah,
the run's just starting to feel like they're coming a bit easier here for Yorkshire. As Luxton's starting to get set, and as you said, Duke's extending this innings here. Just starting to tick over a little bit easier. Pressure just starting to come back on the Glamorgan. Be interesting to see if they're going to go with the bowling change here to try and break this partnership, or so whether they're happy with this spin. This feels like Salt's creating a few chances here. At the media centre end.
Yep. Got one to turn last over, and Harry Duke, when he looks back at that, if he does look back at that, might think on another day the finger might have been raised.
It's a nice shot. Lovely stop there, a short extra cover by Sam Northeast. Luxton he's pouncing on these short balls very well here. Just gave himself a little bit of room and crunched that into extra cover, but that's a full length diving stop by Sam. Salter in again, just nudged to short mid wicket. His square leg's also up in the ring here. So Luxton, he's got the man on the kind of slog line at deep mid wicket and along on. 3 men in the ring leg side trying to save these easy ones, trying to make him play a bigger shot. Salter in again, lands that a bit fuller, smashed down the ground to long on. So I guess this is the beauty of the 50 over game that you don't see too much nowadays. This kind of cat and mouse through the middle overs.
Yeah.
different tempos, trying to tempt guys into shots, and taking reasonable risks. I guess I think this is the key through the middle overs. That's nicely played by Duke out to deep cover. Douthwaite running around, but it's going to be comfortable too. As I said, Duke just starting to open up. Hasn't crunched too many boundaries here, but starting to find these singles and doubles into the outfield, which I think is a big part of the middle overs just as much.
Yeah, and whatever they finish with off this over, Andrew Salter will feel a lot better that Sam Northeast did that brilliant stop earlier on, because it's a big plus for the fielding side.
Yeah, I think controlling the boundaries is very much a key part here from Glamorgan's end. If you can really make that difficult through this period, if you can kind of keep them in check a little bit. Again, it doesn't seem straightforward wicket, but I think the longer guys bat on it, the more, as usual, it becomes a bit easier. As Salter bowls, that's punched back to him and for no run. But yeah, I said I'm looking forward to seeing Don bowl, and it's Jack Shutt as well in the 11 today. Obviously Ben Code with a new ball we've been on the end of him more so on the red ball than I have on the white ball, but he's a fantastic bowler, has been for the last few years. Again, had a couple of injury struggles, I believe, at the start of the year. It's nice to see him back playing cricket, and I haven't seen too much of Jack Shutt.
Bowls off spin, Jack. Yeah, we've not really seen too much of him either. He's just been used sporadically over the last 4 years I've been doing the commentaries. He's had a bit of success in T20 cricket in particular.
Yeah.
It's going to be Ingram bowling here to Harry Duke. Here he comes. Again, Duke opens up that offside, pushes it away into the covers for a single. On the bowling front, I think Yorkshire it's a pretty good bowling attack. It's obviously not full strength, like as we know with most sides in this competition, but Code has definitely added significant amount of weight to that in just the 3 games that they've played already. Now then, Will Luxton.
Oh, he's stumped.
Is he? He's out. Great piece of work. That's a superb piece of work from behind the stumps, and Luxton must have been millimetres that his foot has been out of the crease, or maybe just left the ground. Very sharp piece of work, and he has gone stumped off the bowling of Ingram.
He's quite away.
For 19.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there. I said Glamorgan would be delighted with that breakthrough. I said Luxton just starting to look pretty comfortable there. It's a big shot off the crease from Colin Ingram. He's just lost his balance a bit and dragged it. He was a long way out and then seemed to get back pretty close, but I said it's a big shot, especially 3 back on the leg side, and he was certainly looking to go over long on again there. But it looked pretty tight actually. I said there was a big drag and he seemed to get back pretty quick. But he'll be disappointed with that, just starting to free his arms a little bit, and as we said there, Glamorgan got that breakthrough they were desperately looking for.
Yeah, 99 for 2, so 42 put on for the second wicket to go with that 58 for the first. And what are we, 22 point... Richie Benno time, 22.2 into this contest. So 99 for 2, it's going to be George Hill coming out down the steps, and he will relish the challenge of playing against these 2 tweakers. See what he can do, because he'll always back himself against them. It's largely worked in his favour this year when he's used his feet, but there have been occasions he got out down at Taunton a couple of weeks ago when he just played one that was probably a little bit too far away from him, out to long off, and got caught in front of that Colin Atkinson pavilion.
Yeah.
When you're at Taunton, there's so many different pavilions, isn't it?
I said they're all pretty unique, yeah. But what are we up to now? 3 must be at least.
I think there's got to be more than that. It's gratuitous pavilioning at Taunton.
Yeah.
Anyway, he'd played a few nice shots before that, but yeah, just tried to play one too many. So selection is one thing. He's having a good old chat with Harry Duke at the point of walking out.
And it's that man Colin Ingram again. There's not much he can't do, especially he's wearing the daffodil on his chest. Making the breakthrough there. I think we're going to see quite a lot of his allotted 10 overs potentially here. I think Joe Cook's obviously the other option who bowled really well through the 50 over comp last year and has plenty of change-ups. As a slip comes in here for Hill, same boundary riders on display, but certainly looking to see if they can try and take a cluster of wickets, I think, is what they'll be thinking. As Hill tries to steady the ship, I think Yorkshire will still be relatively happy here, sitting 100 for 2, but it's certainly like this partnership to blossom into another solid one and try and attack these death overs as hard as they can then.
Yeah, put on a great partnership at Grace Road, this pair last year, when Duke got 100 and Hill was 90 not out, and he's pushing up to long off first ball for a single. So he got that 130, as I said, at Scarborough at the weekend from 131, and he wanted to finish it. There was 6 shy of winning, and he wanted to finish it with a 6, and he got caught a long on trying to do so.
Can't blame him, can you?
No,
it's a better story in the bar afterwards.
Well, it's also, the crowd want to be entertained, don't they? And at least he took it on. You know, they had all the time in the world to work 6 singles as Duke pushes into the onside no run. And there would have been other players who'd just run that round and said, I'll take a red inker, thanks.
Sure.
But he took it on. Didn't work for him on the day, but
he seems to be anchoring the innings pretty well then from the outside in.
Yeah, Duke pushing back into Ingram's rolling follow through as he feels that. 1 for 16 off 3 overs and 5 deliveries so far. And in he comes again. Duke stepping away and almost plays a cut shot to long off to finish off the over on 38. Yorkshire 101 for 2, so just a 3 from it, and another wicket taken over for Glamorgan.
Yeah, very tidy start by Glamorgan spinners here, creating a multitude of chances. And as we talk about all the bowling options, I believe Kieran Carlson's warming up to bowl. He's always had some ability with the ball. I remember him very early on in his red ball career getting a 5 and 100, and certainly played that all-rounder role. But I think he hasn't bowled quite as much over the last few years. Obviously Webby would be able to confirm, but he certainly bowled some tidy off spinners back in the day. But it's a bit more part-time than he's used to. So with the pitch giving a bit of help, I think it's a wise move just to try and extend these spin overs and give themselves a few more options. As Salt's bowled a very tidy first 6 overs here. It's Carlson into bowl to Duke, and that's cut away out to deep point. I was about to describe his action as a bit windmilly, but I said I haven't seen it recently. That's a nice start. As Hill comes back on strike, who started very confidently knocking that one down to long off. As mentioned here, I'm looking forward to seeing him play spin. A square leg just comes up from the leg side. 3 men originally out to try and save a single, leaving the sweep open. Carlson back into bowl. Again, knocked out to deep point. Relatively tidy start here by Kieran. Captain him, giving himself a few overs. If you're captain, you might as well.
Yeah. Grab the glory. Middle overs while it's quiet, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go 4 and over.
We had a classic Nick Gubbins obviously stepping up to the mark for our 50 over captaincy. Carlson back in the bowl. And that's knocked out, just slightly misfielded at short extra cover. He's probably saved a couple of runs to get through for the single. Nick Gubbins, I think this is a classical part-time move. He bowled himself when they were 9 down with no chance of winning. His part-time leg spinners came on to try and seal the deal. I thought that was elite captaincy. But you've got to get your overs in somehow.
But he got some stick for that afterwards.
Carlson in again. That's a better line, as that's just nudged wide of the non-striker's end, and Carlson gets around the field. Pretty tidy start here by Kieran. I think if they're going to get a handful of overs out of him at this kind of rate, they'd be pretty happy. Hill's still on strike here. Carlson in again. I think he got a bit of bat on that. Deep square leg had just come back there, but the sweep came out anyway. Seems like he's got a few options against spin, which is good to see. Kieran just getting a little bit of drift, I think I'd like to describe that as, with the white ball.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Just a bit of bat and sliding down leg side as Mr. Cullen behind the stumps is way down there. He uses his feet nicely, punches wider mid-off for the single. Nicely fielded by Jamie McElroy. Tidy first over a spin from Kieran.
Yeah, you'd be happy enough with that. And again, Yorkshire just ticking over, just running it around. George Hill trying to get himself in. He'll give himself a bit of time. When you were talking about who'll strike the boundaries, George can certainly do that. something we didn't really see from him in the very early part of his career, still in the early stages of it. But there was a moment in a T20 game at Headingley last year where he struck a 6 into the football stand end of the ground, and he kind of banged his bat on the ground a couple of times, and it just felt like he was saying, you've proved you can do this. Here he is now, flicking this first Ingram delivery out to mid-on and taking on the fielder for the single. And I remember speaking to him after that, saying, I think just after that he got a decent score in a red ball game, and so I took it back to that and said, what were you doing banging your bat last week? And it felt like you were saying, yeah, I can do this. And he said, yeah, I think it was the first 6 he'd hit in a T20 game.
Absolutely.
And just amazing what one shot sometimes can do for your confidence. Duke pushing up to long off this time for a single.
Yeah, I guess when you're on the ground floor and in and around, there's certainly special moments in games where I think as a youngster you think, right, now I can compete at this level. And in T20, as stupid as it may sound to some people, hitting your first 6 can kind of be that.
Yeah, good delivery from Ingram. That is an absolute perler, and that's beaten George Hill, this very good player of spin, past the outside edge.
It's pitched about middle and leg and missed off stump, the first real bit of spin.
Some real grip. 107 for 2 still. George Hill on 4. And he'll have been glad to survive that one. Nicely worked through straight mid-wicket here. Might have the legs, not quite going to have the legs to make it to the boundary. They're going to settle in the end for a couple. Dowthwaite round the boundary to do the fielding.
Yeah, nicely placed there by Hill. Hitting back through the spin just wide of mid-on and mid-wicket. I said there's not many grounds in the country right now. I don't think that would go for 4. But I said the lush green grass of Wales, as we all know it is, just held it up, and Dowthwaite comes up from wide mid-wicket to come and collect it.
He's just slightly on the slow side of the outfield, isn't it, as he pushes this latest delivery back to Ingram.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what a good score is. I said it initially felt like it was going to be a relatively high score, but there's a little bit of help from the spinners, and the ball isn't quite flying off, so again, I think they'll still be hoping for somewhere near that 300 mark from here. Yeah,
but now they dance down the wicket this time from Hill, who's got time to adjust his shot, and he pushed that one again wide of mid-on, who chases back. They're going to get back for 3 this time.
Ooh.
And good bit of combi fielded, actually. Harry Duke still had to hurry up to get down
MLB
to the
baseball,
the batter's end. Yeah. So 3 for Hill. He's gone to 9. It's the end of the 25th. Halfway, and Yorkshire 112 for 2. So nicely played by Hill. Are we going to do a quick? We might as well do a quick swap around as well. We'll be back with you in a mo, folks.
So halfway through the innings, 112 for 2, and Glamorgan spinning away through Kieran Carlson, and he's back on his stumps, and that is LBW. Seemed to keep a bit low. Hill trapped 112 for 3, and Kieran Carlson claims a white ball wicket. Big smiles all round as that one, oh dear, keep low. That's going to worry a few Glamorgan batters, I think, in turn. They won't want to see too many like that, as this wicket seems to be giving the bowlers a bit more help than maybe they expected.
Yeah, that was I think that was one of those that was missing leg, missing off and knocking middle out about a third of the way up. It was so low, so unlucky George getting one like that. As I said, when he was sitting waiting to go in with the spinners on, he would have been, metaphorically at least, rubbing his hands together and looking forward to that challenge, but he's not seen too much of it because he's faced just 11 deliveries for his 9 runs out, and so 112 for 3. Just checking Yorkshire's progress here, and as an Irish we say, it's difficult to sort of peg what would be a good score here. I think you still want at least 250. I think that would definitely be something you'd be saying about it, but whether or not 300's on when you see a delivery like we've just seen, and the fact that the outfield does look a little bit on the slow side, I think 300 looks like it would be a decent score to work with. And somewhere in between the 250, 300, I think you'd still think, you know, you've got a little bit of a squeak if you bowl well. Bearing in mind, of course, that Glamorgan have got a strong batting lineup.
They have, but Yorkshire presumably relieved that they've got the two specialist spinners in this side, with Shut to back up Bass. Just checking to see if that is potentially Kieran Carlson's first List A wicket. He hasn't bowled an awful lot, well, in any form really, since taking 5 wickets on the first day of his first team career on a raging turner at Northampton. 112 for 3. It's been working on it a little bit more seriously, obviously, as Carlson is in to bowl to the Yorkshire captain Tattersall. Oh, pushes forward, lost his balance, but I don't think Cullen could take that one cleanly. I don't think it was a stumping chance. He just about managed to keep his back foot anchored there. Did Tom Cullen. Carlson in, bowls, clipped towards mid-wicket, diving stop by Salter. And there's no run. Carlson in again to bowl. Tattersall drives through the offside, will get at least a couple of runs. Sliding stop by Dowthwaite on the cover boundary, and they're comfortably back for 2. 114 for 3, and Carlson is up, and Tattersall is up and running with a couple of runs off Carlson, who's certainly giving the ball a bit of flight. As tosses another one up. Again, it's driven through the offside. That was virtually a repeat. Will Dowthwaite get the ball a little bit quicker this time, though, and prevents them coming back for a second run? It's Carlson's second List A wicket. His previous one at Radlett 5 years ago. And he comes, bowls, back on the stumps goes Duke. Turns that to square leg. End of Carlson's over. He's got 1 for 7 off his 2 for 3 off that one. It's 115 for 3 after 26 here on BBC Sport Online.
And at that strike rate, he's in danger of getting, 4 wickets in his List A career, something like that. Andy Walker says, sad not to be at Sophia Gardens today. It looks very hot, hoping for a good close match. The pitch looks batsman friendly. Well, we're not sure about that, the way it's been going, Andy, since the start. He also thinks that the Glamorgan video feed is extremely good.
I'll be pleased to hear that. Thank you.
It's going to be Ingram to continue here, bowling to the Yorkshire skipper, who made a good 40-odd to accompany the 100 by George Hill. Put on a good partnership, the pair of them, at a vital time, really, when they'd lost a wicket or two. He stands back and pulls here. Dowthwaite's out there, parading the boundary, and whoa. Well, that's one of those, look at it again on the video replay. I think he's saying that he dealt with it successfully, and that'll do for the umps. So 2 to Tattersall, who's looking over and saying, come on, how did you manage to keep that inside the rope? Because he was over the rope. Not sure if he had anything in contact with it.
Yes, we couldn't see on the replay because his body was hiding the ball.
It's been given as 4 by some people behind him who said, come on, that hit the rope or whatever, and he's conceded, so it was a 4 to Tattersall. Takes him on to 7, 119 for 3, and he drops this one down by his feet. Next ball, Charles Kitching, morning all from Spain. Glorious day for the game, hoping for a Yorkshire win. I like Duke's opening and rather fancy him to open in the county championship. I know George Hill has done well as an opener, but I think I prefer him in the middle order. Any thoughts? As Tattersall just slog sweeps this one out to Dowthwaite for a single. Yeah, not for me, Charles, at this stage. Opening in this form of the game is a fair bit different, isn't it? And I take your point with regard to George, as Duke paddles that one round the corner for a single. He has done well as an opener. When I don't think anybody, a couple of seasons ago, had George Hill pegged as Yorkshire's opening batter, but he's come in and done pretty well. There is a school of thought that ultimately he'll be much better in the middle order, and when you see him play in this form of the game, you wouldn't disagree with that either, as Tattersall pushes one back to Ingram, dot ball. But I'm not sure, from what I've seen of Harry, that he's ready to open the batting in red ball cricket in Division 1 just yet for me, as that's flicked wide of mid-on. Good chase, and he's managed to pull this one in just shy of the rope to save a run. I think the Glamorgan fielding, and I know there's been a couple of drop chances, but on the ground largely has been excellent so far today. And you can think back, probably anything up to 10 runs has already been saved just by those extra little bits of effort, like we've just seen. 27 overs complete, Tattersall 11, Duke on 42, 124 for 3.
Well, certainly we're speeding through these overs at a decent lick. There's 3.5 hours technically allowed to bowl the 50 overs, which is ridiculous. Cut-off time is 2:32, but we're already more than halfway through. 27 overs gone. Carlson to continue. So Ingram's been slightly on the expensive side, 1 for 33 in his 6. And we will no doubt see the rest of Andrew Salter in due course, but Kieran Carlson bowls, and Tattersall again drives it into the offside, and again takes the single out to Dowthwaite. Moves on to 12, 125 for 3. I think 250 I'm talking about will be very competitive if the ball continues to grip a bit. And no doubt that Bess will be keen to get bowling on this, as that's nurdled away on the offside by Duke. Single taken out into the covers, 126 for 3.
Yeah, Kevin Burns says good start, need 300 plus, but again, Kevin, I'd say that you might have to revise those thoughts.
Carlson into bowl, back goes Tattersall, watches it carefully onto the bat, flicks it on the leg side for a single. Cook fielding at mid-wicket, 127 for 3. Afternoon to Adrian Snellgrove, so good to have some proper cricket back instead of that 100. Pays your money and he takes your choice. 127 for 3. Carlson to Duke, driving it up to long on, taking the single. So although Carlson did get the early breakthrough with the ball, it's starting to milk him a little bit. 128 for 3. Carlson to Tattersall, who defends that one down into the slip area, no run.
Bit of drift there away from the bat, I think.
Afternoon to Lily, who's looking forward to being at Scarborough, as that's driven down the ground again by Tattersall. Again, the easy single by mutual consent down to Wheel. So Yorkshire starting to tick along again after losing wickets in the 23rd and 26th overs. Starting to knock it around sensibly. Duke playing the anchor role with 44, and Tattersall starting reasonably fluently. 28 overs gone, it's 129 for 3. Duke has faced 72 balls now for his 44. And Joe Cook into the attack with his medium pace, the top wicket taker of Glamorgan's last campaign with 20. This season, just the one so far in his 10 overs that he's bowled across the 2 games.
Good pals with Will Frayne, so Frayne probably back over in the changing room wishing he was out there at the moment to see if he can do a bit of damage to his mate's bowling figures, but that's not going to be the case today. Jonathan Tattersall will be trying to do that first up because he's on strike. So in comes Joe Cook. Right arm over the wicket. Now then, Harry Duke could be run out here. He's got back home safely, and that was really on account of the fact that the throw coming in by Jamie McIlroy was not the best. It must have been 5 or 6 feet wide of the stumps. He was past halfway down, always keen. Harry Duke, this happens quite often in matches, but he survived on this occasion. I don't think Johnny Tattersall knew much about where the ball had gone, and of course as a batter that's always a bit disorientating, and you're not quite sure about whether you want to take a run or not despite what your partner says. Pushes the next one back to the bowler, no run. Russell Walker, good morning to you, or good afternoon as it is now. Another day at the crease for me, he says, streaming the game today and very much looking forward to seeing George Hill batting. Oops.
That was a few minutes ago then.
Yeah, clearly before George came out. In fact, about 45 minutes ago, this, by the looks of it. As Tattersall waits and flicks off his legs in the air towards mid-wicket where Douthwaite will field, but there is no fielder within any proximity of it, so an easy single. Yeah, Russell had been talking about George's technique with regard to his feet movement, but of course he was only out there for 11 balls to be able to eye that up this time, Russell, unfortunately. There'll be other days. And Harry Duke just retaking his guard. Duke, high backlift, and punches back down the pitch so straight that it hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Fortunately for Tattersall, who was slightly out of his ground, there was no hand on it by Cook. Charles Kitchen thanks me for my thoughts on Harry Duke. I just think it's easy to get carried away when somebody runs in white ball cricket, but you know the difference, Charles. You watch plenty of cricket between red and white ball and what's happening early doors in red ball matches. Duke pushes to long on, and that's a single. I'm not saying that in the long term he might not be suited to that role, but he doesn't strike me as an obvious opener in red ball cricket. I think you also need, I think it's probably fair to say, you need more shots than we see Harry play on a regular basis if you're going to do that first up against quality opposition. Tattersall flicks into the leg side to Sam Northeast, last ball of the over there, so dot to complete the 29th, and a pretty tidy over as well, just 2 runs coming from it by that Joe Cook bowling, so 131 for 3.
Yeah, looking at Glamorgan and View's 7 bowlers so far, it'll be interesting to see who bowls their maximum allocation and who doesn't. It will be Carlson to continue into his 4th over. So Salter will bowl out. You'd have thought McIlroy probably would. 5 overs, 0 for 14. Wheel had the one awful over that went for 21 runs. But he might be back towards the conclusion. Douthwaite's bowled 4. Carlson bowls, and Duke off the back foot forces away on the offside, takes a single out to deep point. Douthwaite fields on the pavilion side of the ground, and it's just a single taken. Certainly the crowd at this Cathedral Road end enjoying the sun. A few in the members' enclosure, scattered round Sophia Gardens, which is a big stadium, as Carlson sees Tattersall driving down to long on. Single taken. 5-figure crowd last Sunday for the 100, and probably the last time Glamorgan attracted a 10,000 crowd would have been in that quarter-final against Yorkshire a few years back. Full toss from Carlson, made the most of by Duke. He's punched it through the offside. Will that one reach the boundary? Yes, it will, just about. And that is Harry Duke's 50. It's come off 76 balls, and that's just his 3rd boundary. So a reasonable strike rate in the end. 2 runs every 3 balls or thereabouts, but may need to be a little bit more aggressive now as we get into the final 20 overs of this innings. Carlson offering him something of a gift there, and he duly put it away. That one's just back of a length, better delivery, and played back to the bowler by Duke. 137 for 3 in this 30th over here on BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb 2017, Jonathan Doidge, if you want to tweet us. Next delivery defended by Duke. Back to the bowler again. And Carlson wheeling away, looking to get through his overs quickly to keep any pressure on the batsman. That's on leg stump, pulled away. Duke down to short fine leg. Carlson got away with that one a little bit. Might have been dispatched on another day, but it's just a single. It's 138 for 3 in 30 overs for Glamorgan.
Yeah, quickly through another over. 3 falls for Harry Duke, as I think Nick just said, in that half century. And yeah, he's a handy player to have at the top of the order in terms of your innings glue, I think is what you'd say in this form of the game. Runs the ball around, hits the odd boundary, keeps it ticking. Enthusiastic runner, sometimes almost at the cost of his team. And he is on strike here to face Joe Cook, who is in and bowling, and that's pushed up, milking the easy single out to long on. So he'll just keep ticking away. Tattersall, similar sort of player in that respect, but we saw him make a big 100 against Surrey at Scarborough a few weeks ago, 180 not out, and he's had runs since. He'll be playing full of confidence at the moment, given that he has now got the captaincy. He's been backed, if you like, in that respect, and he stands and waits for Cook here and plays a similar shot up to long on for a single. He walked out of the hotel this morning with some crispy buns or brownies or something like that, with a Tupperware container with them in. And I said, he didn't offer me one. I said, Johnny, and he said, it's a bit early for one of these, Doidgy. I said, well, they'll all melt in this heat, so you need to give them out now. As Duke flicks one off his legs to north-east at mid-wicket. There's no run. It's a bit early. I bet he'd sneaked one in already.
What's he bought him for if it's a bit early? I think he wouldn't get fed at the ground.
They'll be in the change. The lads will be all in the changing room right now while he's out there in the middle. Have a nice long knock, Johnny. We'll just sort out the buns. As Duke, top of the bounce again, milks a single out to long on. Everyone seems happy enough with this Yorkshire content to just work those singles. Glamorgan clearly happy to concede them by sending the man out. They've got a couple of other sweepers, one square on the leg side, Dan Douthwaite, one down to our left at long leg, who'd be 10 yards or so in from the boundary, plus a cover sweeper. Tattersall driving to the offside of straight this time, can't get it past mid-off.
Yeah, it's the soggy middle of 50 over competition, illustrating neatly why I prefer 40 over cricket. The soggy centre, they wouldn't like it on Bake-Off, would they?
Yeah, shorter middle bit in those 40 over matches. Duke, Tattersall I should say, waits, and Cook in again. Harry Duke just jumping over that one as Tattersall push it again to the onside of straight to the long on, out there on the boundary, picks up one to finish the over. He's 18, Harry Duke 53, and after 31 Yorkshire 142 for 3.
So again, we're looking at that 252 300. Yorkshire possibly with ambitions of getting over 300 if they keep wickets in hand, but I think the wicket that Kieran Carlson claimed with Hill trapped LBW, that one that kept lowish, might just reduce the aims. Carlson floats it up again, and driven by Tattersall up to wheel at long on. Single taken. Be interesting to see whether we see more of Colin Ingram. He's gone at 5 and over with his leg spin, and he claimed a wicket. Reverse sweep, well played, well executed by Harry Duke. Is he going to pick up a boundary for it? Yes, he is, as the ball beats Dan Douthwaite's dash around the pavilion side boundary, and Duke finds the ropes for only the 4th time in his innings.
Yeah, he likes a reverse sweep, and he played that particularly well, didn't he? Timed it really nicely.
Moves on to 57, 147 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. Carlson bowls, Duke back on his stumps, playing back to the bowler. Just getting a little bit tucked up when he's playing off the back foot. Harry Duke at the moment. Ball not really coming onto the bat. Oh, that's on leg stump and dinked away into the leg side by Duke for a single.
Yeah, I think he sort of clothed that a bit, didn't he, really? I think looked like he was trying to get it finer. Made it a bit too soon.
Carlson to Tassel, who's moved relatively rapidly on to 19. Noodles one away for a single on the leg side. Billy Root comes skidding in, making sure that they didn't come back for a second.
Yeah, and he's quick between the wickets, Johnny Tat. Him and David Willey, when they get together on those occasions in T20 cricket, like Wickets.
Hit straight to northeast cover the next ball. No run for Duke. It's a little bit cat and mouse at the moment. Kieran Carlson is just showing the umpire something to do with the ball. 149 for 3. Today's umpires, Russell Warren and Ben Debenham. And we're through 32 overs, and that's inside 2 hours. So yeah, the effect of bowling spin is very firmly making itself known in the over rate.
Yeah, Cook going to continue then. Just sending Billy Root, who's at a short third man, all the way, and bringing up his long on, so that single they've been milking now is not there. They're going to have to try and play it either side of the man. Let's see what happens here. Cook in, and Tattersall walking into that and flicking off his legs. Pinged it quite nicely, but Douthwaite there sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary keeps them to 1. This pair came together when the score was on 112, so 38 added since that first ball of the 26th over, 38 in 6. So they have slightly upped the ante. Cook pulled this time by Duke. Douthwaite underneath it, makes a good attempt diving backwards, but unfortunately for him the boundary was shorter than he wanted it, and so 6 runs over mid-wicket to Duke, and put that one in the scrapbook because you don't see many off Harry Duke's bat.
Yeah, muscled away, wasn't it? Just back of a length from Joe Cook, and another 3 metres or so on that boundary would have been a different story, but he's got the maximum.
So 64 to him now, 156 for 3, and having hit the 6, he's content to just push it slightly wide of mid-on and therefore get through for 1 more. So productive over so far, and maybe Harry Duke, having been out there for 32 and a half overs for his 65, is starting to just ease that foot down a little more on the accelerator. Cook to Tattersall, who drags that one out to mid-on, will get a single for it. Don't think he'll want that on his video highlights at the end of his career.
Wasn't hugely elegant, was it? But a run's a run. Practice is the shot that he would have liked to have played at the non-striker's end.
Says he didn't book. Yeah. Aye, that'll do me.
9 off 3 balls. 4 balls rather.
So it's Duke on strike, pushing a little bit too firmly for his own liking to mid-off, and therefore those itchy feet will have to stay put at the striking end. Quite a lot of movement in the crowd. There's 1 or 2 people who've managed to find the 1 row of seats, I think, at the back opposite us, away to the right, that's in the shade. Everybody else Well, they'll need the factor 50 on today. Now then, Harry Duke has got this one away with 1 bounce for 4 over Cowshot Corner. Perfectly legitimate shot, nobody out there within Cooey, and so 4 to complete a productive over for the Vikings. 69 to him, 162 for 3. They got 13 off it.
So yes, Yorkshire stepping on the gas.
50 partnership as well from 47 deliveries in 26 minutes. So yeah, just shaping up as though they're thinking 17 overs. Sweep on the final score.
Where are we? 17 overs, 290. You?
Yeah, I wouldn't be far off that. Probably, I think 300 would be a really good effort. So I'm going to, yeah, a bit more like 280, I think, realistically.
Salter bowls, and Tassel off the back foot turns it straight to Carlson at short mid wickets. Glamorgan were lucky, really, that the 2 drop chances didn't do too much damage. Salter bowls, Tassel sweeps down to backward square for the single, 163 for 3. Salter dropping a caught and bowled off frame, but then he was out in the same over without addition on 40. And Carlson dropping Luxton early on 6, but he only went on to make 19. Salter into Duke. Hasn't given a chance, and stays that way as he turns it gently on the leg side. It's intercepted by Carlson. Running round from mid-wicket, no run. 163 for 3. Yorkshire plenty of wickets in the bank for a late assault as things stand. As Salter again forces Duke into pushing the ball straight-ish back, and Salter fields himself moving to the offside. 163 for 3. Duke has 69. He's faced 92 deliveries. And the next ball clipped up to long on. Wheel does the fielding. That time he has found a gap for the single. 165 for 3. Next delivery from Salter. Driven away down towards backward square by Tassel. Single taken. 165 for 3. A lot of scoring in singles at the moment. We're through 34 overs here on BBC Sport Online. And Yorkshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 165 for 3. Various updates as Jonathan shuffles off to the other box, and we're going to have a break for drinks. One of 2 in each innings in this hot weather here in Cardiff, and Aaron Donald comes in alongside me on BBC Sport Online. And Aaron, Yorkshire's starting to flourish again with 53 added already for this 4th wicket. How do you see things going?
Yeah, they just started to accelerate quite nicely here. Obviously Duke's starting to really exercise his boundary options here, and Tattersall started pretty quickly here. I think Yorkshire should be pretty pleased with the position they're in. They've certainly given themselves a great base to really push the score on here, and I think we said throughout I think it's been a relatively difficult wicket to read, but certainly wickets in hand there's always the opportunity to score pretty freely here at the end at the Sophia Gardens. So yeah, I think Yorkshire just ahead, but Glamorgan going to be looking for a couple of wickets just to slow that back up again and kind of get into this deeper lower order, if you like.
Batting to come then, Matthew Waite, Matthew Revis, Dom Bess, Tom Loughton, Ben Code and Jack Shutt. We may well be having a radio update sometime in the next couple of minutes. Tattersall is 70 not out. Tattersall is 24 not out. Duke is 70 not out. The men out. Will Frayne called Wheel bowled Salter for 40. Will Luxton stumped Cullen bowled Ingram for 19. And George Hill leg before to Kieran Carlson for 9. The Glamorgan skipper taking only his 2nd List A wicket. turned to his championship wicket already this season. So
I thought he's landed them quite nicely, actually, Webby, today.
Yes, yeah.
Certainly, I've seen a lot worse in part-time white ball bowling, put it that way.
5
So
overs, 1 for 26. Wicket of George Hill. Colin Ingram, 6 overs for 33. So they've made up a bowler between them. Andrew Salter, 7 overs, 1 for 25, will no doubt get through his maximum, and it'll be interesting to see how they spread the remaining ones between the seamers. Joe Cook was hit for a couple of boundaries in that last over, so he'll be looking to pull things back, and it'll be Joe Cook to resume after the drinks break, bowling to Yorkshire skipper Jonathan Tattersall.
Yeah, 3 men out on the leg side here for Cook. He's obviously going to run through his variations and look to get hit square, I'd suggest.
Cook in then, bowls to Tattersall, who does look to hit square, but the ball was outside off stump and he's missed it. Through to the keeper. A few oohs and ahs.
I think he just rolled his fingers down there. I think that's very much Cook's way of operating through these middle to late overs. Be interesting to see, obviously, Glamorgan's theories through this last 10 and who's going to bowl death overs. I said there's, as you mentioned, they made up a bowler effectively here, so they've got options to bowl. Douthwaite, Whale and McIlroy with plenty to bowl.
Next ball from Cook is off the back foot, played up to long on. Tattersall gets a single. 166 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online at Sophia Gardens. Wickets to the spinners Salter, Ingram and Carlson as Cook retreats into distance from the River Taff end. 4 in the circle on the offside, just 1 on the leg. Duke drives up to long on, takes the easy single. 167 for 3.
Yeah, so just the runs seem to be getting easier to come by now towards this end stage. Yorkshire's starting to find the boundary a little bit more frequently. Cook here's bowled some nice balls and some nice change-ups to this offside field. He's only got a deep cover out, 2 men behind point, extra cover mid-off, so I don't think there's going to be much pace or hopefully width on this ball.
Next delivery from Cook, short, pulled away, might bisect the 2 fielders on the leg side. No, it hasn't. McIlroy's made good round from fine leg and keeps Tattersall down to the single. Very much the controlled hook shot, that one. Got on top of it and looked to place it between the 2 men, but couldn't quite find the ropes. 168 for 3.
Salter with 3 overs left, who's bowled very nicely today, and I said the part-time spinners, if you'd like to call them, also got some important wickets here. As Cook's in the bowl.
Next delivery, driven down the ground, hits the stumps, and Duke may be unlucky there, but he'll pick up a couple of runs as it ricocheted away at a 45-degree angle, and they managed to come back for 2 anyway. It might have just made the ropes had it continued past the stumps, but Lloyd is up in the distance on the long on boundary, so he may well have cut it off anyway. 170 for 3. Duke moves on to 73. Not out. Will he be looking to open his shoulders a little bit? Down leg side, chipped away by Duke. Not a great ball, not a brilliant shot either, as he was didn't really go through with it, realising the danger of holding out on the boundary. Single taken.
Some very much modern white ball cricket there for you. The slower ball into the wicket and the hand speed across the line out to deep backward square. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think Yorkshire will be very much looking at, if everything goes well, and be creeping very close to that 300 mark. I think, as you guys mentioned just before I came on air, I think 275. I think Glamorgan going to be relatively happy if they could keep them there. I certainly think they're going to need a few wickets just to slow up the oncoming onslaught, but Salter to continue here.
Yeah, Dom Bass will be certainly confident of adding to his 5 wickets so far in the competition, I think, as Salter is in to bowl to Duke, who swings that one away powerfully on the leg side. And that is a brilliant piece of fielding from Joe Cook, who not only stopped it but clung on to it at the first attempt on the square leg boundary and kept them down to a single.
Easy as you like. Full length dive, picked up cleanly, thrown in over the top.
Wow.
Easy one.
Piece of skill. Tattersall sweeps the next ball down towards backward square. Root fields, single taken again, 173 for 3.
Yeah, I think both of these batters' boundary options here are going to be relatively square of the wicket. Duke's already used his reverse sweep throughout. I should think that'll be coming pretty soon, but Tattersall favours the sweep as well, so a lot of work to do for the guys behind square as Salts just changes his angle here and comes around the wicket for the first time today. I'm going to put my money on an early reverse sweep here.
Okay.
Webby.
Duke has played one, but not then, as he's hit that one firmly straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
Don't mind this angle. He's just trying to shut down that offside of the field, but certainly brings the ball back into the blade for a reverse sweep. So it'd be interesting to see if Duke's just happy to tick around.
Driven through the offside, McIlroy gets a paw to it to save a couple of runs, but they're back comfortably for a second run. Fast bowler right on the edge of the circle, diving, just got a left hand to it to save it racing away for 4. Duke moves to 77, 175 for 3. As Salter's next delivery from round the wicket pins the batsman back on his stumps and plays it to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it just looks like they're pretty happy to see out Salts. I think maybe he's been the most threatening of the bowlers today, so looking to take him for 4 or 5 and over and worry about scoring the other end potentially as Duke nudges that one down to long on.
Single taken down to James Wheel, 176 for 3. These two came together at 112 in the 26th over, so at the wicket for best part of 10 overs, and they've added 64 so far. 14 overs left. I'm still fairly confident with my prediction of 290.
Yeah, I think you're in the good region there. Who typically favours well in the last few overs for Glamorgan this season in 50 over cricket was the death bowlers?
Well, it has been the openers, Wheel and McIlroy, but Wheel is now coming back into the attack with 14 overs left. He's only bowled 4, so he could bowl most of the remaining overs, but that over costing 21 runs has put a right hole in his figures. It's McIlroy rather than Wheel.
Oh yeah, I think he's going to come around the wicket here.
Not a lot of hair on top for either of them. It's the left arm Jamie McIlroy.
Yeah, he's around the wicket here, so a bit of a change of tactic to how he opens the bowling. Again, that most of the offside up. He's going to be looking to keep it very tight to Duke here and mix up his pace into the wicket.
McIlroy then left arm around. Bowls on leg stump appeal for LBW. Optimistic, I think, is the view as they go through for a leg bye. The pull shot attempted by Duke, but didn't make contact. Leg bye signalled by the umpire. Which is which, you know, and I'm useless at telling umpires apart. Debenham and Warren.
I believe Warren is currently standing this end, if I had to guess, and Debenham's at, well, I was about to say square leg, he's at point.
Next delivery on legs of Tassel, works it away to backward square for the single, 178 for 3.
I feel like they've just stepped down a gear, if anything, these last few overs. Tattersall and Duke show some real intent that last over or two of Cook's spell, but they're quite happy to still nudge it round here and take it a little bit deeper. But certainly only a few overs left of this middle power play.
McIlroy bowls, Duke plays to mid-wickets, no run. McIlroy, I think, will probably bowl no more than 2 or 3 overs in this spell. I would have thought they'd save him for the final overs.
I think they'll probably save him at least 3 at the death, if I had to guess. This is an interesting time. These last few overs of the 4 men out tends to be, quite a premium time for batters to really accelerate and give themselves a good standing. That's a lovely shot.
Straight drive by Duke, back past the stumps, just the single as it's picked up at long off. Is that David Lloyd in the far distance down there?
He's been patrolling the boundary all day, actually.
Just maybe enjoying a few games, doing slightly less thinking than usual.
Absolutely, you can switch off.
McIlroy bowls again, the straight drive just beats McIlroy's grasping hand, and Tattersall picks up another single up to Lloyd. Yeah, it must be something of a relief, Lloyd, having to worry about the game and what everyone else is doing, and for this game he can just worry about what he's doing, and let Kieran Carlson do all the
thinking. More time to himself, a few less meetings.
McIlroy bowls, turned around the corner by Duke, down towards fine leg, Douthwaite Fields, single taken. So 4 singles off the bat and a leg by in this over. It's cricket by consent, isn't it? 181 for 3 after 37.
Yeah, I certainly think Yorkshire obviously happy the position they're in, but I said they haven't particularly accelerated throughout this partnership too much. Duke's very much been the glue throughout the middle, and he did a really good job up top. I think it's about time they're going to think about taking their options here and starting to move this score on. They don't want to kind of really fall a bit short of the target they're setting themselves, and I think that 300 would be a great score on this wicket, and the closer they can get to that, they'll be extremely happy.
Salter bowls to Duke, who noodles it down to backward square root. Fields single taken, 182 for 3. And not too much boundary hitting intent at the moment. At what stage has that come? 7 or 8 overs to go, do you think?
Yeah, I said this is the thing. I think with this partnership, you'd certainly be looking to target these 3 or 4 overs, actually, while you've got the extra man in the ring. I guess that's the kind of decision you make as a side in this 50-over comp.
Tassel down the wicket. Salter trying to slip it down leg side for the stumping. In the end, it's just a leg by.
Almost kicked away there by Tattersall. But yes, I said it's. I guess it depends on your team setup and how many. Typically, the team's best death hitters are away on 100 duty, so there's certainly opportunities for guys to step up and show their boundary capabilities. Duke on strike here again.
Salter bowls and Duke drives, well intercepted at short mid wicket by a diving Carlson, who's down in the dirt there, and there's some rather bare and unforgiving looking patches on this square, as I'm sure they're all around the UK. Salter doesn't deliver.
I think he dropped his bat at the non-strikers there.
Tattersall dropped his bat, probably put Salter off. Round the wicket he comes, and Duke plays it through the offside to move on to 82 with another single off 108 balls. So he's been going at just over a run a ball after passing his 50 off 76, or exactly a run a ball in fact, 32 off 32 since bringing up the half century. Tattersall on strike, 29 not out. Sweep shot has beaten short fine leg, and that one will race away for 4, and Salter will be disappointed with that one. Has just drifted a little bit too much onto leg stick, and it was a well placed shot from Tattersall to beat the fielder up in the circle.
Yeah, I'm surprised he stayed around here to Tattersall. He obviously favours that leg side sweep, and I think it just opens up that pretty much that line. He's just hit it almost past 45, and I think to Duke it was a wise move, but I'm surprised he hasn't gone back over just to try and shut that sweep down for Tattersall a little bit.
188 for 3, Yorkshire threatening, and runs coming freely as Tattersall picks up a single out to Cook at mid-wicket. Joe Cook this is, rather than Chris. Chris still not back in the team after injury. 189 for 3. Would have been difficult to leave, well, impossible to leave Cullen out after a key innings of 80 in the last match. They have always got the option of playing Cook as a batsman if needed. As the batsmen meet for a little mid-wicket chat. 38 overs gone, 12 remain.
Yeah, 189 for 3. Run rate hanging around that 5 and over mark. I said it kind of sat here waiting for the onslaught. It's kind of a matter of when, not if. Again, the same tactics employed here by McIlroy.
Oh, sees this one driven straight back at him on the bounce. Oh, it could be a run out. No, they're just about home. They scrambled a single. as it was hammered down into the ground. McIlroy got a fingertip to it on the bounce, and they managed to nick a single.
I thought he was going to go full Jonty Rhodes and pick it up and take all 3 stumps out then. Kieran Carlson, the captain, leading by example. He spent a lot of time in the wicket ends diving around this game, stopping the ones in the ring.
Yeah, good job he's got the long sleeves on.
Yeah.
There's a little pause because he dropped his ball polishing rag. Umpire said, hang on. McIlroy bowls. Duke works on the leg side, down to square leg. Wheel fields, single. 191 for 3.
Again, Yorkshire felt like they've been in control for most of the innings. A couple of spin wickets, but I think Glamorgan now at this stage of the game, they're relatively happy with 4 or 5 and over. Boundaries seem relatively difficult to come by. It's going to take a little bit of hitting to get up to that kind of 300 mark that most teams aim for.
Tattersall pulls, gets a single down to square leg again. Wheel fields, might as well put a few of the... Oh, that's a horrible throw for Cullen to deal with on the bounce. Might as well put a few of these phrases on record, because they're really ticking along in ones more often than not. 3 of them in this over so far.
I guess that's 50 over cricket for you.
Yeah, we'll see the fireworks before too long, I think. McIlroy to Duke. Nice Yorker length ball, played out gently on the offside. A red dot ball which earns a little bit of applause from the Cardiff crowd, basking in the sunshine. But while they've applauded Yorkshire's big shots politely, there's been not much to applaud in the way of wickets. Just 1 each to Salter, Ingram and Carlson. McIlroy bowls. Oh, that's an attempt at some sort of scoop by Duke. Didn't play it hugely well.
No, he's just... I said the third man is obviously the extra man up in the ring currently. There's over and a half of this field and restriction left. He's trying to access that. I'm assuming going into the death, that's going to be his way of operating, looking to kind of deflect the ball behind it and use his ramps and scoops. He has brought them out occasionally throughout this innings, but relatively sporadically, I'd say.
The reverse sweep worked well. The ramps haven't yet. Oh, that's top edged out on the leg side, but he's going to get away with it. Is Duke, as it fell short of the incoming wheel, trying to get in off the square leg boundary. In the end, it was 1 bounce to the fielder. Wasn't quite worth putting in the dive. 193 for 3 after 39.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with McIlroy today. That was a lovely back of the hand slower ball. He's shown some great control, firstly up top of the new ball and coming back on here and kind of changing tactics around the wicket and using his change-ups. Seems like it's a nice competition for him to kind of step up and bowl in the tough times and hopefully carry that on into the T20 Blast and other competitions when the big guns are back, if you like.
Yeah, playing his first white ball games for Glamorgan this season, having made his first team debut at Headingley, start of last year, and as the first ball from Salter is dragged down to fine leg by Duke for a single. 85 to him, 194 for 3. Salter bowling his 10th and final over.
Yeah, it's been a great spell so far by Salt. There's a shot in anger there from Duke, who didn't quite pull it off.
Tattersall is hit on the pads. Appeal from Salter not given by umpire Debenham. Now we see a replay of that on screen. Got a bit forward, just impact slightly outside
just
off.
outside the line, but again,
would have hit, but
a bit of spin there. So it's going to be obviously when the shoe's on the other foot. It's going to be very much Glamorgan's batters trying to counteract the off spin of Yorkshire themselves soon.
Tattersall drives up to long on. Wheel fields. 1 run. Tattersall to 37, 195 for 3. BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan and Yorkshire websites. Salter bowls. Duke back on his stumps to defend. Back to the bowler.
See Glamorgan's team being, I'd say, quite more experienced than the Yorkshire lineup. Not losing too many players to 100 this year. I think they're going to really fancy themselves after a great great performance last year, so that's nudged out to deep square. A first trophy for the club in a long time, and obviously with a slightly more depleted squad than there is this year. So I think they'll be certainly one of the favourites again to take it deep into this competition.
Again with Yorkshire and your boys Hampshire being towards the top end of the group at this early stage. Salter bowls. Tattersall gets a single off Salter's last delivery, so he finishes with 10 overs and 1 for 41.
Yeah, it's a fantastic spell by Salts. Showed some great control throughout, and there was a little bit of purchase and help for himself there today, but he's landed the ball in great areas, and be very pleased with that spell.
So here we go into the crucial closing overs here on BBC Sport Online, and that it means yes. I don't know why they say it's another batch of power plays. It's just a slightly different fielding restriction. One more out.
Sounds better, doesn't it, on commentary?
I always think of the power plays, the first 10 though, when you only have 2 men in.
Even in my short career, even that's changed quite a lot. We had catches in the ring, catches inside 15 yards. Then we had the batting and bowling power plays that you could choose yourself.
Oh, too complicated.
I said there's been a lot of changes in the last 10 years in county cricket. It sounds like there's a few more on the way.
Oh, yes, that's another question. 197 for 3, McIlroy to bowl his 8th, and Tattersall drives to long on for a single. 198 for 3. What's the word on the ground among the players? Are you expecting to be playing fewer championship games?
Yeah, unfortunately I think that's a given. Hopefully they don't reduce it too much. I think the players, obviously the schedule at the minute's probably unsustainable, but we certainly don't want to be chopping cricket left, right and centre. As McIlroy's in, back of the hand slower ball again as he's nudged that to long on. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think we want to be in a position to give our best and be at 100% all the time. The county cricket schedule doesn't quite allow that at the minute, but certainly I think, speaking on most players' behalf, we don't want to lose too much cricket. That championship is cut down to say 10 games with a couple of days of rain. You certainly have a very affected season quickly in the UK.
McIlroy bowls, and a swing and a miss from Tattersall, who'd come down the wicket. It went between him and the leg stump, and Cullen had a shy at the stumps and missed.
A few oohs and ahs there.
Don't think it would have been out had Cullen hit. He'd managed to make his ground again. Had Tattersall was starting to accelerate, and McIlroy, for an inexperienced player at first team level, is bowling quite cannily at the moment as he's in, and that one is beaten mid wicket. There should be a couple of runs for Tattersall here, up towards wide long on. Lloyd with some work to do on the run, and keeps them down to the 2. And the 200 is up for Yorkshire on this 41st over, so starting to play more aggressive shots inside the last 10 as Carlson is dispatching mid-wicket back, which means that now his 4 players in the circle will all be on the offside because he's having to bring long off up to deepish mid-off. So only Salter really is off the edge of the circle. Full toss from McIlroy, not sure whether that was intentional. Tattersall drives it up to long on for a single.
Yeah, he's shown some nice variation throughout the middle here, Jamie McIlroy. I said it doesn't seem like he's had too many opportunities the last couple of years. He's been waiting patiently in the wings and now he gets it. 4 men out on the leg side, as Webby is saying, and again it's just using the little bit of help in this wicket with his change-ups, hoping the surface does some work for him.
McIlroy bowls short, pulled away, should be caught at square leg, and Duke has gone for 87, and Yorkshire are 202 for 4 as Duke couldn't quite get hold of that one. McIlroy bowling it into the pitch, and in the end it was a relatively routine catch, well judged by Wheel.
Yeah, that's a great knock there from Duke. He held the innings together really well. Just struggled to accelerate a little bit at the end, but certainly has put Yorkshire in a great position to accelerate here as they're looking to up the ante. again, McIlroy executing his skills really well there, and I guess you could say falling into the trap, but it was a risk reward. I think Duke fancies the pull shot himself, and he's got caught on the rope there. Good bit of cricket all round as we enter the last 9 overs.
And really, Duke's done his job, hasn't he? And he had to try and get on with it, or
I think typically in this, it's about having the guy at the other end, try and accelerate, and you hold it together a little bit. Tattelshall's come out and he's gone a runner ball, but he's by no means blown the game wide open. I think it also proves that it's a relatively difficult wicket. A guy facing 110 balls and still struggling to strike it around the ground, I think shows that it's not going to be the easiest of run chasers, whatever they get up to here. I think they want to be getting as close to that 275 mark as they can, and if things go really well with wickets in the hutch, maybe a bit more, but I think it's going to be a very competitive score on this surface. As Wales back into the attack from the media centre end. Yes,
he'll need to improve his figures from his first spell, but I suppose it was really just the one over that was all over the place. The other 3 weren't too bad, but with James Harris waiting in the wings, James Wheel will need to do something to impress, you feel, in this spell.
Yeah, there's a good chance he might bowl almost 5 overs straight through here, which is pretty rare these days at the end. Obviously Dan Douthwaite's probably a likely option to break these 2 up. Maybe he's going to come on the other end and leave McIlroy a couple of overs to bowl, maybe the 47th and the 49th, something like that. But Kieran Carlson, the young captain, with 1 year, 1 trophy under the belt.
Easy job.
100% win record. Managing the bowlers pretty well so far today.
Here's Wheel then from this Cathedral Road end to Tattersall on 42 not out. A slower ball. Tattersall waits for it, pushes it into leg side, looks for potentially 2, but Salter is wise to that and came in quickly off the boundary. 203 for 4.
Wait on strike here. I believe he's on his way to Worcester for next season, if I'm correct.
That's correct, yeah. After a loan spell there, it's now going to be into a permanent move. And I thought, well, maybe we won't see him today, because sometimes if players have signed a permanent deal, they tend to go on loan for the last month of the season. But Yorkshire obviously want him for this.
Yeah, he's batted in all sorts of positions this year. He's obviously an all-rounder, bowls some seam and strikes it quite nicely, so I think he'd be looking to put some pressure on pretty early and get going as he pulls that out on the leg side.
Single taken down towards backwards square, so weight off the mark first ball. Innings of 11 and 36 so far in this competition, having missed the first match. So yeah, he'll be joining Worcestershire as sort of a replacement for Ed Barnard, and who's up to Warwickshire along with Moeen Ali. Though Moeen, of course, would play relatively little county cricket. Wheel bowls, and Tattersall's played that through the offside for a single. 205 for 4. Yeah,
the old county cricket transfer window is wide open, and the moves are starting to come through. Usually at this time of year is where the major moves are announced. There's usually a bit of work going into them ahead of time. There's a few big transfers. I said Warwickshire seeming to strengthen pretty well with Ed Barnard and Moeen Ali, probably a couple of the premium names that moved.
Wheel to Waite, plays that one straight to Carlson at cover, and there's no run. Any incoming at Hampshire? I know you're not able to give us names, but are you expecting any domestic signings?
Yes, we got one that was announced last week, so Benny Howell's returning home. Obviously record speaks for itself on a white ball deal, which I think, again, if we want to go back to the schedule, I think is the way that the club's seeming to go, a red ball, white ball split.
Because that one is chopped down to short third man by Waite, but can't beat the field in a deep gully position, no run.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing with Benny. I said his T20 skills are pretty widely known now and took part in the IPL.
Yes, a man who hides the ball behind his back more effectively than most.
Absolutely.
And he's running into ball. Well, you just can't see it, can you?
I believe last time I saw an interview, he's got 50 variations, so I'm looking forward to facing a few of them in the nets.
Heinz Beans, as that's up in the block hole. and defended by Waite. Applause from the crowd for a decent return from James Whale, having been pummeled in his first spell, just 3 off that one, and we'll have a little bit of a swap round, and Iron will move slightly sideways, and Jonathan Deutsch will come in to replace him. Dan Douthwaite into the attack, 8 overs left, 42 on the board, Yorkshire 205 for 4.
Douthwaite back on then at the river end. Now, where can Yorkshire go from here? 205 for 8 with 4 with 8 left. It could go that way where they lose wickets progressively and come up short, or you might get a few boundary clearances. If Matthew Waite is in one of those moods where he's striking it well, then the latter may happen. Matthew Revis still to come in as well. You can strike it nicely. Here's Douthwaite to Tattersall, much more the touch player, but we have seen him increasingly find the boundary the longer he seems to go on. He's got a single here, moving him on to 45. He should be seeing it pretty well, 206 for 4. But that sweep on what Yorkshire might end up with here in Iron, 280 I was sort of thinking, 290 Nick suggested a while ago. They'll do well to go up there.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations. I think the guys played really well up top and held it together nicely through the middle, but I said if there isn't a bit of an impulse here, they could quickly slip to that 250. But granted, this wicket's not particularly easy, but they're certainly looking for some impetus here from Waite.
Yeah, Douthwaite to Waite, who gets a full-length delivery and blocks it out, back to the bowler. It feels a little bit easier with the seamers on than it does with the spinners on.
I think so. It certainly looks like it's got a little bit harder throughout. I think now the seamers have come on and are going through all their change-ups, it doesn't seem easy to hit those balls into the wicket. But yeah, I've seen Waite strike a few balls in his time, so certainly looking to play that role, as we just mentioned, on his way down south slightly to Worcester at the end of the year.
Yeah, he waits then, high back lift, steps away to the leg side to try and open up the off, but can't get it past the fielder, so there'll be just a little bit of frustration from him already. 1 off 6.
Yeah, there's pressure builds quite quickly here. This end, this is where you obviously slip into T20 mode, 7.5 overs remaining. A couple of batters to come, probably more on the all-rounder side than pure out-and-out batters, but certainly some ability left to come.
Here he is again, Douthwaite. Waite once more, can't find a run from it. Good delivery, not quite sure. I couldn't read that from this distance, but Matthew Waite didn't seem to read it that well from 22 yards either.
He hasn't quite got away yet here. I think I said it's been a very difficult wicket to read from upstairs. It's obviously looked dry from the start, and I think I said we were sucked in by a few good shots in that power play where potentially it might be the best time to bat. But certainly hasn't been straightforward, certainly for also for the new men coming in.
Billy Root brought up inside the circle at third man, and man sent back on the cowshot boundary. And in the end, Matthew Waite does work a single down to long leg, but singles are not going to cut it here. Already 5 balls into this over, and they've added just the 2 runs so far.
It's been a nice start to the spell by Dan Douthwaite. All the seamers have come back really well so far, after a couple of tough opening spells, especially in Wales, but he hit his straps nicely, trying to put some pressure on this middle order.
Douthwaite back of the hand this time. Tattersall gets it away into the onside. They're thinking about 2, and Waite's going to come back and take him on for the second, and does so. Good running between the wickets from the man at the non-striking end. And so 4 off the over, still a very good effort by Douthwaite, who's gone for 20 off 5 so far. He'd be happy enough with those figures. 209 for 4, Tattersall 47 and Waite 2.
Yeah, again, no real shots in anger yet. I said we feel like we've been sat here talking about it and waiting for it to come for the last half an hour or so. Again, every over that ticks away, just starting to restrict that top end of Yorkshire's target. Certainly seems like there's a bit of life in this pitch, and I think anything over 250 is a score, but certainly from where they were, they'd be looking a little bit higher than that. 2 spinners in the Yorkshire lineup, ready to get to work. As Wales back on from the media centre end. Weight on strike. You'll be looking to get going here. 2 off 8 so far. Well into bowl, very wide of the crease there. Jumped wide, just tried to spear that Yorkshire in. I wanted to say that back foot was relatively close to the wide line there.
It was.
As he jumped wide of the crease.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult one for umpires to call these days, but you see more and more people flirting with it as they try and use all the facilities available to them.
Great tactic at this stage, though, spearing in the Yorker.
Whale in again. Another change up. Waite just tries to dab that down to third man, but there wasn't too much pace on it and just missed out.
Yeah, struggling a bit here to find his touch. Matthew Waite nearly chopped it onto his stumps, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He has a relatively closed bat face and tends to favour that kind of wide, long on, deep mid-wicket area. So I think it'd be interesting to see when he kind of takes his option. He's just still trying to get his eye in and get used to the pace of this wicket, so... Well, wide of that crease again. There it comes. He's nearly hit Whale as he's fallen over on his follow-through. Fantastic stop along off. Good straight drive down the ground, a bit more intent, and so nearly clipped Whale through as he hit the deck on his bowling stride. He's nearly clipped him as he just misses him in the stumps, but a bit of a show of intent from Waite, and I think the onslaught begins now.
Yeah, Douthwaite has done a tremendous job in the outfield, hasn't he, parading around the boundaries.
Yeah, very much so. I think the Glamorgan teams it's a pretty athletic side, and they've fielded well, bar a couple of drop catches, which they'll be pretty gutted about. Their ground fielding and moving in the outfield has been very good. Smashed down the ground again, this time straight along off, and Dan Douthwaite collects and throws it in.
What can you do then, Nyron, if you've got a bowler like this who's bowling good Yorkers, full length deliveries? The obvious shot is down the ground, but how can you adapt? We see so many adaptations. What can you do to start?
I think first and foremost it's whatever you're comfortable with. So if I had to guess, Tattersall is more likely to try and get underneath and lap and scoop, and Waite might try and get back in his crease to create a bit more length. Obviously Wales mixing it up nicely. With this field he's got that option of the slower ball into the wicket like he's just bowled there, as Tattersall pulls it out for 1 to deep mid wicket. It's just trying to get a read for the bowler, and if you feel like Wales is going to be bowling 4 out of 6 Yorkers, it's trying to set up to hit that one and react to the slower ball. If I was Waite, I'd be looking to use this crease, so either getting a bit deeper or maybe getting across my stumps just to try and shovel it to the slightly shorter square boundary. Wales in again. Back of the hand slowly, that's pulled out to deep square leg. He's mixed his pace really well here, and it's been difficult to line up. No damage done again from that over, as Wales bowled a very tidy another over in the spell that he's come back after being under some pressure from a bit of early hitting from Will Frame. It's been a very, very strange innings all round. I feel like both sides have been on top, and there's been parts where there's not been too much action. But certainly a very placid. I think this pitch is just starting to lose a bit of life, and without pace coming onto the ball, I think it's going to take some real good striking to, get up to that 8, 9, 10 and over, which I think you're looking for at that stage. But yeah, I think, as you were just alluding to, I think it's probably calling for a bit more innovation now. Once you've faced a few balls and realised it's not easy to just stand there and hit down the ground, it's probably time to go to your B and C option, if you like.
I'll see what they can come up with, but at the moment Matthew Waite just needs to get some bat on ball, really, doesn't he? 6 off 13 so far, a little bit un-Waite-like, really. He's got a highest of 71 in List A cricket, averaging 31. Douthwaite in, he's bowled him a wide here though, down the leg side. And they're thinking about a single after Cullen's throw went astray, but they've stayed put. So, and talking about dealing with those Yorkers, we see somebody like a Joss Butler, who obviously is a great player, sitting very deep and still managing to get, proper Yorkers away for boundaries. I mean, that's got to be incredibly difficult to execute, which I guess is why we see so few players being able to do it. Waite steps back and cuts here out towards the cover boundary. He's going to get 2.
Yeah, absolutely. That's obviously why he's a generational talent and gets paid the big bucks nowadays. But I think the key to Butler's game, I think once you can hit as well as he does down the ground, but also scoop both sides, it's impossible to defend. I think with only 5 men out, if you can kind of attack straight, not only back past the bowler but straight behind you, you're always going to have an option then. I think that's the key, being able to hit the same ball to 2 different areas in this modern game.
Here's Waite chopping one into the turf, bounces up out to extra cover. Carlson fields, they get 1.
Again, that back of the hander from Dan Douthwaite,
Yep.
who's shown some great control actually. All of these Glamorgan bowlers said they wouldn't have bowled too many death overs in their time. They're starting to become more experienced with every game, and they've shown some nice variation. Tattersall back in strike. I think the key here is also minimising dot balls. I think that's probably where Yorkshire will be disappointed more so than anything in the last few overs. Douthwaite back in again.
Yeah, Tattersall just cracks that away up to long off. Pick up a single. But they're not finding the boundaries here, and there'll be a little bit of concern about that. Although at the same time, given, as you say, in the pitch looks like it's changed and is getting more difficult to score on, at least they've got something on the board here and still 5 overs to go. Waite waits. And Douthwaite in wide on the crease, bowls in a straight one which he can't divert off the straight, back to the bowler. So he's just struggling to find his touch here, Matthew Waite.
Yeah, I said he hasn't shown as much as intent as we probably thought. Just struggling to pick up the pace of this wicket, which certainly isn't easy. But I said with 6 wickets in the hutch, I think he's probably the man to take the risk here. Tattersall's kind of ticking along quite nicely, and is going to be expanding as he goes along. But it's certainly Waite's responsibility to try and take Douthwaite down here.
Here's again. Waite works that one out towards long on. They're going to have to settle for 1 because he's in quickly off the boundary edge. Out there is Joe Cook.
Yeah, Tattersall back in strike. He's on 49. He's played quite a nice little knock here. Pretty much a runner ball, which I think is better than we first originally thought after seeing the state of today's play. It's been a nice little innings. Hopefully he can again kick on from here. Douthwaite back in the bowl.
Last ball of the over. Tattersall gets he's going to get a fluky 4 here, streaky 4, but he can afford to take the risk. He's 49. In fact, that's going to take him to his half century here, 53 to Jonathan Tattersall, including that boundary. That's 3 4s, but a thick inside edge beyond the diving Cullen. Nobody in at fine leg, and so end of the over, 224 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, Johnny Tattersall with a 50 there, the new Yorkshire captain. Started his reign relatively well. I believe he got a really big score on the red ball at Scarborough the week before we played you, almost 170.
180 not out.
Wow,
yeah.
Well played. That's a nice one for the average. So no, it seems like he's settling into the senior role very well so far. As Wales back on the bowl. Waite here on strike. Again, 2-2-4 for 4 with 5 to go. Again, Glamorgan relatively happy with how this last period's gone. Certainly if they can keep this last 5 overs in check, I think they'll be pleased, but the score of 250 plus is certainly going to be a tough run chase on it on this wicket. As Wale tries to land the wide Yorker, but he's just outside the painted blue line that the umpires are given to determine. As Waite is here, he's 10 off 17, just soaked up a few dots as he's been trying to pick up the pace of this wicket. Certainly got the power and the ability to clear the fence, and again I think Wales going to try and keep them guessing with this field. 3 out on the leg side, long off and a deep cover. Wale into bowl, into the wicket again, hit up to long on with no real pace on it. Push hard, but just the 1 run. A lot of variations and cutters seem to be getting the grip and hold they were looking for, and been used quite clever by these Glamorgan seamers. Interesting to see who's going to finish off. I think Wale and Douthwaite bowled really well here, but there's obviously 2 overs from Jamie McElroy to come back on, so it'll be interesting to see if they're split up. Wale back in the bowl again, Tattersall on strike. Back of the hand slower ball, I think. Slogged out into the leg side, and they come back for a really well run too.
Yeah, he tried to give that the kitchen sink, didn't he, Johnny Tattersall, and pulled it round.
It's been really hard to time anything. Seems throughout the innings, I guess that new ball, the cleaner strikes came then. But throughout the middle overs, it's been very difficult to really get up and away, get going. You think Yorkshire are going to be happy with where they're at after their start? Bowled in. Oh, it's a no ball. James Wales just bowled Johnny Tattersall middle stump. Tattersall's tried to swing that away on the leg side. Big swipe across the line, trying to just get underneath the bit of length, and he's hit top of middle stump very hard. Tattersall's kind of perplexed and waits to come through for the run as the umpire called a no ball. Maybe this is what they need, little free hit to get weight off the mark.
Yeah. yeah. Free swing of the arms.
But if it
connects.
That was a very strange passage of play.
It was, wasn't it?
Glamorgan have been relatively tight in the extras today, a few leg side wides here and there, but it's the first no ball throughout the game as he comes in for the free hit, weight on strike. And that's a wide length ball that gets cracked to deep cover. Again, it wasn't the biggest of swings from Matty Waite. I think he's really trying to hold his shape and get some clean contact, but he's certainly not swinging himself off his feet.
No, we were just saying in commentary last week with whoever it was, Bradders, possibly JMO when you were up at Scarborough, that sometimes in the cricket there's loads of things happen with the ball and the end result is it's a dot or whatever.
There's a lot of overthinking and then trying to outguess each other. Whale back in the bowl. Tattersall has gone for the same shot. That's Hoyt out to the deep mid wicket boundary. Salter in and collects nicely. Very similar ball, pace off. Seems really difficult to hit out here. Tattersall's played a really nice innings there. It's given them some good impetus. Scoring the best part, dead on a runner ball. 55. Nice runs from the captain there. Whale collects one this time. Again, a change of pace into the wicket and slogged out to that mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, good knock by Johnny Tat in the context of the innings.
Yeah.
Johnny Tattersall,
55 or 56.
Again, sat far away from up here, not being on ground level. I think it feels like Yorkshire should just be a bit behind from the position they're in, but I think the more it goes on, I think this is it's a bit of a better score than we think. I think if they can scrape as far as they can past 250, 260 here, I think it's going to be a very tough chase for Glamorgan.
Still got to bowl well, of course. Still got to use the facilities. You might see Don Best come on a little bit earlier than perhaps at times. We'll see. Matthew Revis, though, meanwhile, is coming out to bat. It'll be Bess next cap off the rank if they need one. Dominic McMullen says, morning gents, watching the feed and see there was a small mention of the 100. What are your thoughts on the possible reduction in championship games? Not for me. But the man sitting to my left who has to go through the fixture programme with his physical being may think differently.
Yeah, well, we just had a brief discussion with Webby just before you got on air, and I think unfortunately a reduction in cricket is coming, whether we like it or not. I don't think the players have as much say as we believe we do. I think unfortunately county championship's going to get culled to some extent. I'm hoping it's not more than 2 games, maybe down to 12 games. It's just very difficult. I think the basic maths is we've added in 3 or 4 weeks of a new competition, the 100, whether you like it or not, and we're playing 2, 3, 4 weeks, probably too much cricket. It's very much trying to make sure we're in as a playing group, we can perform to the best of our ability day in, day out. I think unfortunately the schedule currently is just unsustainable. It's Wales in the bowl. Revis just gets a bit of bat on it and pads it out to square leg. Yeah, it's a shame really. I think from a playing perspective, I think we're really desperate to keep as much championship cricket in as we can, and play as much high quality cricket as we can. And I guess the difficulty is coming from Hampshire, where we're fortunate enough to now have pretty much a red ball and white ball bowling attack, and players specialising in one format makes it a bit easier to compete, but for the smaller counties it's really difficult. Whale back in the bowl, into the wicket, just nudged out into the offside for a single by Waite. another tidy over there with a wicket and a no ball. That should have been a wicket but wasn't. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I think we're effectively going to get told what we're playing next year. I don't think we're going to have as much say in it as we'd like to think we would. But I think unfortunately some reduction is unavoidable, which I'm sure many membership groups won't be too impressed about, especially if you're not a follower of the new 16.4 competition, as they like to call it.
Jamie McElroy.
Certainly not. Jamie McElroy is going to bowl over number 47 then, with the score on 234 for 5. So the 250 that we thought was a sort of minimum is still looking on, but beyond that the ball just isn't disappearing out of the park. It's clearly not that easy to go big, but particularly if the bowlers bowl it well, as was the case in point with that first delivery of this over.
Yeah, another dot there, nicely bowled. Jimmy Mack back on to bowl. He's got 2 overs left, so he's going to see it out from the river end. Well, I think it's actually been great to see the appetite for 50 over cricket in the height of summer. We've had some great crowds down south, and I'm sure up in Scarborough and the various places you played.
Yeah.
Wait smacks that out to long off. I think it's been great to see the members out in full force in the sunshine as they come back for 2. That's nice running there by Revis.
Good support play from him. Good crowds at York and at Scarborough.
York, of course. That was the Roses clash.
Yeah, they reckon about 3,000 in for the Northants game, and 4.5 for the Roses clash. Matthew Waite on strike with that 2. He's gone on to 15. It's 236 for 5, and he's waiting and flicking this one out to the cow boundary for a single. Yorkshire lad says Tat's playing with confidence, continuing his decent form. Captaincy, dare I say it, has even enhanced his performance as he steps up and leads this young side. Ben Code, the only player older in this team.
Yeah, you've got 2 teams very much on the end of the spectrum. Glamorgan, a pretty experienced team put out there, haven't lost too many guys to the 100. Yorkshire obviously with internationals on top, and some really talented white ball players are a little bit more depleted, but I think this is the real draw to this tournament.
Yeah, here's Revis driving that up to long off. He struck it pretty well as well.
Yeah, he looks a very talented player, this Revis. Obviously bowls a heavy ball and seems like he can strike it pretty well as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably been rude awakening, might be exaggerating a bit, but it's been an eye-opener, let's say, for him this year, playing so much cricket for the first time at this sort of level.
Absolutely.
And he's looked tired at times, particularly in the bowling department, as Waite connects here, but he's going to be caught at cow short corner. An innings from Matthew Waite that was 24 balls long, 16 runs he made, and he's gone, and probably in some ways a blessed relief for him, because it might mean that somebody else can come in and just have a swing of the bat and connect with 1 or 2. He just couldn't quite time it in the way we know Matthew Waite can, and he was caught by Joe Cook.
Was caught by Joe Cook off the
Yeah, it didn't quite get going there, that Waite, but again I think it comes back to showing how hard it's going to be for new batters to start and try and hit at the end. And we always talk about in white ball cricket how important wickets are, even throughout the death. Just really puts the handbrakes on teams, and Glamorgan just starting to take wickets at the right time, just to really restrict this Yorkshire score that was looking like it was going to get away from them for a time. But yeah, I think we're talking about if they can get someone near 260, past that 250 mark, I think they'll be pretty pleased. Game very much in the balance so far. Revis back obviously not back in strike as of the change of rules this year, as Waite was caught out on the deep wicket boundary. The new batter obviously on strike now at all times, which I think adds a nice touch to the white ball game. And something different. We always keep forgetting, end up with the wrong ends, and the umpires keep shouting at us. You'd thought we know the rules by now, as Don Best strides to the crease.
Yep. Couple of well-earned drinks for 1 or 2 of the Glamorgan fielders. It must be pretty warm out there. It's hard for us to appreciate in here what it's like out there because we've got the aircon. but you only have to walk into. I walked into a room a couple of doors down to do my couple of updates where there is no aircon on, and definitely feels a lot warmer.
She said, "Now I might put the jumper on now. I'm freezing."
And it is when you walk back in. Actually, it does
It's
feel
beautiful,
cold
yeah.
for the
Yeah,
first couple of minutes. Yeah,
it's the hard life up here. We've got a lovely view.
it's tough, isn't it?
It's aircon. Looking forward to lunch now. 3.1 hours to go.
I think these two have eaten everything.
Lasagna and chips.
Yeah, there we go.
Lasagna and chips.
Classic cricket season main meal. I'm sure many cricketers around the globe would know.
Do you go to places as a player and think great teas like we used to do in club cricket?
It's we're pretty blessed now, but it's still there. It's more about which does the best fully catered meal.
Here's Bess pushing forward to his first delivery. Back to McIlroy, who completes another good over. 9 overs to him. 2 for 31 is a good return. And Yorkshire 238 for 6 with now just 18 balls remaining in their innings.
Yeah, another great over there from McIlroy. Douthwaite coming on to finish off this end, which is interesting. Obviously Whale still had enough overs in the tank to carry on through, but it's pretty rare you see guys bowling 5 or 6 over spells at the end in modern day white ball cricket. Douthwaite swapping ends to the media centre for the first time. 3 overs to go. Yorkshire 238 for 6. Again, they're looking for a couple of lusty blows here. I think it's more likely to come from Revis's end. Bess has some nice ability with the bat, as we've seen across all formats, but I think Revis looks like a bit of a bigger hitter of the ball as Douthwaite comes striding in. Lands on the length, and right on cue, Revis has launched that with a very straight bat, just inside the rope, wide along off. That's probably the first clean slog of the day. Well, I was about to say slog, it's a much better cricket shot than that. He's given himself some room and lifted it over wide long off. It's a very good shot. Douthwaite just landing it in the slot there.
Sorry, he's a good batter. He got in as an opening batter back in 2019.
Really?
He played his first class game as an opener.
Wow.
He did look a little bit about like the rabbit trapped in the headlights at the time. I think he was just too young for it. 17 years of age.
Wow. So well, if he's bowling the way he bowls and can bat in the top order, he's going to be a pretty tidy player.
Yeah, I think he could bat in the top order if he wasn't bowling, but I think it looks the way it's going as though he's going to be a middle order batter who bowls. And bowling is just a new discovery. It's only his second season doing it, so he's kind of learning how to bowl in the middle.
What a career path this has been so far. Douthwaite back in the bowl. Tries to go for the straight Yorker. Doesn't quite get the length, but it's a good line. Nudged out to the leg side. Don Best tries to come back for the second, and I believe Cullen's just knocked the bails off with his gloves, not the ball. It looked very tight. Best he wanted to come back for the 2, but Revis wasn't having any of it there.
Yeah, so Matthew Revis, I think he can only get better with the ball, really. He started off well, but like lots of players do, the opposition don't really know them.
Sure.
And then suddenly they're starting to work him out a bit, maybe watched a few videos. And so it's been up and down, as you'd expect. Absolutely. Young player just learning his game in the middle. But his batting definitely is, if you like, the major plus of the two disciplines at the moment. Bowling wise, if they can get him to where they want him to be, he's going to be a very, very useful all-round player.
If he can kind of balance the side out there, worth the weight of the gold these days. Don Bess on strike, Douthwaite in. Little change of pace into wicket. Bessie more than happy to get Revis back on strike there as he nudges it to long off. Yeah, he's an exciting player. I think, as we're starting to see more and more, especially in modern day cricket, these guys who can do a bit of everything and balance teams out, it makes such a difference. I know, speaking for ourselves at Hampshire, in red ball cricket we've got James Fuller coming into bat at 9 sometimes these days, which just extends that order. Douthwaite back in, back of the hand slowly, and Revis has hit that up in the air. Is it long enough? It's right on the fence. I think Joe Cook's just dropped it just inside. I think he had a little bit more space than he first thought in the end, but it was right on the rope. It wasn't Douthwaite's best ball. Revis has just shuffled down and caught it almost waist high. He's hit it up to long on. Joe Cook stand right on the fence. He was very blasé. Luckily he's dropped it inside, so I guess it's 3 runs saved at the very least. Douthwaite back in the bowl to Bessie. It's a lovely shot out to deep square leg. Just shoveled it around the corner. Didn't quite hit it as clean as he hoped. And that's a I was going to say senseless run out. He's just picked it up a deep backward square, and Bess and Revis caught in two minds again, both almost 5 yards out of their crease, then decided no, and by the time they turn around, Tom Cullen had the ball in his gloves. There's a good bit of work out there by, I think, I'm not sure who's feeling that, Joe Cook it might have been. No, can't quite work out who it is, but it's a great piece of work, and Revis has to go. He seemed to be the kind of guy who could muscle a few boundaries there. So again, Glamorgan taking a wicket at a relatively crucial time.
Yeah,
14 balls to go.
And that's a fairly sizable
cricket again.
Yeah, fairly sizable blow with just 14 balls to go, because he could, even 3 or 4 boundaries at this stage just kicks you on that bit more. And you talk about momentum in games. If you finish off those last couple of overs scoring pretty well, you feel a bit better about life. That the opposition think, we just let him get away a bit towards the end, and he can, as we saw.
Jamie McElroy,
the boundary.
Was the thrower there. Good piece of work. But yeah, they certainly had a couple of mix-ups in their short partnership together. It's a great bit of ground fielding again by the Glamorgan squad.
It was, wasn't it? Just put doubt in Don Bess's mind. That was the key. Revis, I think, had got the call that he wanted to turn around and come back, and he just lost his footing, didn't he? So
yeah, they both got stuck slightly out of their crease, and by the time they turn around, the bails are off. So
Tom Lowton, who can also play. In fact, his first class debut was also in the top 3 at Edgbaston back at the end of 2019, but he's not had, his opportunities have been limited since then. He did have a couple of games earlier this season in the Championship, and he's obviously down to play in this comp, and he's done okay so far. Had both wickets and a few runs.
It's interesting to hear you say this. How many guys have got opportunities in your top 3? It seems like there's a lot of batting ability out here, but I think as we've found certainly down at Hampshire, we're having a lot of young players batting out of place and batting in new positions, and it's certainly a different skill to bat down the order in white ball cricket. Douthwaite into bowl his first ball, shuffles across his crease a little bit, nudges it into the leg side, and they've come back for a really well run 2 there as Salter picks it up. Lowton off the mark nicely there. As Douthwaite bowls a relatively, again, a very eventful over. There was a boundary off it, drop catch at long on, but also a saviour of runs, and then a mix up and a run out. So
yeah, 10 from it.
10 from it. 248 for 7 though. 2 overs to go. It's very much that scoreboard's just starting to tick over nicely here, and I think Yorkshire are going to be pretty pleased seeing this wicket having some runs on the board and the old scoreboard pressure hopefully playing a part. But Glamorgan with a very experienced batting lineup and a very, very good overseas anchoring that batting lineup in Colin Ingram, and who always has famously said this is his favourite format, although you don't get to play too much of it these days if you're as good as him. As McElroy's into bolt. Around the wicket again, Don Bess on strike.
Yep, and he's just got a contact on the inside of the bat on this one in front of square on the leg side, and McElroy makes a fair bit of ground to go and field it off his own bowling to keep them to 1. So 11 balls left at 250 is within touching distance, 249 for 7. But getting up to that 280 that I'd suggested in the sweepstake, and 290. Well, at the moment it looks like I'm winning, Nick. What was the price?
Yeah. I think we overshot a bit here, didn't we?
Lasagna and chips. Here he is again, McElroy. That's flicked out to leg by Lowton, but he's got too good a contact on it to get back for a second. If he could just drop it about halfway between the boundary, about 8-9 strips into the leg side, they'd get back for 2. That's a 250 up. And the ripple of applause. Lowton and Best 3 apiece, and it's the latter who is on strike. Long on and long off posted, and 2 men set back deep on the leg side at Cow and square on. Don Bess has got this one.
It's a nice shot.
Aerial over short fine leg, Douthwaite round to field, but a bit of assistance, and they're going to get back for 3.
Yeah. It's a nice shot there from Don Bess. Seems to be his favoured area. He's just shuffled across, got down on one knee, and helped it over 45 on the leg side. Not much pace on the ball either, so it's a pretty good shot. McElroy with the back of the hand, slower ball there. Lowton back on strike.
Yeah, halfway through the 49th then. Lowton Waits a slightly crouched stance. Back and across. And there's an appeal for LBW as it squirts out off the pad down to short third man, waiting for a signal. No signal, so it didn't off the pad. It came off the bat as well. He's on to 4, 254 for 7. Charles Kitching has messaged in, tweeted, "Read the lessening importance of the red ball game. I see Trent Bolt's been released by New Zealand to spend more time with his family and play more T20." Yep, that was out this morning. Here's Bess with McIlroy round the wicket, but nicely fielded off his own bowling to a ball driven back at him. Martin Rowe says, "Any idea when Gary Balance may be making his first team comeback, please, Jonathan?" And regarding tees, Steeton, Bilton and some place called Rawdon were the best in my day. As a keeper and tail-ender, would pray that we fielded first. Yeah, Steeton, the club that Will Luxton, who's been in and out, is associated with, beat my club Rawdon in the cup final on Sunday.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, as Bessie misses one. Yeah. Just to Cullen, end of the over, 254 for 7.
Tried to access that fine leg again with the ramp there, just getting across his crease, but it's a fantastic spell there again from Jamie McIlroy. 2 for 37 as they announced across the tannoy. One over to go. Again, it very much seems to be around that par score. I wouldn't say anyone's ahead of each other too far here. Glamorgan very happy with how the last 15-20 overs are gone, but certainly Yorkshire came out firing up top, and it's Whale back on to bowl the last.
Yeah, Jacob Wadsworth says that drop catch rebounded off the rope and should have been 6.
Did it?
I did look at it again, and it was hard to see even on the second replay when you just saw it in real time. You'd want to see it frame by frame, I think.
Sorry, but we'll shout down at him next time. Whale into bowl, and that's hoiked out into the leg side along the floor. It's going to be 1 as Andrew Salter comes in from deep mid wicket, just for the single. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange play. I said it looked like he was sailing over his head, and then he looked very comfortable, and it kind of just all happened in a blur. Fortunately, we get loads of replays to look at, and the umpires don't quite. Glamorgan looking to finish well, and Yorkshire looking to put a few boundaries away and knock that score up here as Wales into bowl again. Tight to the stumps. He's hit Bessie on the pad, and that looked very adjacent. Bessie trying to get that over wide long on. He actually had the length and a bit of pace on it to hit, but just missed him. And Bessie goes for 6. And a wicket for Wales there.
Yeah, I don't think there's much question about that. I think he's right in front, and it was going to hit the wickets, and
that's good enough.
In line. All the requirements of an LBW that you'd want as the bowler and as the man who's got to give the decision. And Don Best goes for 6 then, so Wheel with a couple of wickets to his name. Yorkshire just sort of petering out here, which is what one of the dangers was. You always felt, really, and especially with conditions apparently just becoming that little bit more challenging out there in the middle, shall we say. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see that dropped chance again. Yorkshire got one, didn't they, when Dan Douthwaite dived to field one over in front of the pavilion. And
it took a while to get to the decision, but I think it was the correct one.
The Speckies were giving the decision, and the umpires in the end were influenced by that. But that's just a very good straight delivery. Bess trying to sit deep in the crease, and if you miss when you go that far back, then you know you're going to be in trouble. Ben Code is last but one, I should say, for Yorkshire, and he can get bat on ball. He's come up with a few little contributions already in this competition at the back end of the innings, so you never know if he's in his half. But you were saying it was a bit of a blur, an iron, and I've got to say, when you get to Nick and my age, then most things are a little bit of a blur.
Yeah.
A lot of a blur, in fact.
I can imagine so. You bet. Specs last week. There we go. Upgraded specs for Nick Webb, I think, as he says behind us. I actually had my eyes checked as well in the last few days. I'm just about holding on. I've been wearing contacts now, but
Okay.
one of the poorer genes in the Donald family. I'll be able to have a full head of hair, but my eyesight won't be very good. As Whale comes in the bolt to the new man code. Pace off, nudged back to him. Another great dot ball there for Whale. It's been very difficult to hit when the bowlers go into the wicket here.
You look at the field and you think there's just a single every time out there on the leg side, but he's come in, he's a number 10, first ball he faces, he's waiting forever for that ball to get to him, and he just still gets there a little bit too soon, doesn't
Not
he?
as easy as it looks. And Whale hits a fantastic Yorker. Just beats Code on the inside of him and the stumps as he tries to get his toes out the way. Yeah, I think probably looking back, I think the Yorkshire batters will be more disappointed with the amount of dot balls they faced than necessarily hitting boundaries. As we've seen, it's been very difficult, but I said there's been a lot of balls, knocked back to the bowler or stopped at extra cover in mid-wicket that maybe looking back on they might have been able to turn into singles, and that could have been the difference in 15 and 20 runs, but certainly runs on the board, they were relatively pleased. Whale in again. Pace off into the wicket, chipped out into the leg side. Long on comes in, and it's just going to be one. As this has been a very good last over, 2 off it so far with the 1 wicket. And the last ball, Lowton on strike, hopefully a big one. It'd be nice for them to get a boundary and get up to 260. I think the Yorkshire dressing room will be pretty pleased if they can get that done.
Front foot no ball that goes for 6.
Yeah.
Free hit, 6 more. Yeah.
And then a couple more no balls after that. As Wales in for the final ball of the innings. Pace on into the wicket. And that's just toe ended out into the deep mid wicket. They come back for the 2. It wasn't the quickest to turn, and that's a brilliant throw from Andrew Salter to run him out at the keeper's end. And Glamorgan ground fielding's been very impressive throughout, and that leaves Yorkshire with 2, 5, 7 for 9, sorry. And a very competitive target we feel on this wicket. Glamorgan with their batting lineup, I think I'll also be pretty pleased going into the camp, restricting that Yorkshire batting lineup to a total they'll feel is certainly within their reach. How do you see that going then? Pleased from the Yorkshire perspective?
I think it's just one of those scores where we thought you needed at least 250 on the board to give yourself a chance of defending it. They've got that, they've ticked that box, but there's a feeling that they might have got a few more. Russell Walker's tweeted in saying that he thinks they're 25-30 short. I think that would have been a really good effort if they'd got another 30 on top of this, but yeah, something like a 270. They could probably have got there had they made a bit more contact and just run round a few more singles. But we shall see. It doesn't look the easiest. It did look easier to start with. I think it's probably still feels like it's a little bit easier against the seamers than it does against spin, and Yorkshire have got a couple of tweakers in the team, so if they both bowl well and they get some decent backup from the seamers, Ben Code been the premier man in that respect, then who knows if they can keep chipping away at the wickets column. They showed here last year it can be done, but it's they're going to have to play well and work hard against a good batting lineup. So I think it's still in the balance, and it'll shape it up into a good game.
Absolutely. One for the neutrals then. There we go. Glamorgan will be chasing 2-5-8 to win then, I believe.
Yep. So we'll go get a bit of lunch as well.
We'll
have
see
a bit
if
of
there's
a break.
any lasagna left or Webby's at it,
And we'll be back with more ball by ball coverage when they come back out for the Glamorgan innings.
and leading Yorkshire into the field is captain John Tattersall.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens from BBC Sport Online. Also on the Glamorgan and Yorkshire websites, where Glamorgan are off in pursuit of 258 to win. That's obviously just over 5 runs and over. Yorkshire 257 for 9. Slightly fewer than it looked for large parts of their innings. They looked very comfortable towards the middle stages. That partnership of 90 in particular between Tattersall and Duke. Duke top scored with 87. Tattersall had made 55, but the acceleration wasn't quite there towards the tail end of the innings, even though Glamorgan's bowling performance was a bit patchy. So difficult game to analyse at the moment, Jonathan.
It is, I think it's particularly difficult, really. You do sort of feel that Yorkshire could have scraped together a few more. How many more, not sure, but sort of another 270 to 275 possibly, because it did kind of peter out a little bit in those last 10 overs. But it just looked like the sort of pitch where anybody trying to get themselves in found it difficult to do so. I think Matthew Waite late on was a key case in point there, because he can strike the ball well and cleanly, and he just didn't seem to be able to do that. So that, I think, tells you something about the pitch. We already knew it turned, so if they can break this opening partnership fairly early on, then and maybe just keep chipping away each time a new batter comes in, it's going to be maybe a bit more difficult than it often is in white ball cricket to get going. That's the sort of feeling I'd have about it. And it's not a definite score either way, where you'd say very warm favourites Glamorgan or certainly not Yorkshire anyway, as Code's in for the first ball of this Glamorgan response to David Lloyd, who pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Code, we know about his capabilities in red ball cricket, very much that top of off-stump bowler, but he bowls pretty much the same way in white ball cricket as well, and he's been very effective so far in the competition. He's still really getting himself into full match fitness and back into a run of form. We've not seen much of him this season because of injury, and nicely played by Lloyd, who pings one into the leg side, but Tattersall, who's fielding rather than keeping here, he's at short straight mid wicket and makes a diving stop. So I'd say you bowl well, you can win this with that score on the board, but it's going to have to be a good collective all-round performance, and it probably only means if one bowler is off, doesn't hit the straps, is off his game today and goes for a few, then that might prove to be decisive. Also, bearing in mind how many times Glamorgan saved boundaries as well, they probably saved 20 runs, I'd have thought, at least in the field, with some really good diving stops that balls look destined for boundaries or more runs. Code in, flicked off his legs by Lloyd, and they get a single. So even if you just said Yorkshire, forget about the balls that you might have thought they might have worked a single off, some of the shots they played, they could have got more value for those shots had it not been for some excellent ground fielding as well. So that could have been the 275 in a heartbeat, really.
Yeah, fortunately for Glamorgan, the two glaring drop chances didn't actually cost much.
No.
Or nothing at all in one case and 13 in the other.
Here's Ben Code again then, leaving our commentary position behind. And bowling here to northeast, facing his first delivery, pushes it out into the offside where Luxton fields.
Yeah, so neither of these openers with a score yet in this competition. Just 24 runs between them going into this off 4 innings. But obviously North East was in decent form in the Championships shortly before that, as he hit 410 off the back of an unbeaten century.
Here's Code again. And North East cuts this time. He's going to get 4 here. Struck that well, very well. George Hill is in front of square on the offside, and it was pretty much bang on square, and no chance of Hill getting across to it. So first boundary of the response. North East with 4 and Glamorgan 5 without loss. Ben Code, as I think one of our correspondents said earlier, I think the oldest player in this Yorkshire side, which tells you plenty. He's only in his late 20s himself. Here he is, bowling straight at North East, who pushes back to him. End of the over then, 5 without loss after 1, and a further 253 to win from 49 overs.
Yeah, so Yorkshire with the likes of Tattersall, Waite and Code in the back half of the 20s, everyone else 25 or less, I think. Glamorgan with a pretty experienced side, as Matthew Waite will open up from the River Taff end, running towards us in the Sophia Gardens sunshine. Waite with 3 for 21 last time out, and looks as though his departure for Worcestershire, signalled for the end of the season, doesn't preclude him taking a leading part in this competition. So Glamorgan have, in terms of batting, Ingram, Carlson, Root as their specialist batters. Joe Cook likely to be 6, Douthwaite, Cullen, but those are shuffleable as Lloyd drives back to Waite, no run. There's enough firepower in the Glamorgan lower middle order with Andrew Salter and James Wheel to come in. Only really Jamie McIlroy, who'd say was a non-batter without wishing to be rude to him. But he is a habitual number 11. As in comes Waite and bowls to Lloyd, who drives, doesn't quite time it, straight to cover. No run. So Lloyd's been having a bit of a patchy season, average in the 20s in the championship. Only 1 half century in the middle block of the season. As Tattersall moves round to mid-wicket, so the field, no slips at the moment. So 7 saving the single, 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg. Can Lloyd find a gap anywhere? Just pushes it out into the offside. There's no run, so there's a short cover and man almost behind him really on the edge of the circle. Mid-wicket is in tight, as is Frayne at that cover position. Men out at square leg and third man. Only 2 outside the circle in the opening 10 overs. As Lloyd drives, again doesn't time it, they'll go for a quick single and Lloyd is just about home, but that's an interesting choice to run that one. It was just to the left hand of Frayne at cover, and I think he'd have been home had the throw hit. 6 without loss, Glamorgan in the second over, chasing 258 to win this game. Both sides seeking a third one-day cup victory of the season. As Waite bowls, North East drives into the offside, no run. 6 without loss it remains. And it must be pretty hot out there because there are fewer people at the River Taff end than previously. Now, normally at Sophia Gardens, in an ordinary sort of summer, you get people migrating to the River Taff end in the afternoon to catch the sun in the evening. North East blocks one up to mid-on and there's no run. Today they're coming round the ground to get away from the sun to a certain extent. So 6 without loss, a couple of quiet overs at the start of the Glamorgan innings, and it's interesting that the power play with the fielders in isn't that much seen as an opportunity for the batting side to blast them over the top these days.
No, that's felt different throughout this competition really. Probably more than the average scoring rate in the Yorkshire games that I've seen so far, but not hugely. It's not where they're getting off to an absolute flyer and they're able to sit in and then kick on again at the end. Here's Ben Code then from this media centre end and pushed back up the pitch by Lloyd, who gets a contact towards the inside of the bat. And there's no run.
Lloyd, though, and very much in the T20 blast, is there to try and hit over the top. He's not quite in prime nick at the moment, but I wonder whether he will be tempted to try and hit over this infield.
No slip in place for the Vikings as Code's in again, and Lloyd steps away to leg to open up the offside, but can't get it past George Hill coming in. Andy Walker tweets, work that one out. Is 257 a good score for Yorkshire on a tricky pitch like that? Maybe. Did we leave any runs on the pitch? Certainly. How many? No idea. How will the pitch play for Glamorgan? We shall see. This is a beguiling and enticing match.
Yeah, a lot of questions to be answered, that's for sure.
Cue for a song. More questions and answers. Code in, good delivery, he's got him. He's got David Lloyd, top of off stump. I think I might have referred to that as the type of bowler that Ben Code is at the start of this innings, and he's sneaked one through. Whether he got a little bit of inside edge onto his stumps, I'm just having a look at the replay. Yeah, he did. In fact, probably would have missed and been about fourth stump had he not done so. And it's cannoned in to off stump, but either way the bowler will take it, Yorkshire will take it, and Glamorgan is 6 for 1.
Yeah, another disappointing afternoon for David Lloyd. 2 off 10 deliveries. He'd taken a step down the wicket, almost had to wait for the ball to arrive, but then really got in a mess when it did arrive. Jabbed it off the inside edge onto the top of off. And, well, with Tom Bevan scoring runs for fun in the second 11, including in this 50-over format, there might be a bit of pressure on that place at the top of the order. Now, this really is a big potential partnership for Glamorgan to try and get some runs out of, and for Yorkshire to try and break early. Ingram and North East, 2 in-form players. Ingram with 155 in the last match here, and 30 not out at Derby. So break this partnership early, and Yorkshire will be in the favourite seat, I think.
Yeah, very good list day record, 48.25 in a lot of innings, 180 of them.
He enjoys this form of the game. So he played a lot of it growing up in South Africa at age group level, and has enjoyed it ever since.
And you've also got the right hand left hand combi as well here, so yeah, Yorkshire would love to see the back of, well, both of these players of course, but one of them fairly soon, and this man probably prime in that respect. Code round the wicket to the left hander, and that one dies as it goes through. And I was going to say, when he was bowling his previous over from this end, you feel like Yorkshire's seamers also want to bowl it pretty straight today, because with the odd one that is keeping low, as we've seen, it's not going to get any better, is it? Might get worse though, and they're going to be in the game. Good turns then, and bowls it now, and Ingram tucks it into the leg side, but Frayne is there at a fairly short mid-wicket. They've got a sweeper out in front of square on the leg side, Will Luxton. Bess inside the circle at mid-on to the left-hander and Wait at mid-off. Tattersalls at a short extra cover, pretty much mirror image of Frayne the other side. They've also got George Hill in front of square on the offside, Revis backward of point, and Lowton up inside the circle at short fine leg as Ingram gets it away, nicely placed just beyond the grasp of Will Frayne, and therefore they get through to 1. Best doing the fielding. End of the over. So 3 gone here. Morgan with a little bit to think about with the loss of that first wicket to Ben Code there, and they're 7 for 1. David Lloyd made 2 from 10, by the way.
Innings of the day so far for Middlesex's Stephen Eskenazi, a county record list day score of 182 at Radlett. providing just over half of Middlesex's total of 351 for 7 against Surrey, who were 8 for 0 in reply. Other game in this group was a 2 o'clock start. Worcestershire 50 for 1 in the 14th against Lancashire. That is at Old Trafford. Azrali out for 29. Matthew Waite started off with a maiden over to David Lloyd. He's bowling to left-handed Colin Ingram now. A man whose cover drive is a thing of beauty when in top nick. And he can't display it there because it's a nice straight delivery from Waite to start with that's played to mid-off and there's no run. Notts 294 all out. Saltburn get 89 against Gloucestershire, who are 14 without loss in the 4th. Durham piled up 342 at Taunton. Somerset 4 for 0 in the first over. Waite bowls. Ingram drives slightly backward of square on the offside. It's a chase for the fielder, Dom Bess at third man, and he doesn't get there, and it's a run away for 4 runs. Not sure if Ingram steered that or if it was slightly off the outside part of the bat. Either way, it was riskless and effective for Glamorgan South African, and he moves under 5 and the total to 11 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played. Matthew Waite has been a bit up and down with the white ball, both in T20 and in this comp.
And he comes to bowl to Ingram, who drives, thinks about a single to deepish mid-off, but decides better of it.
You'd say more so in T20 than what we've seen of him so far in this. That yeah, there were a few sizable overs from his bowling, and so Yorkshire will be pinning their hopes on him getting through his 10 or however many they get through with him at a reasonable economy rate here.
Waite bowls. Ingram works it away on the leg side. He's found a gap there with just a little turn of the wrists, but there's a good diving stop by the sweeper on the leg side.
George Hill.
Thank you. Just flicking it back inside the ropes, and with a bit of teamwork they save a couple of runs.
They did, and that's what we talked about with Glamorgan, so good to see Yorkshire responding in their own way as well. Saved 2. I should point out, by the way, saying about Matthew Waite's economy rate, that he did get he has got wickets in this competition so far.
In comes Waite, bowls. Ingram's bowls, and there's another wicket as Glamorgan lose a key man. Colin Ingram bowled by Waite for 7, and Glamorgan are in trouble at 13 for 2, and the stump is looking slightly the worse for wear. That middle stump is in bits.
Yeah, Will Luxton just giving it a good inspection. I said he's got wickets as well, and that was a really good delivery, wasn't it? When you see it back on the replay, nipping back in on the left-hander, got him through the gate right at the top of middle stump. And yeah, win for the bowler. So good start from Yorkshire's point of view, and that is a big wicket potentially in the outcome of this one. A long way to go yet, but they'd much rather see the back of Colin Ingram with just a 7 to his name than something like 77.
Have to replace the stump, I think, or find a bit of glue anyway. But Yorkshire in celebratory mood as they meet in a huddle for their drinks. And Ingram, well, is the sort of player that the opposition think if Ingram is still in, then the game is not won. But they've got rid of him early, and Kieran Carlson will come in to join Sam Northeast. Carlson's performances so far: 54 not out in that very short victory chase at Derby, who were bowled out for 110, and just a cameo against Kent, was out for 28, and needing to provide something more substantial for his side on this occasion, as he stops to fiddle with his pads on the way for the middle, make sure everything is in order, and his team very much on the back foot early on. 13 for 2. Last ball of the 4th over coming up from Matthew Wade. Both he and Ben Code have struck the stumps early on, and Yorkshire be delighted to have wickets on the board already and not just rely on the spin of Dom Bess, who will be, you suspect, enjoying himself on a slowish pitch with a little bit of turn. Batters having to work hard for their runs. Carlson then takes guard and faces up to Matthew Waite. Last ball of his second over, the 4th of the innings, 13 for 2, chasing 258. Wade is in and Carlson plays no shot in elaborate fashion outside off stump with the swirl of the bat over the trajectory of the ball. And looking back at a replay of that Waite dismissal, he'll enjoy having that one on any highlights reel, because it really did cut back in and through the gate of the left-hander.
Yeah, length, wasn't it, as well? He just couldn't quite get there, and with the nip and the length of the delivery, I mean, around the top of middle stump, cracking delivery. So he'll be tail up at the moment, Matthew Waite, and Ben Cove with a wicket to his name as well. So encouraging start from Yorkshire's point of view. They know that Glamorgan bat a long way down, and so I'm sure there'll be plenty of chat out there that, you know, it's only the start, boys, and got to keep working hard here. In comes Code again for his first delivery of the over. That's pushed up to mid-on by Sam Northeast, who did, of course, have a very, very brief loan spell with Yorkshire.
Yes.
He played one match, I think it was, at Northamptonshire. Was that last year or the year before? I think
last year he bounced around, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was probably a match he'd want to forget. I can't remember how many he got exactly, but it was something like 2 and 3 or something, 0 and 2. He drops this into the offside.
Yes, he didn't make it into double figures in his run tally. 2 matches, 2 innings.
No, 2 matches, was it? I'm trying to think where the other one was then.
It's probably in the rain somewhere in back end of the season, was it?
It's kind of mid-season, because the Northants game was when George Hill announced himself, pushed up to open the batting and got 71. Here's Ben Code bowling at Northeast, who's flicked that one backward of square, and will pick up a single.
Afternoon to Richie Muck, who said earlier he popped out to get some lunch and 6 wickets fell. Well, that tends to be the way at the end of the innings, but Yorkshire didn't quite kick on, losing 6 for 60 in the last 10 overs. Steve West, I think you'll have to revise the prediction that you made earlier.
Here's Ben Cone once again, leaving us behind, and good delivery again. It's wide of off stump, but Carlson feeling for that outside off stump, thinking he got an inside edge onto it, and not dissimilar, just a little bit wider really than the one that brought the wicket for Ben Code when he had David Lloyd play on. But they've a very interesting start here. Wonder what discussion went into this, but they had Will Frayne in at slip after the wicket of Ingram in the previous over. I think that's the only time they've had a slip in for any delivery in the innings so far. So they've gone with blocking the gaps here, defending this total as Code's in. There's a little bit of movement in the air, and it's pushed into the onside by Carlson, where Tattersall fields.
Yeah, so Yorkshire probably feeling they're more likely to get wickets by putting the squeeze on the batsman, having this ring of fielders within the circle, trying to dry up the singles and force the batsman in trying to hit over the top. Don't think that's likely with Northeast.
Code to Carlson. Good delivery again. For a moment there, thought he'd got an outside edge on it, just nipping away from Kieran Carlson. And a good dot ball to complete that over. It's not looking easy for the batters at the moment, and I think that's maybe partly the pitch, but I think also you've got to credit both bowlers so far. They've been on the money, and I did suggest in there bowling straight might be the way to go. You've bottled it up with the field, as you say, in pretty tight. And if you're bowling straight, the batters have got to force this, and they're taking risks in front of their own stumps. If they get that wrong, then they could be in peril.
Glamorgan's chances in peril at the moment, certainly at 14 for 2 off 5. As Waite, who bowled Colin Ingram in his last over, bowls to Northeast. Big appeal for LBW. Look close, not given. Oof, Northeast playing across the line there, and that looked like a decent shout.
It did. I think it hits him in front of leg. It's whether or not it's going on to hit. That's the main question. But yeah, it's one of those shots, isn't it, that you often see the finger raised somehow.
Yeah, looked to hit fairly low down. Umpire maybe deciding it was just shaving leg stump. Sliding past it. Next delivery edged by Northeast, who will pick up a couple of runs at least. There's a fine sliding stop on the boundary down beneath us by Matthew Revis. The crowd shouting that he was in contact with the rope when he made that sliding stop. I thought it looked legitimate from this angle.
He definitely hit the rope, didn't he? There's no question the rope moved. It's whether or not he's in contact with the ball at the point it does. He's contacting, I think it's 4. I think his left foot has touched the rope at the same point as he flicks it back in. So there's no surprise that there are cries of 4 from presumably the home support down beneath us.
2 it is on the board, Northeast to 7. As White bowls, Northeast drives into the offside, fielded at cover by Hill, and there's no run.
There was the other one, of course, so maybe it's tit for tat. The one that one of the Yorkshire supporters.
Yeah, well, I think yes, he probably right. His knee touched the rope, I think, as he was still in contact with the ball, but very difficult for the player to tell at full stretch. It's a momentary thing. As Northeast drives back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it. Waite doing well in his follow through.
It's one of those, isn't it? I was talking about this at Scarborough the other day, where it once really riled me in a club game when somebody did something, in the field like that. And if you know you've done it, it's still a sporting game. You should fess up and say you've done it. If you're really, really not sure, then that's what the officials are there for, to make those decisions, aren't they?
Well, it is time. As Waite bowls, Northeast pushes on the leg side, and there's no run. It's time, really, now that we have got video streaming for all games. I'm not suggesting that we go to LBW decisions on video, but certainly a case like that is something where a third official could make a decision legitimately.
I think then you need a universal way of broadcasting it as well, don't you? Because not every stream's the same.
Northeast drives to mid-off, no run. 16 for 2, just those 2 runs off that 6th over of the innings. But when you've got facilities, it seems silly not to use them, to be honest. I know streams are of varying quality around the country, but if a third official is here and there's a match referee everywhere, I mean, surely they're not at full stretch most of the time, match referees. There's not that much going on controversial in the middle.
No, Ben Cohen then going to continue at this media centre end. There's a couple of words in the shell-like of Don Bess, who is to his left as he looks at the batter. Bess in his Bill and Ben floppy hat. For those of you who are old enough to remember Bill and Ben, good delivery first up by Code, and it's not going to take too long, is it, before just the natural feeling of whoever you are when you're batting, there aren't that many in the history of the game who are that comfortable with not scoring that often, and so just trying to work it, trying to get the ball ticking. In Kieran Carlson's case, he's only faced the 5 deliveries so far. He wants that first run to get off the mark. Code to Carlson, who punches it up to Bess, and so every dot ball, just like that one, just winds up a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, there's no earthly reason to try anything too aggressive at this point, but Carlson is a player who likes to get on the front foot metaphorically as well as literally early in his innings and turn the pressure around and put it back on the bowlers.
He waits then as Code comes in again, and that's flicked off his legs quite nicely as well, timed that pretty well. There is a man out there sweeping. Matthew Revis will keep them to 1. Some players are better at it than others, aren't they? You think of, you know, the extreme example, somebody like a Sir Alistair Cook, who just leave it all day long if he needed to when he's in that zone of concentration. And some players are always kind of more bothered about where the next run's coming from and wanting to keep it ticking. They're just naturally that sort of player. Northeast on strike now, and it flicks it fine. Now then, it was Jack Shutt who was, well, maybe if you were the bowler you might think a little bit half a stride behind it. They took him on. Once you go, unless it goes quickly to the fielder, you're still backing the batters, aren't you here?
Well, Carlson's really nippy between the wickets, and he was running to the danger end there.
And here he is on strike as Code's in again, and wide of off stump, and he drags that into the onside. Matthew Waite fielding at mid-on picks up. You can get in touch on at Nick Webb 2017 or at Jonathan Doige or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As Code turns, makes his way away from us once again, and that's lobbed back up in the air this time by Kieran Carlson. Could have been a chance, would have been an easy chance had somebody been anywhere near it, but it was the wrong side of the strip for Ben Code, and so the Glamorgan skipper has kind of got away with one there. 7 overs gone, 18 for 2.
David Battersby is enjoying our commentary while sat on the south beach at Tenby. The sand is hot, the sea is like swimming in a lukewarm bath. Looking forward to his visit to the Knoll next week. I'm glad to hear that it is pleasant on the beaches of Pembrokeshire, as Glamorgan try and get themselves out of an unpleasant situation here. 18 for 2, chasing 258 to win. Needed to dig deep against Kent last week. And the cosh at the moment as Waite bowls on leg stump. Northeast tries to glance it, is hit on the pad, and they'll go through for a leg by. 19 for 2. Waite and Code doing a fine job with these early overs.
Yeah, Mark Taylor down in Thetford in Norfolk, Yorkshire supporter, says very frustrating watch in the Yorkshire innings, very little impetus coming even in the latter part of it.
Yeah, it's that sort of wicket. I think you've got to give some allowances for conditions. Waite bowls, Carlson plays down into the gully, no run. Even players who are well set like Duke and to a lesser extent Tattersall found it difficult to accelerate. Tattersall was a runner ball, so he had a decent strike rate, but both were caught in the deep when they tried to fling the bat in the last 10 overs, as was Waite. As Waite bowls, Carlson jabs it down into the gully again. No run, so the pressure building on Carlson.
Malcolm Palmer says, hi Doige, you make a good point. Glamorgan fielded well in general, but the result is far from certain. My feeling is we ain't got enough. It's not like you to be on the dark side, is it, Malcolm?
19 for 2. What's your next radio commitment? Remind me, Jonathan.
Next Wednesday.
As that one is a swing and a miss by Carlson to wait. I meant in the next hour or so.
Sorry, yes, that is 4:30.
Oh, there we are. I'd better shuffle off so I can be back by 4 o'clock. Oh, trying to work things out. They're different every week, of course, due to different commitments. I've got to be on at 4, basically.
Well, you just come back on at 4 and I'll disappear off and come back on after my my 4:33, I think it is.
Carlson turns that one through the leg side and will pick up a couple of runs. There should be a third here. Carlson will turn and come back pretty comfortably. It's a good chase, just hauled up inside the deep mid-wicket ropes, and Glamorgan move on to 22 for 2 in this 8th over. The last ball is coming up from Matthew Waite after our impromptu production meeting. As Northeast on strike, and he drives that one down the ground. That should run away for 4. It's being pursued. Now it's just being retrieved, as Shutt initially thought he had a chance of overhauling it, and Sam Northeast punches one down the ground for 4, and Glamorgan move on to 26 for 2 after 8 overs here on BBC Sport Online. Northeast, a final thought on him. I was told that in his innings of 400 he hit the ball in the air about half a dozen times, so he's going to be correct if nothing else. 26 for 2 after 8, Jonathan and an iron.
And David Newton has emailed in. You can do that on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Listening to the commentary on Glamorgan v Yorkshire, I find that ignoring the elephant in the room is somewhat disturbing. The Yorkshire team is missing Bairstow, TKC, Balance, Milan, Root, Rashid, Willie and more, all test class players, as Root bowls here to Carlson, pushing into the onside, no run. Spectators have been shortchanged to wit the 3,000 to 4,000 at York for recent games, where a second team did well against Lancashire but lost the game. Selection is utter madness and dispiriting for spectators, says David. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to air your views. Ben Code coming in and bowling to Carlson, who pushes out to Don Bess, who does a one-handed left-handed pickup and fires it in with the right hand, but they've got through for 1. And Malcolm Palmer says, in response to me reading his email, which he did send in a while ago, feeling better now, maybe moving to the bright side, hope it continues to tonight's game at Helsinki. So 27 for 2, Carlson 5, Northeast 12, and Irons back alongside. We'll let him take on the next over of Matthew Waite at t'other end, and we'll just swap end and end. So I'll carry on with Ben Code. There we go, another production meeting on air. As Code's in, and Northeast propping forward, pushing into the offside. No run, still doesn't look the easiest out there. Just looking at the scores at the end of 8 overs, for example, 26 for 2 compares to 42 without loss Yorkshire at the same stage. That over where Will Frayne whacked a few boundaries and they got 21 off it. Who knows, come the end of this you might start to feel that that's been the difference if Yorkshire win by that sort of margin or less. As Code's in, that's pushed back to the bowler by Northeast, no run. And then flipping that, the fact that Glamorgan saved so many runs and Yorkshire sort of limped a bit, didn't they, in the last 10 overs, that could be the decisive period if Glamorgan go on to win it.
Yeah, I think that Yorkshire will be ecstatic with how they started here. 2 really good wickets there. They bowled really tightly, nice stump to stump, probably something that Glamorgan didn't quite do with the new ball. It seems a lot tougher again, so Yorkshire will be very happy with the position they're in right now.
Go to Northeast again, flicks it to leg. Tattersall Fields, and they've largely bottled up these runs. We've seen an odd boundary, and these two, when did they come together? 5th ball of the 4th over, so they've been out there 4 overs together, just starting to get a bit more appreciation for how this is playing. Carlson's faced 15 North East has faced the Magic 20.
Yeah.
That's it now, he's in.
Well, Sam North East has got a decent record when he does get past a few, so...
Here's Code, and North East punches into the offside where Hill fields. That's going to be the end of another Code over. He's bowled 5 of them now, 1 for 10 with Waite, 1 for 16 off his 4, 27 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, that's a brilliant opening spell here from Code. Obviously the wickets are really important, but keeping it tight as well. You mentioned that Will Frayne over. It's probably looking a bit more special the more we think about it now, just giving them that little bit of breathing room and kind of taking the run rate pressure off that opening pair and the few to come after him. Very much in a rebuild stage here with the skipper Carlson and Sam North East. I think one of these two, or certainly with the top order batters here, needs to get a good score, as we saw with Duke, that kind of 80, 90, 100. That's what's going to be needed to win this game. Glamorgan do bat very deep here. I think it's either going to be Salter or Whale down at 10 potentially, so there's certainly a lot of talent there, but I think it's going to take a top order batter to get a proper score. As Revis is on to bowl here. He's going to bowl the last over of the power play from the river end. He's in to bowl to Carlson. And he starts leg stump quite full, just flicked out to deep square leg. Dominic Best picks up and throws it in.
Did you face him in either of the championship games?
Yeah, I believe he got me out in one of them.
Did he?
Yeah, I had a bit of a slow start. I think it was the first thing I placed. Had a bit of got in, faced a few balls, then had lunch and came back out, got a few boundaries off him, and then I believe he got me out. I'm trying to think how he got me out, but yeah, he's certainly got a lot of all-round talent, especially hearing how much he can bat as he charges in here to Sam North East on strike, top of off, blocked to cover. Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball. He looks like he can typically shake the ball away with a red ball. He tries to do that, try and find that slip corn, but I think in white ball he's going to try and hammer that top of the length stump, which is typically hard to hit. Also like the fields that the Yorkshiremen have started with here, very much try to block up the runs in front of the wicket, which I think is the way forward. Obviously that's the benefit of bowling second, as Revis in the bowl to North East. Clipped off his legs past short 45, just inside the man there. Just strayed a little bit on his line, Revis, but that's a nice shot from Sam. And as you gents were talking about before on air, he's not the kind to get flustered at dot balls, but every bat in the world, it does help when you sneak a little boundary away there. Just releasing a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, oh, here we go, yeah. A.H.T. Donald.
Oh God, here we go.
30. Wild
Another
slog
start.
towards leg. Tried to hit it out of the Aegeus bowl.
Probably.
LBW Revis.
Oh yes, kept a bit low, nipped back. It's a good ball actually. I promise you. And Revis in the bowl to Sam there, he just blocked that into the leg side for no run. Touches all fields. Yes, we've had a couple of good tussles this year so far, the Yorkshire and the Hampshiremen. And we're looking forward to another in the 50 over comp. It's going to be a good finish to the championship season. As Revis into bowl to North East. That's a nice ball, top the stumps. Sam defends very nicely to mid on.
I like going down there. It's great to do this job at that venue. Apart from it being, you can see absolutely everything from up on that commentary gantry.
What's the aircon like up there? I know it can get pretty toasty.
It can get warm at the back end of the day. The mornings are quite cold, especially if you get an early season game.
Really?
We went down there in 2019, it was freezing.
Revis in the bolt, again, just defended by North East. That's a nice comeback. Just strayed slightly on that one down the leg side, but overall a tidy over.
Yeah, but just, great. This year I got a room with a view, so I could see the pitch.
You got a pitch facing room as well?
When I was off for 30 minutes.
Big budgets in BBC West Yorkshire these days.
Yeah, I was trying to ice an injury, and I went to the bar downstairs and I said to the lady, I took a couple of I used my loaf and got a couple of plastic bags out of the boot of the car, and I kind of thought she might give me, let's say, a good handful of ice in each one that I could put out. She came back and she'd filled a carrier bag with ice. It was massive, so much ice in it that was at sort of 10, I don't know, maybe 11:30 in the morning.
You filled the bath up.
I put it in the sink, and by the time we'd done the whole day's play, gone out for a meal, had a couple of drinks, gone back to the room later on at night,
on ice.
Still in ice, still massive amount of ice in the sink.
I think they're used to having Moa Bassar overseas as a big advocate for ice baths, and he lives in the hotel, so maybe they've got used to running him up a few bags every now and again.
Yeah, certainly plentiful. So it's going to be Dom Bess coming into the attack early. I thought we might see him a little bit earlier than normal here. Well, the power play is done, isn't it? But not always straight on. 32 for 2, 5 off that Revis over. And so what have we got here? We've got a long on, a cow, sweeper backward of square, and a man out sweeping at cover. Everybody else inside the ring. And pushing forward to this first delivery there is Kieran Carlson, who's not out 6. See if Dom Bess can get a few revs on it, as we saw some turn for the slower Glamorgan bowlers. This one's just a little bit too full and leg stumpish and worked out that way for a single.
Yeah, I think Bessie's going to play a key role here through the middle overs. As we saw with Glamorgan, it certainly became at least very difficult to rotate, but spin seemed to create the chances through the middle overs, which is the key to winning 50-over games. So I think Glamorgan will be very, very watchful of Dom here and try and tick along pretty quietly and get through his 10 overs unscathed. I think will be their plan.
Here it comes again. That's turning down the leg side and just helping it on its way around the corner. Sam Northeast, nothing stupid here. Just have a look at what Dom Bess has got to offer, and if you can pick up, milk a few of these singles. Still a lot of time. Lots of time to go. Just under 40 overs to find another 220 odd runs. Bess again, good delivery, has the beating of Carlson. That's hit Harry Duke and gone away for 4 byes. A little bit unlucky there, that was tight, wasn't it? Just past the outside edge. Yeah, he opened the face to run it down through third man, something like that. Harry Duke will be disappointed with himself that he's not actually got his mitts on that in the end. So Glamorgan effectively gifted 4, 38 for 2. There's Bess again. That's worked backward of square, where Shutt will field, and they get through for another one. Jack Shutt, of course, bowls off spin as well. Dom Bess will doubtless have had the choice of which end he fancied, but to be fair, not a big difference between either end, I don't think, today in terms of boundary sizes. Bess again, and just milked for a single by Northeast up to the incoming George Hill from long on. So relatively expensive over in context, because 8 runs came from it because of those 4 singles and 4 byes.
Yeah, Bessie just starting pretty flat there, trying to settle into his spell. I think once he slows it up, that seemed to be where the most of the grip came from. So he's a very skillful bowler and very accurate, and I think his accuracy is the big part of his game.
Have you played with?
Yes, yeah, I've known Dom for a while now. I'm trying to think, we'd have played. What would have been probably the age group stuff when we split up in the regions, around about that Bunbury age group, and then kind of just cross paths various England age group camps and training and overseas stuff. So yeah, I've known him for a while. One benefits of county cricket, you tend to get to know quite a few of the opposition these days. We're on the same boat.
Yeah. Comparing injuries?
Yeah, something like that. I've got a few better scars than most at the minute. After my last couple of years, I like to show off. Revis in the bowl here. The deep cover's just come up, so they're only using 3 men out instead of the allocation of 4. Just trying to build some dots here on Sam Northeast, who's on the strike as Revis is into bowl. Punched back at him. He's got a fingertip on it. Just collected a mid-on mid-off for no run. It's very much Sam's bread and butter. He has a very classical on-drive on him, especially in the form he's in at the moment. There's not too much frills with his batting. He just goes about his business and scores runs after runs, as he has been doing for a long time now. So Revis in again. That's the top of the stumps, just guided down to third man. Looks like they're going to come back for 2, just behind that point fielder. Waite collects at third man and throws in. Yeah, I think that seems to be Revis's way of operating, trying to slam that wicket. And I think Hampshire are going to get a lot of... the Glamorgan batters here are going to just try and deflect him down to third man and clip him off their hips and wait for that kind of short one to try and break this offside ring. Yep. Revis is going to try and stack a few dots here. comes into bowl. Heavy length. That's it. Nudge down to third man again. Thinking of 2, but Waite does some good fielding again. Fires it into the keeper.
Yeah, heavy ball. You mentioned that earlier on with regard to Matthew Revis. That's what they say about him. I think
it's a very classic cricket term, isn't it? Heavy ball.
Top end of the 70s, maybe up to 80, 81-ish.
Yeah, I think he's got potential to get up there, I think, certainly. He's only obviously young and making his way into bowl now. Again, top of the stumps. Carlson plays that nicely out onto the leg side. It's only going to be 1 collected in front of deep backward square leg by Dom Bess. Thrown in on the bounce across the used wicket, as is the way in white ball cricket these days.
Doesn't matter what he achieves today, even if he gets a 5 in 5 or something, his mum's still not going to be too chuffed because he forgot to put some tickets on for them.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah.
They had to pay their way.
Gotta please your mum.
That's a rookie move. He'll learn very quickly as he's into bowl. That's driven nicely to mid-off. That's well stopped. As Sam Northeast on strike there gets 1 run to wide mid-off. Oh no, that's. I'm not sure my parents would be impressed if I did the same thing. You've got to learn very quickly. Got to keep them happy, give them the tickets they want.
That'll be a load of washing that you have to go take to the laundrette now, won't
absolutely.
it? Something like that.
Got to learn somehow. Carlson on strike here. Last ball of Revis' second over. A bit fuller, and that's just nudged to mid-on. I think that's a good length for Revis to Carlson. There's a dot ball there. There's a relatively productive over. Goes for 5.
Did you hear Harry Brooks' interview after one of the 100 matches last week?
No, I don't think so.
The one where Yorkshire won it at the Old Trafford. Yorkshire, there you go, you see. Northern Superchargers won at Old Trafford. And he mentioned something about his grandma still doing some of his washing. And if she complains, she's lying because she loves it, really. She loves it. There you go,
he's a braver man
still
than
getting
most.
his washing done by his grandma.
I think he's going to be able to afford to get to the laundrette now after his last few months. What a run of form he's been in this year. What a player.
Yeah, very good. Here's Bess, meanwhile, bowling to Northeast, who's milked another single out towards mid-wicket. So the boundaries are not flowing, although there have been a couple of overs that have been up to 7 or 8 mark recently. Sally M, in response to the listener complaining about the Yorkshire lineup, says you can only use the players you've got available. I'm blaming the ECB and the crazy schedule. We've lost class players to both country and the 100. Here's Bess again. And that's flicked as much as anything past his grasp up towards the incoming Luxton. Carlson picking up a single. Stephen Hedges says, so lovely to hear an Aaron Donald helping out with commentary on BBC Radio Wales with Nick and I. Will he be playing at the Knoll next week?
I should hope so, if selected. It'd be nice to return to southwest Wales.
Bessie nicely played this by Northeast. He's going to pick up 4 runs along the deck all the way. Just a classic cricket shot, really. Stepped away to leg, opened up the offside and punched it with really good timing.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Bit of class there from Sam Northeast, and that's his favoured boundary option off the spinner here. Just backing away, giving himself room and hitting back through the spin, which is, again, very much the modern way of playing it. I think, typically in the past you'd be looking to play with the spin, but it's guys looking to go back through it and get a cleaner strike these days.
Bess just goes wider of off stump this time, and Northeast going to pick up 2 by opening the face and running it out backward of point. Getting warm applause. 50 up, of course, with that boundary. 53 for 2 now. It was, of course, 13 for 2 at one stage. So 40 partnership thus far between Carlson on 10 and Northeast on 29. And it's the latter who is still on strike. Tries to flick it, as he had done earlier in the over, past Bess, just to the onside of straight, but couldn't get it away. Bess with the customary shades on while he's bowling. Does his little skip. And in he comes. It's a little bit straighter and flicked a little bit more leg side-ish where Tattersall fields. End of the over then. 53 for 2 after 13 at the same stage. Yorkshire was 66 for 1.
Yeah, the Glamorgan batters obviously under pressure with those early wickets, but they seem to be just rotating the strike a little bit easier than the Yorkshire counterparts did at that time. as I said, it seems like it's going to be a very competitive total and should be a very good game. I think this Glamorgan top order needs to do most of the damage, but certainly I think it's going to be a good one for the neutral, hopefully. Carlson on strike here to Revis. Again, that deep cover's up to Carlson, a favoured spot of his, so they're trying to squeeze some pressure on you as Revis bowls, and he just guides that down to third man for a single. You can see Yorkshire making a big attempt to try and squeeze here as the men at point, extra cover and mid-wicket are in really tight. Trying to save those ones, trying to make them play a bit of a bigger shot than letting them deflect the ball and rotate the strike comfortably. The northeast on strike here. I'd love to know his state of mind after scoring 400. Hopefully he'd be feeling relatively confident. Revis bowls, and again heavy length, just blocked to that tight point fielder.
His state of mind was probably something like, I'll just have a nice bath or a nice shower and a couple of beers.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
If he, I don't know if he's teetotal or not, but
he might have been annoyed they declared on him. Actually, might have fancied a few more. But actually, the most impressive part about that game, I think, was them forcing a victory on a flat wicket that afternoon. The Glamorgan supporters would be very happy. Northeast on strike here, nicely bowled by Revis, just blocked into the offside.
Russell Walker says, although I remain certain that we were 25-ish short in our innings, seeing how the wicket's playing and the tight line we're bowling, having runs on the board may well prove to be in our favour. Squeeze, squeeze and squeeze Glamorgan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yorkshire supporter.
Yeah, I think he's spot on there. It feels like from the position they were in that felt like they could have got a few more towards the death, but I said this feels like a very capable score on this wicket as Revis again hits the wicket hard and Sam Northeast punches it to that cover fielder who's up saving the one.
Well, I mean, so far from a bowling point of view, you can't sort of think back and there's not been one over where they've thrown up 2 or 3 rubbish deliveries that have gone.
Absolutely. It's been very tidy throughout. Revis into bowl again, and Sam Northeast chips that to short mid-wicket. Just a little build-up of pressure there. Revis really holding his length nicely there. Sam's tried to turn it away to the deep backward square, and it's just held on him a little bit. I think it's a really good length on this wicket and caught pretty comfortably in the end by the skipper Tattersall at short mid-wicket. Northeast to be disappointed with that. He just looked like he was starting to feel pretty comfortable there, and it's a huge wicket for Yorkshire in the context of this game. Yeah,
big wicket, because not only the fact that it's Sam Northeast, it's about as well that you've got a player who's now seen it as well as you might do out there. He's been out there 41 deliveries, he's got himself in and he's got himself out, and he got himself out, didn't he, as well there, really. You've got to say that's not it's a wicket taking delivery because he's taken a wicket, but it's not an obvious wicket taking delivery, and he's just not picked up his flick or not executed it well enough, has he? And he's got himself out. So somebody else has now got to come in on a pitch which is clearly not the easiest and start again. And although Glamorgan clearly back deep, how many times can you keep going back to the well?
Yeah, absolutely. Billy Root striding out to the crease here. He's looking to cement himself back in this Glamorgan side. He's been in and out over the last couple of years, and I believe he scored a really nice, I think it was a 99, earlier in the season in a red ball. But he's just trying to find his way in this middle order. Stylish left-hander on his day. Him and Kieran are going to have to really grind out a partnership here, it seems. Revis bowled really nicely there. Just started to zone in on that kind of right length on this wicket, and that is very much a favoured area of Sam's, but also got him trouble today through that mid-wicket region.
And he got 29 of 41 there. They put on 41 themselves for the third wicket in precisely 10 overs, so they've not been going along like a train, obviously, just at 4 and over between them. And again, that shows you 2 quality players. Tells you a bit about how Yorkshire have bowled, also tells you a bit about the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not that easy still.
And again, I think it's a wise move by Johnny Tattersall. I think most people will be feeling, we should get a slip and a couple of catches in. I think the more dangerous men are these short mid-wicket and short extra cover, so it's a very standard feel here for Billy Root on strike for his first ball. And that's blocked comfortably to cover. It's a really nice set there from Revis.
So 54 for 3, just 1 for 1 off the over. Matthew Revis, I mentioned that he's kind of finding out about what playing professional cricket's about, or much more this year, especially when you do both disciplines. He has looked tired at times. I know the coaching staff, I think they rested him for a match that I can think of, maybe more than that, but he's played most of the games that the team have played, so getting some great experiences under his belt. But he's probably also, at times just thought, we just need a couple of days just to sit down
Don't we all?
and think about what's going on.
No, that's why you don't grow up trying to bowl fast.
And also that's where I went wrong. His best bowling to Carlson, who's opened the face and run it out to point, where also in a flopping out, it's been fielded by who's wearing 26. Was it 26, or have I got did I not read it correctly? Oh, another wicket, is it? No, it looked like he pushed it straight back to him for a moment. Crowd catch into the pitch. But to finish the Revis point, even on those days when things have not gone that well, he's still one of these bowlers who picks up a wicket, picks up a couple. So there's always still something in the plus column, as that's pushed out by Carlson to the sweeper in the covers, and there's a single.
A bit of a change of field here. Billy Root on strike now. To the left-hander in. Left-hand, right-hand tends to be helpful. And through the middle overs in one-day cricket, just making the bowlers readjust their lines. We've got a slip. It's quite an interesting leg side field. So we've got a long on. Looks like a deep square leg just in front, and then only a 45. So a big gap through mid-wicket. Offsides mainly up, cover short extra, and a slip. Mid-off and point in the ring.
Yeah, flick to leg by Billy Root. They're going to think about a second. They're taking on Matthew Waite, who wouldn't be the quickest to cross the ground, and they've got back for 2. Just checking the substitute fielder out there wearing 26. Could be one of the. Is it Ben Cliff? I can't remember what number he wears now.
They're not on the team sheet here, so.
No, Harry Sullivan.
As good as ours.
Harry Sullivan has played in the competition already. He wears 27.
So we're close. There's an unnamed fielder at backward point.
Is it Josh Sullivan? Didn't see it. I can't remember seeing Josh in the squad.
Nicely played there by Billy Root down to long off.
We shall try and work that one out for you. So single to Root takes him on to 3, 58 for the loss of 3. Carlson back on strike. Best continuing back over the wicket to the right-hander, who's taking a good length ball and flicking it out to Revis, coming in off the square leg boundary. That'll complete the 15th over then. At this stage, Yorkshire were 69 for the loss of 1, and Glamorgan 59 for 3.
Yeah, Yorkshire with a really important wicket there in the last couple of overs of Sam North East chipping it to short mid-wicket. Obviously a player of an extremely high calibre and in the form of his life, I think some may say. And that's something to be said over his long career. Now it's down to the young skipper and Kieran Carlson and Billy Root, 2 very capable batters, and they're going to have to build some sort of partnership here as Revis continues his spell. Carlson on strike. Again, this offside up, trying to put some pressure on, squeeze some dot balls out here as he's into bowl. And that's clipped out to the leg side. Fine leg comes round to collect, and that's a single. Billy Root back on the strike. So again, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they break up Don Bess's spell here. Obviously, you got the off spin of Jack Shutt as well to come on, and a few other bowling options. So interesting to see how Tattersall uses his bowling options as Revis is into Root. Plays a lovely on drive, but it's collected just as well by the bowler on his follow through there. It's a dot. You've got bowling options in, obviously Waite's already bowled. Revis and Best. They've got Lowton,
Yep, he's been bowling in the comp.
Even George Hill bowls a few every now and again, does he? But
more on that in a moment.
Oh right, there we go. Some inside info. Billy Rook on strike, just nudges it to deep cover nicely to get off strike. That's a good length from Revis. Played nicely through the offside.
Liking this.
Oh wow.
Jam and cream. You see, Nick. I know Nick's on a diet, so he won't want to eat any of this.
Yeah.
And you're a professional sportsman, so you won't want scones with jam and cream.
I ran it off yesterday. That's what I'm telling myself. I need a carbo load. Revis again in from the river end. Just, I believe off the 5-pad down the fine leg. They're pushing hard for 2, but won't quite get back.
Yeah, so George Hill, having got his 100, we did the record, the obligatory interview on Sunday, and mentioned his bowling. And because he broke his toe when he was yorked by Jamie Overton in the previous Scarborough game to when you came, he was out LBW and he broke his toe, and so he's batted since, but he's not been considered able to bowl.
Revis in here. Billy Root just punches that out to short extra cover for no run.
And I think that's because the physio believes it won't heal
if he bowls on it,
and he could do further long-term damage. So I think it was pretty much written off for the season on the bowling front. But he said after the match on Sunday, he said he wants to bowl, and he said my biggest job is trying to convince the physio that I'm all right to bowl.
That's the real skill to being a professional sportsman. Revis in again. Billy Root plays a nice drive. That's just evaded extra cover, and it's running away. It's quite a long boundary out there as Jack Shutt picks it up from mid-off and throws it in. That's 2 runs. Billy Root started quite nicely and fluently here. And again, and over that goes for 4 plus a leg bite. So very much in the balance here. I think Yorkshire feel themselves just slightly ahead of the game with 3 big wickets. A couple of good balls in there. Code with 1, Waite with 1 and Revis with 1. So the opposite to Glamorgan. The seam has done the damage early on here.
Yep, 64 for 3. So Best going to continue for over number 17. Yorkshire lad says, does the Glamorgan crowd shout root when Billy gets a 4, or is that just reserved for Joe?
You'd have to ask Webby. I'm sure they do every now and again.
Yep.
It's a bit of a trademark now, isn't it?
There's Bess, nicely played. That's wide of Matthew Waite and will have the pace to beat him to the boundary. Lovely stroke by Kieran Carlson, finding the gap. Martin Rowe says, hi, did I miss my answer to the Gary Balance question? I have to go back through the tweets now and remind myself what your Gary Balance question was. I do try and answer them. As you know, Martin, when will he be making his first team comeback? No, is the answer to that. He's in and around. He got that magnificent 95 off 25 deliveries up at Northumberland in the warm-up match, and then we've not seen him since. Bess in, and that's flicked to leg by Carlson. Tattersall Fields. I think the club are just taking the view that when he feels ready, he will play, and are still respecting his feelings on that front. As this is worked up by Carlson to long on, Luxton into field, they get a single.
So roughly how many players will Yorkshire be missing right now in this team? Between obviously the England guys are tough to count, but
25, 26, 27.
Yeah, that's what I say. Feels like it.
Okay.
It's a very tough thing to manage.
Yeah, so David Willey, Joe Root, David Milan, Adil Rashid, Matthew Fisher injured, Best bowling here to Root, who pushes it to George Hill. No run.
100. Thompson.
Gary Balance, Jordan Thompson, Adam Lythe,
Brooke.
Harry Brooke. So is that 9 or 10 that we've just reeled off in a flash? Bess in, pushed into the offside by Root and fielded by Hill. So it's a fairly depleted side in terms of if all those players were available, how many on the field now would be in the team?
Yeah, it'd be pretty difficult to get past many of them.
Bess in, it's a full toss and also hit aerially by Billy Root, but there's nobody around to do the catching. perfectly safe, and they got a single to complete the over. That's 17 now gone. Carlson 19, Root 7, 70 for 3. Glamorgan in response to Yorkshire's 257 for 9.
Again, rotating the spin relatively well so far, Glamorgan. Bessie started very much flat and quick at the stump line. Be interesting to see if he just starts mixing his pace, see if he can extract a bit more turn out of this wicket, as was seen a little bit earlier on. He's certainly got more
update for BBC Radio Wales to come in a few minutes' time. As Yorkshire mull over field placings and so on. There's never any real pressure on time in this competition, as we've been saying.
For the first bite of the scones are going down behind us.
Good. As Revis will run in from the river end and bowls to Root, who drives into the offside, and there's no run as it runs to mid-off. It's a rare sight here at Sophia Gardens. The crowd are all retreated down beneath us in the shade, and away to our right there's a few in the upper echelons of the covered stand on the 45-degree angle. As Root drives into the offside again and takes a single out to Best, sweeping on the cover boundary. 71 for 3 Glamorgan, and the Duckworth-Lewis par score at the end of this over is 99, so that tells you that Yorkshire on top. Not that it's going to rain, but it's always a good indicator.
There's a few brave, hardy souls in the sunshine trying to get a bit of a tan on, although they're starting to turn relatively red from this distance.
Next delivery is short and hooked away nicely by Carlson. He might bisect the two fielders. No, it's just picked up by fine leg Loughton running round, and they'll have to settle for a couple of runs. 73 for 3. Carlson on to 21 not out. 185 still to win. Looks formidable. Stephen Hedges says, lovely to hear Aaron Donald on commentary. Will he be playing at the Knoll next week? If selected?
If selected, absolutely. So it's been a long time since I played there, but it would be nice to be home staying with the family.
Short ball, uppercut by Carlson, I think deliberately over point. He should get 4 runs. He has managed to find a gap in the field. And Carlson just taking a slight chance there, but he was playing that shot deliberately up and over point, and got it where he wanted it, and picks up another 4. 77 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot by Kieran. That's one of his favoured areas, up and over point. Revis just missing slightly short. Obviously Billy and Kieran not the biggest of stature compared to North East, so his length just needs to change a fraction here.
Another shortish ball from Revis is pulled around by Carlson again, looking to bisect the fielders. It's booted in field by Loughton in the end, and mopped up by Bess.
It's a lovely right foot out there at fine leg, just the outside of the boot. It looks brilliant on replay. Bess dives over the top of it, and I'm not quite sure who came behind it. I think it's Loughton, but
yeah,
lovely outside of the boot curled shot back in play, I believe.
Skills. 79 for 3. Carlson on to 27 not out, but a long way to go for Glamorgan. Yorkshire the dominant force at the moment. Carlson drives nicely, but will just pick up the single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 80 for 3, and that is the end of 18 overs here on BBC Sport Online with Jonathan Doidge. Will be back in half an hour, and Aaron Donald, myself, Nick Webb, as we're going to have, is it an official drinks interval? The umpires were saying there'll be one after 17. It's Kieran Carlson is looking to take something on board anyway. Going to have a pause in play. So one spinner opening, replacing the other at this Cathedral Road end. Best 4 overs for 23. Probably would have hoped for a little bit more impact than that, I guess.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to settle into that spell and bowled very quick and flat at the pads. It's obviously Jack Shutt coming on here. It'd be interesting. I haven't seen too much of him bowl, but I think he gives it a little bit more flight. and air, so it'll be interesting to see if he can extract a bit more turn. But certainly the Glamorgan batters have looked relatively fluid coming in. They haven't got off to a flyer, but they're certainly rotating the strike a bit easier than their Yorkshire counterparts, but certainly behind the game with those big early wickets.
80 for 3 then. 18 overs gone. Yorkshire 89 for 1 after 20. So nothing much in the runs, but Glamorgan with some key men back in the pavilion. North East 29, Lloyd 2, Ingram 7. Shut bowls, squirted away by Carlson to short point, no run.
Yeah, very much a different style and bowling action to Don Bess here by Jack Shutt. He's come around the wicket straight away as well, just to try and angle it across the batter and see if we can get some hold.
Driven by Carlson, straight to cover again, no run. Be looking to see whether Glamorgan look to target any particular bowler. Not sure whether there's a need for it at this stage.
I think that's obviously the benefit of chasing on a wicket you're unsure of the score on. It takes the kind of boundary pressure off them a little bit more.
Carlson mistimes a drive, ball bounces out on the leg side, and there is no run. 80 for 3. Shut bowls, Carlson on the back foot. Good start from Shut, the second off spinner. 1 for 48 off 9 in his last match. Ring 24 in the dark blue of Yorkshire, and Carlson again can't quite get that one between bowler and mid wicket. Having a look, Kieran Carlson. 5 dot balls from Shutt, as this one is driven up to long on by Carlson for a single. 81 for 3, just the single off the over. Target is 258 to win. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Glamorgan are 81 for 3 after 19 overs. They're chasing 258 to win. It's not going to be the easiest chase, particularly if Glamorgan have lost Lloyd for 2, Ingram for 7 and North East for 29. Yorkshire with not too much experience in their attack, and Glamorgan do bat deep, but Yorkshire had to work really hard to post a total of 257 for 9. Duke the top scorer with 87. Glamorgan chasing 258. They're 81 for 3 after 19. As we have another bowling change, and Tom Loughton will take over with his seam from the River Taff end. And did Glamorgan target any particular bowler, I wonder?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I certainly think with Billy and Kieran at the crease here, they really enjoy a bit of pace on the ball and can access it square of the wicket. Big tall lad charging in here.
Loughton bowls then, and bowls wide outside off stump. Carlson has a slash at it, and it's called a wide. That's an interesting action.
I was about to say there's a big hop, skip and a jump to get him going there, but certainly he's going to, on the same kind of ilk as Revis, he's going to be quite tall, get a bit of bounce, and there seemed to be a little bit of pace there. Potentially suiting the Glamorgan batters, but if they can kind of find that top of the stump length again, it seems very, very difficult to get away.
Loughton with 4 wickets in the 3 games so far. That's down leg side, flicked away by Carlson, but he'll pick out the man down beneath us at fine leg, Shutt, and just has to take the single. Now I'm trying to work out why this bowling action of Loughton looks so odd.
Yeah, I've got my bearings the second time round. I think it's when he jumps at the crease, his feet almost cross each other. I think that's what put me off in originally. His run is relatively similar. He runs from a bit of an angle, but it's his delivery stride.
There's a bit of arms and legs going on as Root edges one or runs it down to third man. It's 4 runs, whether deliberate or not, as Glamorgan move on to 87 for 3, and looking at the replay, I think we'll give Billy Root the credit for that one as a guide.
Absolutely. If I'm a batter, I'm claiming that one, but I'm sure Lowton will be saying the complete opposite, having let go of it. Nicely guided down past the, probably a little bit finer than he'd like, but that's the benefit of one-day cricket. There's not too many slips in play there, so a relatively safe shot. Billy Root with his first boundary.
Root under 12, 87 for 3, 258 the target. Lowton bowls, and this time Root blocks it to Bess at mid-on. And there's no run. I think if I were facing Lowton, which is never going to happen, I'd be
never say never.
Completely baffled by all those arms and legs flying all over the place. I'd probably forget to watch the ball.
The first couple would have caught you off guard, certainly. I assume your club side don't quite have the same resources we do in terms of pre-match analysis.
As Root plays an inside edge onto his pads, ball trickles down onto the crease, no run. Analysis is, do you remember from this bloke from when we played him earlier in the season, stroke last season? So-and-so's the danger one. Is that a bloke who scored whatever it was against us?
That's the problem with all these live streams and live scores. You stay very connected these days.
87 for 3. Root on strike and driving into the offside for a single. 88 for 3. Required run rate still 5.6. I guess if Glamorgan can keep it below a run a ball, then they'll be relatively happy as long as they have wickets in hand here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the run rate's going to particularly get away from them. I think it's certainly on the wicket front here. Glamorgan at bat through with a few batters to get some scores. They're going to be there or thereabouts.
Nice shot from Carlson, but just worth the one out the cover boundary. 10 out of 10 for style. Beautiful cover drive. Unfortunately, the sweeper did his job. More fortunately for Yorkshire, sweeper did his job in front of that empty grandstand away to our right that isn't in use apart from in T20 and 100 and international games when it's full of boisterous elements at times.
The party stand, isn't it?
89 for 3 Glamorgan, 20 overs gone and 169 to win off 30 remaining. So Neath and Irene, when was the last time you would have played there?
Oh, I was trying to rack my brain. I think the last time I'd have played there, we're talking at least 6 or 7 years ago, maybe in a second team game. I should imagine. Shut
bowls. Carlson drives uppishly to mid-off and takes the single. Yeah. Didn't carry.
Kieran just trying to access that offside. Nice bit of shape on the ball from Jack Shutt here, just kind of almost drifting it across the right-hander from around the wicket. Kieran trying to beat that short extra cover and looking relatively uppish there. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been down to Neath. I assume things haven't changed too much down there.
It's been a while since I've been down to Neath, to be honest. I've been probably 3 or 4 years since I did a rugby game there. Even
say that the knoll has a bit of character as well, doesn't it?
Certainly does. As Shutt into Root, who punches off the back foot but straight to Hill at cover, and there's no run. I understand the commentary will be from side on-ish at the pavilion, in the pavilion area, as Root plays defensively on the onside and there's no run. So I'm relying on your brother to provide us with suitable screens to provide an accurate commentary and proceedings.
I'm sure they'll be in place, Nick, otherwise I'll have a word with my parents, show it to them.
Driven on the leg side by Root, no run. Straight to Tassel at mid-wicket. Otherwise it can be a bit of a mare commentating from side on, as I'm sure you appreciate.
It's the fun part of outgrounds, isn't it?
Rotes drives gently up to mid-on, and there's no run. So decent over from Shutt this.
Yeah, he started really nicely here. I said quite a different style to Don Best, just a bit slower with a bit more air, and I think it's going to be a little bit harder to play today on this surface.
Reverse sweep comes out from Billy Root. It's one of his favourite shots. He'll pick up a couple of runs at least. Good sliding stop by Revis down in the distance on the backward point boundary. They go through for 2. 92 for 3 after 21, chasing 258. Always have trouble working out fielding positions when the batsman's played a reverse.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Well, I think the way we work it out these days is if he doesn't change his hands or feet, then we're still calling it deep point. After that, then it's a lottery. But yeah, Root very much favours his sweep both sides of the wicket, and they had the field accordingly. Typically that deep cover man, who's normally there for a kind of a back foot punch or a drive, goes very square to him. So they can have that extra man on the leg side for his regular sweep.
Stephen Hedges on Twitter is taking issue with you. Doesn't like your pronunciation of the word scones.
That's a family relation, so I thought I'd put it on. I live down south now, don't I? So
Scones, old boy. Yeah. 92 for 3. Loughton bowls. Carlson drops it into the offside into a little gap and goes through for a single.
Kieran just ticking it over quite nicely here. I said that they've, especially Billy coming in, they've been relatively fluent off the mark. The ball's hardly flying around the park, but they're not struggling to score. So I said it's going to set up quite nicely here for the end.
Yeah, run rate's just going up a
though.
touch, isn't it? If it reaches 6, then...
Yeah, once it gets past there for a period of time, I think they'll start feeling a bit more uncomfortable.
Loughton round the wicket to Root, who drives into a gap on the offside and will take a single. 94 for 3, Root to 16. Other game in this group, Worcestershire 145 for 4 in the 33rd over against Lancashire. It's relatively slow going at Old Trafford. That was a 2 o'clock start there. I suppose plenty of time to now. It's all right, isn't it? 33rd, 50 over cricket's a long time.
Yeah, it's a bit longer than it feels.
Loughton to Carlson, who hits another one over points. Just got that over the field and will pick up 2 runs down to the backward point boundary. Throw comes in. Good piece of fielding from Hill in front of the grandstand.
It's a very nice shot, that, Kieran. It wasn't quite as short and wide as the one he got over point earlier, but he's really manufactured that into the big gap. There's very rarely do you have a man out there, so there's always a couple to be had as he went up and over point.
In comes Loughton bowls to Carlson, who tries to turn on the leg side, and in a bit of a tangle the ball flies back past the stumps.
I think he caught it on the back of the bat on his follow through. Lucky he didn't carry to the keeper.
Carlson practicing the shot and looking slightly bemused as to how a shot aimed probably through mid-wicket ended up dribbling back past his stumps, or going maybe over the stumps. Loughton, tall figure, wearing 40, in bowls. Carlson hits another one over point. This one may want to run away for 4. No, it's another sliding stop. Crowd shouting for 4 runs. Hill,
Mr. Carlson's not happy with that one.
Maybe not sure. We'll see a replay on the video stream as I think good. He's done well there actually, the fielder. He's managed to release the ball as his feet slid backwards over the ropes. Fair play. 98 for 3. Loughton to Carlson. Drives into the offside for a single to finish quite a productive over. 99 for 3 as the crowd give George Hill a bit of unjustified stick.
It's a shame we can't show the replays out there so they can see. It would make life a lot easier, as he suggested. Another tidy over, just ticking along.
So DLS, Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, par score, which I think will be at the end of the 23rd over if I'm reading it right. Is that the way they put them up? It's
they should
level
go
score.
For every ball these days. It depends on the scoreboard and the setup. So there or thereabouts. It's actually as you are using it here. It's a good way to kind of keep track of where people are in a shorter format game.
Glamorgan were 28, I think, behind a few overs ago. Now they're just 11 behind as Shutt's first ball sees Carlson advance down the pitch and had to adjust his shot to play it up too long on to avoid being stumped. That's the 100 up for Glamorgan in the 23rd over. So the game getting back towards parity. Wickets in hand, the key factor here. As so often shut into Root, who leg glances. Carlson calls him through for a quick single down to short fine leg, and is safely home. 157 to win.
Yeah, nice little partnership building here for Glamorgan. Exactly what was needed. They need to try and extend this as far as they can and try and chew away at this lead.
Shut bowls. Carlson square drives on the offside. Takes the single. 102 for 3. These two coming together with the score on 54 in the 14th over, when some northeast who'd looked in pretty much little trouble till then drove one to mid-wicket off Revis. Shut balls. Root drives but to cover, and there's no run.
It's mid-on up in the ring again, trying to tempt Billy Root to go long over the bowler's head. Long off's back, and a deep point is very square for that reverse sweep.
Oh, Root pushing forward, groping for it. I think the ball might have missed everything. It'll be a couple of runs down, and it's escaped the fielder on the far boundary, and it's gone away for 5 runs, in fact. Didn't hit anything on the way through, so it's a wide down the leg side, plus the boundary.
He's almost thrown it back over. He's made the diving stop, and unfortunately Waite's almost then trying to flick it back on. Has actually knocked it back over the rope.
So a little Brucey bonus for Glamorgan there. Next ball has bowled him. Shut strikes. Root goes for 17. Glamorgan 107 for 4, and the game very much back in the balance after that promising little stand, and a big wicket for the off spinner Jack Shutt.
Yeah, Billy Root standing very leg side of the ball when it's spinning here, and it's a very nice delivery here from Shutt. Just drifted in, and it's probably the first one that's really held in this Glamorgan innings, but it's hit top of off very nicely. Billy Root just trying to access that big gap on the offside, and it's just beaten in there. That's a really big wicket for Yorkshire. They seem to be getting wickets at the right time so far, just as the partnership was building again. Root has to go.
Yeah, the partnership past 50 with that 5 wides, but it ends straight away thereafter, as they'd come together in the 14th over, parted in the 23rd, so 53 in 9 overs was about the asking rate, but again it's wickets that are in question. Now, will it be Cullen to come in at 6 or Cook?
Looks like Cook.
So Cook at 6, and I guess who comes in next depends on the match situation when the next wicket falls. It's a little bit flexible between Douthwaite and Cullen, possibly with Salter as well. As Cullen came in ahead of Douthwaite in the last game.
Yeah, I think he'll be a relatively flexible order as we go from here. I think in this situation it's likely to be Tom Cullen, especially after that knock last week. He very much took that opportunity with both hands. Now Joe Cook into bat. It seemed to me he played almost a bigger role with the ball last year, whether that was intended. We're not quite sure, but he certainly turned into a very much a all-round option for Glamorgan in this 50 over side.
Strange, really, considering that his opportunities in the championship were as an opening bat and didn't bowl.
Yeah.
But
that's modern cricket, eh?
Shutt is in to bowl to the left-handed Joe Cook, who's beaten by his first ball, groping forward for that. Bit of turn again for Shutt, and it was almost a repeat of the ball that bowled Root, but possibly did a little bit too much.
Yeah, that spun from really full as well. Joe Cook actually covered it relatively nicely. He's a bit of a different technique here from Billy Root, who's feeling a bit more comfortable through the offside. He's just shuffled across his stump, trying to protect that off stump there. Just is spun straight past the outside edge.
Joe Cook with a highest score of 66 last season, with the bat average 34, but played a a crucial innings in, I think it was the semi-final against Essex in partnership with Tom Cullen, where they put on over 100 to win the game in, well, not dissimilar circumstances to this, actually. So we've got Carlson still in there and facing up on 40 not out to Loughton. Carlson square drives. Will pick up just the single this time as Hill gets the ball quickly at point.
Yeah, Loughton just missing a little bit short and wide there into Kieran Carlson's half. But as I've said throughout, this outfield isn't particularly quick, and these balls seem to be getting caught up in the outfield, saving Loughton a little bit there. He keeps just playing with his foot here. I'm not sure if it's something's a bit sore from the big man, or it's just adjusting his boot straps, but he certainly keeps reaching down every now and again. Bit of a committee meeting here at mid-off to decide on his field and plan of attack to the new batter. She starts his run up from way behind the umpire to a left-hander.
Yeah, coming round the corner, bowls. Joe Cook dabs it down to third man to get off the mark with a single. Tall figure of Joe Cook, who played a lot of minor counties cricket before working his way up through Glamorgan second 11. Didn't really get a chance in T20 despite playing in the first couple of games. Was only given a rather peripheral role. As Loughton bowls to Carlson, who again flat bats one through the offside for a single down to Hill at point. 110 for 4. 148 to win for Glamorgan. It's a long way, but one decent partnership could change the shape of the game. This young Yorkshire side, depleted as they are of so many players, have really competed well here today. Loughton into bowl and beats Cook's rather tentative defensive prod outside off stump.
Yeah, just trying to tap that on the head down to third man. Very much a way of getting off strike in 50 over cricket. It's just beaten in there. So Loughton, when he's bowling right arm round here to the left armour, he's almost starting from where a regular right arm over bowler would be. He's starting almost the other side where the non-striker batter is, and he's kind of arcing back around, which is a lot to ask for a very big man charging into bowl here.
Cook drives into the offside, takes a single. 111 for 4. Nelson on the board.
Yeah, just quietly going about their business. There haven't been too many boundaries, which is obviously what Glamorgan would like, to kind of release that pressure and start biting into this run chase. But so this young Yorkshire side has started brilliantly, and Jack Shutt's really starting to show some grip from this Cathedral Road end.
Loughton bowls. Carlson will again play that one into point area, and again goes through for the single. He's finding that gap on the offside for the singles relatively comfortably, but as you say, not too many boundaries. Just 8 have come off the bat in this innings, and Yorkshire in their 50 overs, 5 apiece to the openers, and only 5 more 4s and a couple of 6s, so 15 4s, 2 6s. That's really low numbers in a 50 over game, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's obviously it depends a little bit on the ground dimensions and the style of play, but yeah, I think due to this outfield, probably just as much as anything, there's been a lot of balls that have gone into the gap but have been pulled up just short. I think the key today is, as a bowling side, is trying to squeeze as many dot balls in as you can.
Shutt 3 overs 1 for 12. Bowls to Carlson, who cuts, will get runs down towards third man. I think it'll be stopped inside the boundary. Waite is off in pursuit of it, and they'll settle for a couple.
And right on cue, a short wide one that gets guided past short third man. You don't tend to pull many of them up these days, well, at this time of the year on many county outfields. Just gives the bowlers a little bit more room for error, and just to ask the batter to kind of bully the ball a bit more in front of square rather than deflect.
Shutt to Carlson, plays it to backward point. Root wanted a single, there wasn't really one there. England Lions match against South Africa. Tourists made 433 all out. This is a 4-day game. Second day today at, is it Canterbury? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Shut balls. Carlson will take the single into the offside this time. South Africa 4-3-3 all out. 5 for 74. Craig Overton, the main wicket taker. England in reply 134 for 1. Keaton Jennings made 27. Dom Sibley is 44 not out. England age group colleague of yours, Dan Lawrence, is 58 not out.
Nice to see him back in the runs. Struggled with a couple of hamstring injuries, I believe, at the start of the year, so it's good to see him back. But he's a real quality batter in every format of the game at the minute.
Cook defends the next ball on the offside, no run. 58 off 52 deliveries, so doing his bit to keep his name in the frame.
Yeah, it feels like there's a few spots up to grabs, but
single
in
taken
the squad,
by Cook.
certainly.
Out to square leg.
After that performance, the new Bazball era, it's certainly you have to play a certain way to be looked at to get in. Obviously, Harry Brook and Dan Lawrence are probably the two youngsters on the outside looking in who certainly both have those kind of shots in their repertoire.
Shut balls. Carlson cuts straight to short third man, no run. So the first test against South Africa is a week today at Lord's. 3 tests up to Old Trafford at the end of the month, and then 8th to 12th of September at the Oval. So if that game goes the distance, then England will be finishing their test summer on the same day as Glamorgan start a vital championship match across town at Lord's.
To the River End,
That's going to be a very big game for Glamorgan and their promotion their promotion chase. I think that's what we call the old 6-pointer in football terms. I believe.
Halfway through then, 116 for 4. Yorkshire 60-40 favourites?
Yeah, it feels that way. I said again that wicket came at a really crucial time where Glamorgan thought they were coming back to some sort of parity as Dom Bess has spun around and he's now bowling from the River Taff end.
And Cook pushes forward, hit on the pad ball, runs down to short fine leg. The throw nearly takes out Kieran Carlson as he made his ground at the striker's end. Has that hit him, or has he managed to get out of the way?
He's just showing off how athletic he is. Dived around that.
Leapt around Kieran Carlson, avoided getting a ball in the mush or the midships or whatever as the throw came in. 117 for 4. Bess, part of a double off-spin attack. Bowls. Carlson tries to noodle it round the corner, doesn't make contact. Wide called down leg side. So,
yeah, again, very much flat and trying to attack the pads. It's been interesting to see the two different off-spinners work here. Quite a bit of variation between them for two bowlers of the same ilk.
Next ball, short and flat, played back past the bowler by Carlson for a single up to long on. 118 for 4.
I think Bessie's just taken a stud from Joe Cook of the non-strikers there as well.
There's violence breaking out in the middle there.
Trying to get some physical contact in. I think Bessie will be really fancying himself to the left-hander here with a bit of help from this wicket.
Bass to Joe Cook, pushes forward. There's some sort of half shout as the ball trickled out on the side. No run.
Again, just the 3 boundary riders here as well to Joe Cook as he's just getting started, trying to create some pressure early on.
Next delivery, driven back to the bowler by Joe Cook. No run. There's a bit of pressure being exerted by these spinners. Glamorgan perhaps should have played an extra spinner in Sisodia. Bass bowls. Cook defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, Cook looking pretty solid in the start here. Certainly not quite as fluid as Billy Root when he first started. I said it feels like this is a bit of the tipping point here. This partnership really needs to extend for a period of time. There's a nice round arm delivery there from Dom Bess.
Driven by Joe Cook up to long off for a comfortable single. The boundaries continue to elude Glamorgan. 4 singles off the Bess over. 120 for 4 after 26. 24 gone. 138 to win. as we've been saying so often, you get the feeling that if Glamorgan can keep wickets in hand, they'll be all right. But there's at least one too many down for the home supporters' liking.
Yeah, I think so. In terms of the run rate, they're very much there or thereabouts. They're almost halfway there, at almost the halfway stage. But 4 wickets inside the first 25 overs is, I think Yorkshire will be very happy in this situation, especially with a good few sets of spin overs to come yet.
Shut off this minimal run-up. Bowls, and Cook works it down to short third man for a single. He's pushing it away past the slip fielder. There's a little flick of the heels from Shutt, not too many steps, but kicks up his heels. He's bowling right arm around the umpire. Quite dramatic in its way. Carlson sweeps, but can't beat the man at short fine leg. Single. 122 for 4. A cat and mouse going on at the moment. Slip goes back in for the left-handed Cook.
Yeah, certainly seems to be a bit of spin all day from this Cathedral Road end.
Salter enjoyed bowling at this end. That's flatter and faster and out. LBW.
And that's the one that doesn't spin.
Quite.
Just into the wicket, just a bit shorter. Joe Cook trapped on the crease. It'd be interesting to see if this is sliding down.
Oh,
I think that's a pretty tough call. He is back on his crease, but it looks like it's sliding down leg slightly. Joe Cook still has to go.
No wonder Joe Cook gave the umpire a hard stare. That one didn't turn.
Joe Cook was LBW to Jack Shutt for 5.
And as we see another replay on the video screen, that's
maybe clipping leg. Umpire's call. If we're being nice, if we're being neutral.
Yeah, right. I think that's a bonus one for Yorkshire.
Yes.
That one didn't appear to turn, and I think if that one had been reviewed on any sort of video, it would have been given not out. But it is out. It's 122 for 5, and Yorkshire are very firmly on top.
For Glamorgan is Tom Cullen.
As the hero of the Kent game, or one of the two heroes, Tom Cullen, scored nearly a runner ball, despite being the quieter partner for most of the innings in that big partnership with Colin Ingram that won the game. This time it's Kieran Carlson who is the senior batter there. And they put on 186, did Ingram and Cullen, in that last game here against Kent.
That was some run chase, wasn't it, in the end?
That was back from behind the 8 ball, I think, for Glamorgan on that occasion, and they're behind it again.
Yeah, they're going to need another big knock here from Tom Cullen. I think this is the kind of situation he lives some breeze for, though. Very much a scrappy, battling, classic Aussie, some may suggest.
I imagine he's a bit of a pain in the ear when he's behind the wickets too, I would have thought.
You should hope so, shouldn't you? But yeah, he's coming in at a tough time here. Shutt's bowled very well since he's come on to bowl. Again at this Cathedral Road end. Generally getting some spin to the left-handers, but that one's sliding on.
BBC Sport Online with Nyron Donald and myself, Nick Webb. Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds. 122 for 5. The visitors on top. 136 runs still to win, and Glamorgan still looking for that substantial partnership. 53 their best stand so far as Shutt bowls, and Cullen getting a little bit squared up, but got a firm bat on it.
Yeah, first time Shutt's been over the wicket here to the right-hander. I think it's probably a better move. He's asking a lot of it to spin from around the wicket, the extreme angle.
Shutt bowls, Cullen is forward, pushing it back to the bowler, no run. Having a look, still time for that. Run rate just nudging up towards runner ball. Cullen comes down the wicket and drives to long on for a single. 123 for 5. as it's fielded by Luxton, coming in off the boundary. And that's the situation after 27 overs. Glamorgan need 135 off 23, but crucially with just 5 wickets in the bag.
Yeah, I think obviously the keys, again, next partnership or 2, but they don't have too much time to play with. Once that rate's getting to almost 6 and over now. You don't want to get it too far past that, otherwise it's going to put some real pressure on the guys to hit into the latter stages of this innings. Cullen scratches his guard here. Don Best, very regular field here for the off spinner. Mid-off up, 3 out on the leg side and a deep cover.
So can Cullen work it round, keep the board ticking? Best changes his mind about his field at the last minute. Mid-wicket moves into almost a catching position, and the deep mid-wicket comes in off the boundary. Square leg moves round just in front of the umpire. Cullen drives, it's half stopped, and they'll go through for a quick single. Best scrambles back, bodies all over the place. Home for the single. There's Will Frayne there with the dive. Saved maybe a couple of runs at shortish mid-wicket, and just palmed the ball back behind where the bowler had come from, so Bess was forced to retreat rapidly. 124 for 5. Carlson on strike on 48 not out. There's Bess bowls. Carlson just works it into the gap on the offside at point. Ambles through for the single. 125 for 5, 258 is the target. Glamorgan less than Bon Jovi, halfway there. As Cullen comes down the wicket to Best, works it into a gap on the leg side. Takes the single. 126 for 5.
Yeah, Kieran's played a really nice knock here. Captain's knock, as some may say, but needs to keep rotating the strike as well as he has done. Keep ticking over.
Next delivery. Oh! Is that a missed stumping chance?
His back foot dragged a bit, I think.
Duke whipped off the bails. Carlson must have got back in time, because there was no appeal from Harry Duke. But it's a neat piece of work from the keeper. Best bowls. Carlson flicks it to short mid-wicket. Well picked up by Frayne. No run. Crowd enjoying this tense battle to a certain extent. I'm sure there'll be more nerves among the Glamorgan faithful than the travelling Yorkshire support. Carlson drops and runs into the offside to reach his 50. It's come off 66 balls, and it has kept Glamorgan just about afloat in this difficult victory chase. 127 for 5.
Carlson's 50 came off 66 balls. He's hit 2 fours.
Just the 2 fours in the half century, so low boundary count continues throughout the day as Aneurin Donald gives way, and Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds will be back in alongside me. Glad tidings that you've had for your radio listeners, Jonathan.
Well, yes, when I eventually got there, it was one of those where you do your update just after the news, and then the presenter forgets you there and sticks a record on, so you've got to wait for the entire however many minutes. Jack Shutt, though, bowling well, as I've just been telling them, and nicely cut here by Kieran Carlson, who, well, good job for Glamorgan. He's playing as well as he is here, I think, under the circumstances, with that half century, and adding 2 more to it there. 52, 129 for 5, and shot in again round the wicket and flicked around the corner to short long leg, if that's a position. Short fine leg. He's more long leggish, isn't he? A bit wider, I always think. Single though to Carlson, and of course presenter lovely Reema, not that familiar with cricket, shall we say, and said, it sounded like they're going to win, and you go, well, not sort of, like to say that just yet, but you'd be optimistic as this one's flicked up to Luxton at long on. And they pick up another one.
Yes. Probably, I think. With Glamorgan only just past the halfway mark, still 5 down.
Shot again, very wide on the crease, and just milked by Carlson for another single square on the leg side. Just been out down before I did the update, down having a chat with one or two of the spectators, and also with Kevin and Gail Hill, George's parents, who are sitting on the back row of this first level. Shot flicks into the leg side. Not shot bowls it, and it's flicked into the leg side by Cook, who picks up a single. And you think about all the great things that parents we do for our kids in terms of getting them to games and back and things like that. And we had from our own parents as well, like support. Shot in and bowling, and Carlson pushes a single out to the sweeper on the offside. Another one to complete that 29th over at 134 for 5. And Mrs. Hill, George's mum, was saying best bit of support she's ever given her boys in a cricketing sense was a big bucket, because then they can soak their whites after they've played and get them all clean for the next game.
Oh dear, 134 for 5. Yes, the delights of laundry. Yes. Playing back-to-back games at the weekend, it was kit wasn't in the best of condition for Sunday. As in comes Dom Bess, Yorkshire operating dual spin, and Carlson drives down towards backward point, should pick up a couple of runs here. Comfortably be able to get back as Hill's throw comes in. Duke touches the ball virtually against the bails, just in case, to give him a warning of not taking the mick.
It's a relatively rare sight this as well, spin twins for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Glamorgan in retrospect may have wish they'd opted for a second specialist spinner, as Carlson knocks it into the leg side and takes another single. 137 for 5, 121 to win, and there are 20 overs remaining after this, so Glamorgan just about keeping the required run rate from nudging a runner ball 6 runs and over. But the 5 wickets is really a problem for the home side. Best bowls, and Cullen steps back and then plays it gently into the offside. Almost gave the suggestion that there was something of a bigger blow coming there, the keeper, before changing his mind. Carlson on to strike on 58. Second half century and 3 knocks in this competition for the young captain, but he'll need to take it on as he pushes one on the leg side for a single.
Jack Shutt's been turning it quite a bit, hasn't he, from this end?
Yeah, certainly the ball that bowled Billy Root was excellent. As Bess bowls, Cullen came down the wicket and then had to defend once he got there. Canny bowling from the international spinner. But the suggestion was from your other 2 commentators, as Bess bowls short and flat. Cullen again plays defensively to mid-wicket, that we were somewhat surprised with the leg before decision that Shutt won against Joe Cook, because that one didn't appear to spin and looked fairly obvious through Welsh tinted glasses that it was going to slide on down leg side.
Okay, well,
as we see a replay of it to prove the point on the
sorry,
video
I missed
stream.
that. Sadly, I missed it every time. Then I missed it first time when it actually happened. I just looked up to see Joe Cullen walking off as I was writing some notes down. Sorry, Joe Cook walking off. So I still haven't seen it properly, but there we go. That's not a Yorkshire get out. I just generally haven't seen it. Carlson.
Arsene Wenger is in the box. A football manager who didn't appear to see anything during.
I did not see this.
The end ball, as the defender pull out the machine gun and shoot the striker. It was accidental.
I was not looking at this time. It's going to be Ben Code. Interesting to bring him back on at this stage, and quite an intelligent move from Jonathan Tattersall. Just change it again, and if he can find a delivery to see the back of Kieran Carlson, then Yorkshire will seriously start to believe that they can come away from here with the points. That's if they're not already. It's very much even Steven on the scoreboard at the 30 over mark. 1 run in it, just Yorkshire have taken 2 more wickets than Glamorgan had at the same stage. Carlson pushes it square on the offside. He's going to take on the arm of Ben Cliff, who is the fielder wearing number 26. I can't remember why I couldn't can't work out why I couldn't remember that was what he was wearing when he played in this competition earlier in it, but there you go.
To be fair, he's not listed on the Yorkshire website with a number or in any of the reference books.
No. Here's Code then, in again and flicked up to Jack Shutt at mid-on. They've got a single out of that, so yeah, as I say, 139 for 5 it was at the half, at the 30 over stage for Glamorgan, 138 for 3 Yorkshire at the same stage, so not a lot in it in that respect. And when you consider that the last 10 overs for Yorkshire didn't go as they would have liked, there's still plenty of time here for Glamorgan, but they just can't afford to be losing regular wickets still. Code in, nicely run down to third man by Cullen.
Code pretty economical. His first spell of 5 overs was 1 for 10. And, well, you'd have thought that Bess and Shutt would get through their 10 overs each.
Yep, Code again to Carlson, who drives this one out into the covers, where Cliff will fire it back in for the concession of 1. Yeah, you'd expect Ben Code to get through his 10. I think if there is one issue with the Yorkshire bowling that you're particularly concerned about as a regular watcher in this form of the game, it would be the death bowling. But a different feel to that today, because they've already taken some wickets as well, but still going to need to execute that well. Code again.
Ooh.
Yorker length delivery. He's got that away fine through what would have been first slip Cullen for a single.
Is that a bottom edge?
Yeah, probably so. He's just indicating to Kieran Carlson that might have come out of the side of the hand, or maybe in the back of the hand. Ben Code delivery, so he's clearly been working on a few variations. And he comes again. This time to the Glamorgan captain, who gets a straight delivery and again pings it out to the incoming Ben Cliff for 1 more. So continuing to run it around as you would do in this situation. Loads of time left, 19 overs to get 112 runs, 146 for 5.
Well, that's the benefit that Glamorgan should have of having a relatively experienced squad in this competition, and that you've got players who have nearly all played a reasonable amount of first team cricket.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Matt Revis.
So taking the 2 spinners off when they still had 7 overs between them. Interesting. I thought they might have bowled the spinners right through, but just juggling things up a little bit. Johnny Tattersall.
Yeah, it might be just a case of trying to break the partnership and then bring them back on again, rather than just use them up. They've had particularly obviously Carlson's had a few overs to look at him out there. Cullen not so much, because he's only faced 12 deliveries so far. Matthew Revis can be that sort of bowler who comes on and bags one.
Wicket of Sam North East early on, already next to Matthew Revis's name, as Carlson drives and is caught at mid-wicket, and that could be the turning point for Yorkshire to take home the victory points. Carlson looking to force away on the leg side, and the bowling change pays off with the very first ball. Carlson has gone for 64, and Glamorgan 146 for 6.
There you go. Anybody who ever tells me that the commentator's curse is valid, well, I'll laugh in your face after that one, because there you go, he's capable of taking a wicket and he comes on and takes one. No curse there. Just very similar, wasn't it, to the previous one, really. A flick to the leg side, not controlled, didn't get over the top of it, just like Sam Northeast. He was caught Tattersall Bell Revis for 29. Carlson caught Tattersall Bell Revis for 64. Real good knock, but has he come up short? Will that sell his team short in the ultimate outcome of this one? Yet to find out, but you are starting to fancy the visiting side now, with him already back in the changing room and this number of runs to get with so few wickets left in just a ball short of 19 overs.
Yeah, so the run rate has just reached 6 for the first time.
Glamorgan is Dan Douthwaite.
Dan Douthwaite, who didn't play in this competition last season because he was signed up at the last minute to carry drinks for someone or other in the 100, who would have been rather more productively employed playing for Glamorgan, some might have said. But anyway, he's certainly got work to do here. Out for 6, came in right at the end against Kent. He was out for 6, trying to hit the 6 to win the game, and didn't really matter at that stage. Didn't bat at Derby. So he will be on strike. A man who likes to hit the ball firmly, can get frustrated at times, practices a few shots before taking guard. And now 112 to win for Glamorgan with only 4 wickets left. That's before you bring the run-a-ball run rate into the equation. So Yorkshire, despite their many absentees, look like at the moment getting a 3rd win in 4. As Revis is into bowl, Douthwaite is forward defending. Out on the leg side, and there's no run.
That might be just, all it needs. He's made the change at both ends. Maybe he gives, what's Ben Code got left, 4 overs. Maybe they have an over each. Again, these two, and then maybe you change it back again and stick your 2 tweakers on once more.
Next delivery from Revis is driven by Douthwaite, firmly back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through. And Revis shapes as if to hurl the ball back at the stumps again, only to find the ball isn't in his hand at all. But he'd done the important work, which was stopping the straight drive.
Yeah. I think he got 5 penalty runs for actually doing that, picking it up and flinging it in the general direction of the batter.
That's a wide down leg side, despite the token appeal to try and get the umpire to think it's flicked something on the way through.
Usual bit of gamesmanship. Everybody seems to try it, don't they, these days?
5 runs for what? Dangerous play, was that?
I think he was just annoyed with himself at bowling, and he picked it up and winged it in, and I think it caught the the leg of the player or the batter or whatever at the other end. So yeah, he was penalised.
Revis bowls, Douthwaite drives straight at cover, no run. Glamorgan have been penalised 5 runs in a championship match this season at Durham for dissent, basically. A couple of batters indicating that one that was given out caught behind that he hadn't hit it, and one that was given out LBW that he had hit it. Douthwaite blocks another one out on the offside, no run. Thankfully the match wasn't decided by that.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with those sort of transgressions. A bit like the throwing it, it was the moment had stopped and he kind of picked it up, and it wasn't like they were going for a run or anything, just threw it.
Douthwaite faces up again to Revis, down leg side, clipped away, fine leg, single taken, 148 for 6 Glamorgan. 110 to win, just 18 overs remain. Yorkshire 4 wickets needed for victory.
I've got to say, I mean, my opinion would be that it's good that there are those sort of sanctions, just something immediate on the field. I mean, in a championship game, how much does 5 runs really mean? I know Yorkshire have had a game last year which went down to 1 run, but there aren't that many. You're not a fan by the looks of it.
I just thought it was. I just thought it wasn't really blatant enough to qualify, in my opinion. But there we are. I'm not Alex Wharf, and maybe he thought he'd better not be seen to be biased in favour of his old side. Well, Yorkshireman, of course, so he's never wrong. Code coming in, right arm over the wicket and bowling here to Douthwaite, who pushes out into the offside. What's Dan Douthwaite like against spin? Against spin, he can send it a long way, he can get in a tangle. Depends if the feet are moving in the right direction at the right time. Run rate's now up above 6, so they can't hang around, these two. Code turns then. And here he comes again. He's worked off the straight into the leg side by Douthwaite for a single. That's 2 off 7 for him. But he's entitled to have a look here. And anyway, you can't afford to go out there all guns blazing, even if that were possible on this surface, at 149 for 6. So 6.17 the required rate. 258 needed in total. That's a further 109 runs with these last 4 wickets. And 17 overs and 4 balls to get him. Code bowling here to Cullen, who works it to leg where Tattersall does the fielding. It's like manna from heaven, is it, as a captain, when you make that bowling change and you've got your fielder in precisely the right spot for the shot the batter plays. Just like those 2 Revis wickets. Revis with 2 for 27 from his 6 so far. Code with 1 for 18 into his 7th. And another dot pushed back to him by Cullen. Yeah, looking back on the Yorkshire innings, well, 3 main contributions. The aggressive ones from Frayne with 40, Tattersall with 55, and the backbone holding it all together anchor innings from Harry Duke, all very valuable in their way. Yeah, Code in again. Cullen drops it into the offside, no run. Nigel Gurrick says, August fixtures. Hi Jonathan, I see Yorkshire don't have a match for a week. How counties expect to make money when they don't play during the school holidays when more people are able to attend, especially given the wonderful weather we're having this year? Why can't the counties play matches against the touring teams if the 100 is sacrosanct? I'm sure the attendance will be more than the sparse crowds watching England Lions. There are twice as many people watching this stream of this match here today than the England Lions live stream. Code in and Cullen blocks. He finishes. I'm sure Yorkshire v South Africa at York or Scarborough would attract several thousand spectators. Yeah, I suppose the point is that you have to have England Lions fixtures somewhere, and they're probably a pain in the rear for everyone else and those involved who are trying to make their case for promotion to the senior England side. But yeah, they're not going to attract much passing interest, are they, I suppose? And there we are. I'm not entirely convinced by the argument that if you play championship games in August, then thousands of kids are going to turn up. As Revis bowls, Douthwaite drives 4 runs back past the stumps, just eluded the bowler. First boundary for Douthwaite, 153 for 6. Yeah, just over pitching and played it well. Beautiful orthodox forward push. As ideally, I think you need a high-profile county competition in August, and Who knows, they could have put some central marketing behind it, but hey, that doesn't seem to be possible at the moment. When the garish colours of the 100 are flashed around Sophia Gardens and around 7 of the county headquarters. 153 for 6. Douthwaite works one down to fine leg for a single. 154 for 6. And obviously Yorkshire have the delights of Scarborough to play at, but if there were a period when all the counties were encouraged to stage matches at outgrounds, cricket at the seaside, cricket on tour or whatever, could be a viable marketing tool, you would have thought.
Yep.
For either a 50 over or a T20 Blast competition in August, but it seems we're not likely to get that for another 5-6 years at least. Revis bowls. Cullen chops one down to third man. Will run the first one hard, turns and thinks twice. Well, he probably would have got home, but the fielder down at third man provided the vital component of getting the ball heading back in the right direction quickly, albeit not quite straight, but that doesn't really matter if it puts off the batsman.
Get it in the air, as they say.
Get it in the air. 155 for 6, 103 to win. 16 overs remain after this one. Next delivery worked on the leg side by Douthwaite, but Tassel runs over it at mid-wicket and gives the impression that he might have fielded it as it runs up to Waite at mid-on. There's no run.
Wayne Senior in Dewsbury says, hello, many of the players Yorkshire supporters say they are missing were inconsistent in the T20. More in a moment.
Revis bowls to Douthwaite, swings and misses. I think that one's rocketed back to the bowler off his pads. Either that or a very bottom edge of the bat, but Douthwaite looking to hit over mid-on there.
So he said inconsistent, the players that were missing, people quick to forget their poorer performances. This appears to be a more consistent team, heading towards the third victory in the One Day Cup, Wayne Senior in Dewsbury says.
Good heavens, fighting talk. 155 for 6, Revis bowls. Douthwaite again tries to get that straight drive going, but this time finds the fielder at mid-on. There is no run. It's 155 for 6. Glamorgan need 103 to beat Yorkshire in 16 overs, which isn't necessarily the problem. The fact that they've only got 4 wickets to do so is the problem for the home side.
Yeah, Graham Goodall has emailed, watching on the stream this afternoon whilst on holiday in Ross-on-Wye. Where's your commitment, Graham? You should be down here if you're only at Ross-on-Wye. I passed through there on the way to and from this place.
Yes, less than an hour away.
Yeah. Excellent performance, he says, from the youngsters again. There's only one competition on at the moment and Yorkshire is in the mix. It looks like a surfeit of very good all-rounders with Matthew Waite on his way, but good luck to him. Excellent game, hoping for another win.
Start till 2 o'clock. The Worcestershire Rapids are in the 45th over against Lancashire. They're 216 for 7 at Taunton. Somerset.
Martin Rowe says he wasn't aware the England Lions were on YouTube until Harry Brooks' mum told me. No sound, so watching Harry bat but listening to you. And there's Harry Brook, he plays one out into the offside and there is no run. There you go, a bit of commentary on Harry's innings even though I've not seen it.
Yeah, it's you can understand they're not high profile. I think the England Lions matches in terms of spectators, but I think, unfortunate though it may be for the counties affected, then they're going to be played somewhere or at some point.
Yeah, and drinks break here
in the British summer. So to recap, Yorkshire 257 for 9 in their 50 overs, thanks to those 3 principal contributions. Harry Duke 87 off 117 and a runner ball 40 from Will Frayne and virtually runner ball 55 from Johnny Tassel, the skipper. Glamorgan, well, the seamers, Wheel and McIlroy took 2. McIlroy 2 for 37 in 10 was by some distance the best of the seamers, but Glamorgan also bowled 21 overs of spin. Salter 10 of them 1 for 41. Ingram bowling 6 overs and Carlson 5 might suggest that they could have picked the specialist Prem Sisodia to feature somewhere, but I suppose that would have potentially left them with one fewer batter, and they'll need all the batting firepower they can get to try and rescue this game back. Glamorgan losing the wickets of David Lloyd for 2, Colin Ingram for 7, Sam Northeast 29, Billy Root 17, Joe Cook for 5, and Kieran Carlson for 64. 2 wickets to Ravis, 2 to Shutt, 1 apiece to Code and Waite.
Yeah, Ben Code is going to continue. He's got 7 overs, 1 for 18 against his name. 6.44 an over needed now. Will they just keep running it around? Will they try and take somebody on and ease that pressure? Can Ben Code apply some pressure? But his first delivery is flicked to leg where Tattersall is round to do the fielding, but can't prevent 1 run to Cullen, who's now on to 10 from 18. Dowthwaite, who played that beautiful straight drive for 4 when he had his back to us down towards the River Taff end. A little bit earlier, he's back on strike here. Slightly open stance. Taps away a few times with the bat, and then waits, and Code just straying a bit leg sideish, and he's lobbed that one up in the air, but a long way from any fielder. George Hill returning it. They get a single.
I would suggest that mid-on and mid-off both being in the circle might be a temptation for Dowthwaite. Not so much Cullen, who will look to find the gaps and run hard.
Here he is then, Cullen. Almost bent double over his bat and then holds it high behind him. Pushes this latest Code delivery into the offside where Frayne does the pick-up. So the batters have had that little bit of chance to reset over drinks. Sometimes, of course, can end up in that breaking concentration. The fielders get together. Quick assessment of what's gone on so far. And probably a few words from skipper Johnny Tatt as to how he'd like to see him approach the final 16 overs. They're halfway through this one now, and Code's delivered one down the leg side. Must have caught a bit of batting equipment as it went through to Harry Dukes. Looking at the replay, bowled from fairly wide on the crease.
Maybe just over leg stump.
Yeah, must have missed getting anything on it. From the angle we're at, which is not straight on, it looked like it might have caught something possibly on the way through. Just, I think I can see, what, 2 strips on, 3 strips to the left of the one at which they're playing, and looking at it from almost Ben Code's perspective, his end of the field is running away from us now, having checked in his run up and turned and gone back. Bowls this one to Cullen, who pushes into the onside. Tattersall again, quick across the ground, prevents a run. They've got a third man, point, cover inside the circle, extra cover inside the circle. Mid-on and mid-off are also inside the circle. In fact, he's just sending Tom Lowton back now from saving 1 at cover to sweep. Long leg out on the boundary edge. Square leg is set back as well. Code in. Good delivery as Cullen playing from the crease. Back to the bowler to complete it. So Ben Code 1 for 20 now from 8. And just 2 runs from the over. 157 for 6 after 35.
Yeah, it's a relatively simple job for the Yorkshire bowlers, or simple in terms of tactics, is bowling wicket to wicket at the moment and tucking the batsmen up, bowling to their field. Hello. So it's a rotation of the seamers rather than back to spin at the moment. They've bowled 7 overs each. Bess has bowled 7 and Shutt has bowled 6. So it'll be interesting to see at what juncture the spinners are recalled. I suppose they don't have to be, but Lowton was relatively expensive. His 3 overs going for 20, so you would have thought they'd have got at least 5 or so more out of the 2 spinners. Waite into bowled Douthwaite, turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. So I'll just get through this over and withdraw for an iron. Apologies if I've nicked your over there, Jonathan.
No,
I haven't. Oh, there we are. Jolly good.
Here's your short-term memory is worse than mine.
Pardon? Who said that? 157 for 6. We're 3/4 of the way, more or less, through the cricket season. As that's hit away on the leg side by Douthwaite, it could be out. It is out. It's taken by Dom Bess at mid-wicket. It wasn't a great ball. It wasn't a great shot, but Dom Bess did the rest, and Dan Douthwaite didn't middle it. And Dom Bess, sliding in 10 metres off the ropes, managed to get down in time. Revis. Waite has the wicket, and Glamorgan are 7 down with just 157 on the board, so another 101 to win, seeming more and more unlikely.
Yeah, disappointment. He's swishing his bat in frustration with himself. It's just that temptation, isn't it? If the ball's there to hit, you try and play what you would say is the right shot to play at that delivery, but you've got to execute it well when the pitch is not helping you that well in what you're doing as a batter. And also, I think it's again just an indicator that Yorkshire have largely just kept the pressure on throughout here. They've not thrown up loads of rubbish, lots of out shots, lots of opportunities for batters to just feel like they're completely in and ease any feeling of pressure. Ones have been coming, but not at 6 and over.
No.
They've been coming at 4 and 5 and over, but not quite the 6. There's been an odd boundary, but I think that's probably just some reward for another, well, what looks like now an intelligent bowling change, doesn't it? It's worked the oracle again, change it at that end. You got a wicket from Revis and now one from Matthew Waite.
Yeah, it's been a good
catch, by the way, wasn't it, as well, from Don Bess?
Yeah, had a bit of work to do, and it's been a good team performance from this depleted Yorkshire side. Much to work with for the future, really, from a young side against a more experienced side, Glamorgan, who have been outperformed so far. 101 to win, just the 3 wickets in hand.
I said to George Hill on Sunday, what do you get from Johnny Tattersall as captain in his first few matches? And he just said, there's just an air of calm. So whether you've just taken a wicket or the ball's disappeared for 6, when you're out there in the field, he just kind of treats everything the same. And Aaron, when he comes back on, will probably be able to think of skippers he's played for along those lines, and maybe some that might not have been quite like that as well.
As Salter defends his first ball on the leg side, no run.
But it's got to be a help, hasn't it, when your skipper's there's not sort of histrionics going on and drama out there when he's not happy about stuff, and then he's kind of soaking up and taking some of that pressure himself in a way.
Absolutely. Andrew Salter on strike in the friendly against Wales. He faced 1 ball and hit it for 6. There we are. But this time he's defending that one out on the offside. Just came in at the very tail end of the Kent win. 1 not out on that occasion. Didn't bat at Derby. And this major setback, it looks like, for Glamorgan, who played so well to dominate the first game and come from behind to win the second, but have been outplayed here. As Salter pushes one into the offside. Fielded at cover point. No run, 157 for 7 at the end of the over. Not the end of the over. I thought the board had moved too quickly for me. Thought it had yet to add the final delivery, but it's so far 4 dot balls and a wicket for this Waite over. So Johnny Tattersall must be inwardly preening at the moment as Salter drives to mid-off. It is a maiden over. It is 157 for 7. Glamorgan need 101 off 14 overs with just 3 wickets now in hand. A situation that I'm sure Anarin Donald would fancy hitting a few big blows in, but he's in the commentary box and he's joining Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, so interesting time. Still, it's not a done deal because of the depth of this Glamorgan lineup, and still there is plenty of time. That's the thing. It's not like there's 8 left and they still need that number of runs and 3 down and you're firmly back in the field inside. But yes, Yorkshire have got to now be favourites to win this. And these are the sort of tests that then, when you've got a team with Ben Coad as the oldest player in his late 20s and a relatively young side against an experienced side, these are the tests that you've got to be able to see through. Jack Shutt is back on from this media centre end, and that's flicked into the leg side by Cullen. There's no run. So Tattersall continues to impress in that sort of respect. It's early on and it's not always going to work. There's going to be plenty of games where he makes a change and it doesn't happen. Cullen cuts this latest delivery for a single, and so 158 for 7. Bring you in a minute on this captaincy front. Obviously, you might not want to divulge any names on air, but you might want to allude to somebody who you've worked with as Shuts in. A little reverse paddle, and nicely executed as well by Andrew Salter, who's going to pick up a single from it. But you know, the raging skipper, the sort of not temperamental, but you know what I mean, the passionate skipper, or the level-headed one, the calm one.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to play under typically mostly calm ones. I think actually Mark Wallace, the DOC here, was one of my first captains and was very much of that ilk, and still is.
Shutt cut down to short third man, but waits there to fire it back in. No run.
And then I've been fortunate enough now to play under James Vince, who I feel like I've been down there for 3 or 4 years now, and he's just improving year on year in his leadership and kind of his stature around the club. He's always been an elite player, and that'll never be argued.
Yeah, quality
his
player.
Leadership's just gone to another level the last couple of years. The right amount of passion and that cool collectedness that he shows when he bats. As you said, it certainly rubs off on you as a player and as a team, and I said in precious situations you kind of reset to default, and ideally that default's calmness.
Yeah, Cullen with a single up to long on, and good piece of fielding by Tattersall again, doing the job in the field as well, diving to his right to prevent a single for Salter to complete that over. That's 37 now gone.
It's been a really impressive performance by this Yorkshire side all around. As you said, it's filled with young talent and not a lot of experience, but they certainly haven't played that way today. I think they've managed the really important situations very well, both with bat and ball, and obviously it seems like Johnny Tats has settled into life as a Yorkshire skipper pretty well, which I'm sure even the Yorkshire members would agree is a position that holds a lot of weight, and with that weight, it kind of a bit of pressure on the shoulders. So I'm sure he'll be happy to get off to the start he has so far.
Yeah, Matthew Wake going to continue at the River Taff end.
And that's into Tom Cullen. He's just glanced that off his legs and a deep backward square as Don Best fields and throws it in. A couple of nice bowling changes and nice rotation of the seamers here over the last 10-15 overs. Still got a few spin overs in the bank, but they've certainly managed this bowling attack really well. They've seemed to have got a few options and they've rotated well as Salter's on strike. That deep cover comes up now, so there's only 3 outside again, trying to squeeze the new batter. And Salter's no mug with the bat, but certainly they're feeling like they can put pressure on him and get Tom Cullen off strike as he shuffles down the wicket a little bit and strikes it very nicely to mid-off, but it's stopped for no run.
James Carman says, inspirational caretaker captaincy from Johnny Tattersall today. Maybe taking this unexpected opportunity to put his name in the frame to replace Pato for next season. Maybe.
Is that a fair shout calling him a caretaker, or was he
Well, he's given the job till the end of the season,
Right.
and then we're not sure on what the personnel's going to look like next year.
As Waits in the bowl, Salter just runs that nicely down a third man to get off strike. Picked up very well by Jack Shutt, and that's 1 run.
And Yorkshire lad, who's not frightened of hailing Johnny Tattersall, says he's a measured, intelligent and great man manager. Since he'd returned from the second team, he's seized the opportunity both as batter and Yorkshire captain. George Hill's comment is spot on.
Yeah, it's been nice timing for him to get this gig going into this 50 over comp where he can kind of really get to know the youngsters and mould the team. As Waits into bowl, Cullen just backs away and cuts it to deep cover quite calmly for 1 run. Matty Waite just slamming the wicket now. I assume they'll start to use their change-ups, but it's kind of been pretty simple cricket throughout. They try to run up and bowl their best ball, and for 7 wickets they've outdone their Glamorgan batters. So there's still a little bit of hope left in Glamorgan with this batting lineup, but certainly that rate's starting to climb now quite significantly and putting some pressure on. Waits in the bowl again to Salt, shuffles down the crease and pulls it out to deep backward square. Don Best fields comfortably for 1 more run.
Yeah, at some point when you're 94 off 73 needed now, there's got to be some risks taken between now and the end of the innings. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's not necessarily a case of batting out the balls now. You've got to get those runs somehow. I said Wickets throughout has really slowed up this Glamorgan run chase, and there's some real pressure on her. There's not too much time to get their eye in. They're going to have to get a crack on. Matt Waite in, bowls a short pace off delivery that's cut out behind point. They think about coming back for 2 but don't quite make it. There begins the change-ups. But I think the Glamorgan batter's starting to show a bit of intent, moving around the crease and trying to put some pressure back on, but Yorkshire certainly in the driving seat here.
Yeah, 165 for 7, so 5 off the over again. It's 5, but it's not. It's just keeping you ticking, but it's not doing any serious damage. It's not making any inroads into what you need in terms of that over rate. And another good set of 6 from Matthew Waite. Russell Walker says strong performance today by the Tykes. Projecting forward to Essex on the 17th, we really could do with Gary Balance joining the team should he feel able. Chelmsford's my local ground and it's bat and bat there. Hoping to rock up in person on the day to run the rule over Yorkshire, especially the batting. Jack Shutt bowling on the media centre end, an attempt at a reverse sweep by Joe Cullen. I don't think it's going to make it into the 101 great reverse sweeps when they bring out that video.
He typically likes to use his feet here, so I think he's just playing that just to try and get rid of that mid-wicket guy in the ring to make his life a bit easier. There he goes.
Yep, and so he's lofted this one up and over the top. George Hill round with a sliding stop. Fires it back in, but they have managed to get through for 2. Good piece of fielding nonetheless. 167 for 7. Cullen 17 now off 31, so he's chewed up a few here, but that's been partly necessity, partly because of some good bowling, and maybe also partly just because of the number of wickets lost as well, as he plays a bit of an agricultural swish out towards the leg side for a single.
Yeah, that run rate almost touching 8 and over now. I think Glamorgan going to be happy if they can keep that run rate relatively in check and be there with 5 overs to go. They might have a sniff, but it can't be out from around the wicket. But it almost felt like he snuck under his bat and pad and missed everything nearly then, but he's just padded that away to 45. Sweep from Salter.
And he's getting through this over fairly quickly. That's another thing to cope with as a batter, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ball, you've not a chance to think the ball's coming at you again. Just seems that time's running out on you. He's just asked Johnny Tattersall as Jack Shutt to move back a few strides. He's bowling this one to Cullen, who flicks it square on the leg side, and they pick up another 1.
You can see a sense of urgency now from the Glamorgan batters, and Salter and Cullen expressing their options, but I said I've been really impressed with how Jack Shutt's bowled here on this wicket that obviously suits a little bit of spin, but he's controlled it very nicely.
Shot in again. Good use of feet this time by Salter, but he can't get it past Bess at mid-off. So they took 6 off the over in singles and a 2. 171 for 7 at the end of that. And they're still just keeping on winding things up. 87 now needed off 11 overs. No done deal, but they'd be in the driving seat. Andy Walker says there is a new, far better feeling about the Yorkshire squad now that Johnny Tatz is captain. Positive leadership can be a huge inspiration, especially for young players. And James Carman says he's just what we need at the moment. Calm, inspirational, and made some telling performances both with bat and now as captain since his return. Would be my choice to replace Pato next season.
Wait on to bowl again. I think this is his 7th over now. Very nice spell so far. 2 for 21 off 6. Still 5 overs of spin left in the bank. It'll be interesting to see how deep they take that as Waite comes in to bowl to Salter here. Shuffles down again. Has a big hack. I think they're appealing for a caught behind, but they didn't seem too confident. Salter using his feet there, trying to launch it into the free space over mid-wicket and long on.
Yeah, a bit of a skittle effect on the appeal, wasn't it? One went up, then another one, then another one.
Yeah, they need to work on that one. They need to go up in unison. And on that note, the third man comes up and they're sending back deep mid-wicket here. Field that Glamorgan employed for a lot of their innings. 4 men up in the ring on the offside and plenty of protection out on the slightly larger square leg boundary towards the pavilion. I think you're going to get a lot of changes of pace here and keep it nice and tight to Salter, who is on strike as Waite comes in. Bangs it in a little bit of pace off. He's trying to find the gap between deep square and fine leg, but they come round nicely and keep it to 1 run. I said singles aren't doing too much damage here to Yorkshire, but Glamorgan are still moving forward. It's not over, but I certainly know which camp I'd rather be in right now.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say the White Rose camp just at this moment in time. But as you say, just because of the depth of the batting, if there were 3, what would he traditionally call tail enders coming in, then you'd be very confident, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's an interesting ball. Matt Waite comes in, tries to bowl a slow ball bouncer, and it's not only slow and short, it's also wide on the leg side. Cullen did shuffle away, tried to follow him. It's not quite as bad of a delivery as it was made to be out in the end. That's a wide on the leg side. Cullen's probably the one to do the bulk of the work here, but certainly he's more inclined to kind of nudge and nurdle his way around as he shimmy shakes back and forth and chops a delivery down to short point off Waite for a single as they come through. Again, trying to use their crease and trying to put the bowler off, but there seems to be enough help in this wicket where they can land it into the middle of it, and seems to be very difficult to strike as it has been all day.
Yeah, 3 off 3 so far. So if they keep going at 6 and over, obviously it's just going to wind up the rate. I mean, there is a theory of taking it as deep as you can and then just having a pop for 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, just waits in here to Salter, moves across his crease, strikes that beautifully out into the leg side. But there's 3 men ready and waiting, and deep square collects it. Yeah, I said it's the age-old risk reward here. You've got to keep this run rate within reach. But you certainly still got a bit longer than you think. It's half a T20 innings still left, as they like to put it. Whale to come who can really strike a ball. So I think if they can kind of keep this run rate somewhere near 8, 9 and over with 5 overs to go, I think they'll find like they have a sniff. As 45 comes into the ring and long on goes back. As Cullen backs away, slower ball into the wicket, and he's found that wide long on gap beautifully. Looks like it's going to be cut off. And he just dives over it. The skipper, the first foot he's put wrong all day, put himself back at long on, and it's been hit perfectly into the gap between mid wicket and long on. He gets there, does all the hard work, and just dives slightly over the top of it. So Cullen will be really happy about getting a boundary there, and that run rate just drops from 8 and over to 7.8. Little bit of belief still in the Glamorgan camp.
It just caught his thigh and he was trying to flick it back in field, and it looked a fairly simple piece of fielding once he'd got to it, but he didn't quite make the full hand on the flick, did he, and diverted it over the boundary rope. So
that field and change goes straight way back, so fine leg drops back and mid on back in the circle. Wait into Cullen, who tries to turn on the leg side and lead and edges it to mid off, but comes through for the single. Decent over there for Glamorgan.
Yeah, 9 from it, so the first one up with or over the rate for a little while. I'm going to have to step out and do a few updates in the next half hour, so if Webber will come back in,
I'm sure
that will be good.
I'm sure he'll take it home for you. Shutt continues here. Has had a fantastic spell from the young man, 2 for 35 off his 8, and shown very good control. As we enter the last 10 overs and the third power play, as they describe it, as Webby likes to call it.
Grr.
Yeah, right.
Infuriating. Shutt is taking over from the Cathedral Road end and bowling to Tom Cullen, who steps back, tries to swing and gets it off the cue of the bat, I think. Miscues it out very gently towards mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a quick single. 78 off 10 would be fine with 5 wickets in hand.
Yes,
3.
That's the key throughout this innings.
Lost wickets too early, even though the run rate hasn't been impossible, as Salter comes down the wicket, blasts that through the hands of Jack Shutt, and indeed off the hands of Jack Shutt for 4 runs, as Shutt rings his right hand, got fingers to that, and possibly was left wishing that he hadn't, because it didn't save any runs, and it's left a bit of a bruise probably.
Yeah. Lovely bat swing from Andrew Salter. Obviously batted very far up the order in red ball cricket this year, so has some ability with the bat.
Down the wicket comes Salter, but Shutt watches him coming and drops it short. Salter plays to short mid-wicket. Yes, Salter had a 6-match spell as opener in the Championship. He didn't enjoy it.
There's not many people who do these days.
Shutt bowls short and flat as that stumps. It's out off a wide. Well, that's canny bowling from Shutt. Saw Salter coming and left Salter sprawling as he fired it wide outside off stump. Great piece of work from Harry Duke. Glamorgan are 8 down. As
he's miles back, I think. That's an interesting one. It's a remarkable piece of cricket. Jack Shutt's seen him coming. That's the 3rd time in 3 balls, and he's fired it so wide that Salter's almost pulled out of his swing and dived straight back, and it looks like he's just grounded his bat. Obviously it's much easier for us here with multiple replays.
Let's have another look at it. Well, unless that bat's bounced.
Yeah, but if he grounds the bat first, it doesn't matter, which I think he does. So even if it bounces, it's irrelevant nowadays. So I think he's pretty hard done by, but it's a very strange piece of cricket which we've seen throughout the day. He has to walk off, and again, it's actually a nice bit of bowling there from Shutt, who's seen him coming.
Yeah, it's
he took his time to think about it. I think that's Russell Warren.
Yeah,
deep point.
Shutt, given the benefit of the doubt, and which of course the batter should be given, as Salter looked back and looked down and did his best.
He's almost played a cut shot into his own crease. It's
bizarre.
If you do get a chance to,
if you're listening and not watching, watch that
do.
one on social media somewhere.
Tell us what you think.
As Salter goes, well, a couple of marginal decisions have gone Yorkshire's way with the LBW against Joe Cook.
It's a good piece of keeping.
It's excellent keeping. We have to pay credit to him and to the bowler, Jack Shutt. Inexperienced, but he's claimed 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, I'd guess you'd call him a bit of an understudy of Don Bess, who had a good start to international life. Played a few Test matches under his belt. Now settling into life up north. Whale out here. He strikes a pretty good ball, I believe, but this is going to be a very good chase from this position from the Glamorgan batsman with only 2 wickets in the shed.
Yeah, I've seen Whale hit a T20 half century in very little time.
That would do nicely today, I think, for the Glamorgan fans.
Indeed. Yorkshire firmly on top. As Shutt is into ball, and Wheel is defending that one off the back foot. See, Jack Shutt has actually got a 5 for in T20 to his credit, so it's not his best white ball.
I think I remember him coming on the scene 3 or 4 years ago, played a bit of T20 for them, but hasn't played too much since Dom obviously turned up.
That one worked away on the offside for a couple of runs for Wheel. He managed to find a gap. Revis is revving around the outfield, but Wheel is comfortably home and past the wickets by the time that Duke takes off the bails on this occasion, so no doubt on that one. Yeah, 25 years old, but as you say, has had to play second fiddle really, and this will be his best List A figures. List A, the unsexy name for anything white ball that's not T20. Or Wheel works another one on the offside for a single. 69 to win. 9 overs remaining, but just 2 wickets in hand. Jamie McIlroy, number 11, is a thinker, number 11. Batted below Michael Hogan in the championship match that he played at Headingley last year in the snow.
Probably says enough. No offence to Mr. Hogan. Yeah, another important wicket there. I said it feels like throughout this innings, Yorkshire just as Glamorgan were creeping back into the game of taking wickets at really key times, and they're certainly in the driving seat still here. That run rate's still in check though. That's the only thing I guess Glamorgan are holding on to. Yep. And we've seen Tom Cullen get them over the line a few times, and with Wales' striking ability, you never know. But I think the Yorkshiremen, if they can get their tactics and plans right, are very much the odds-on favourites here. Codes on to bowl from the taff end to Whale.
So, yeah, Whale could do with an eye-grabbing performance for Glamorgan. It's been in and out of the championship side. Hasn't made much in the way of high-profile contributions. 2 for 59 against Kent in the last game. Not required to bat. But he's required to bat here if Glamorgan have any chance of salvaging this one, as that's first ball from Code is played defensively on the offside, and there's no run. Trying to work out if number 11 Jamie McIlroy has actually scored a run for Glamorgan in the first team.
He might need to today. But yeah, so I said this batting depth is obviously a huge benefit of Glamorgan's, but even that's stretching it today. 69 to chase off 8.5.
Code bowls, and Wheel again gets tucked up and plays out on the offside. So it looks as though Glamorgan are going to go down with a bit of a whimper as things stand at the moment. Well short of their victory target. 69 to win and 8.4. So unless Wheel hits a couple into the taff, then this game is only going one way. Code in to bowl. Wheel pushes and runs on the offside. Single taken. Tom Cullen on 26 not out, but not known as a big striker.
No, I said obviously this partnership could work quite nicely if they had a bit more time and help around them. I said I think with the state they're at, I know I said it's the fashionable thing to take it late, but they've got to do some damage in the next few overs to take the pressure off. They'll be looking for a big over or two, which is certainly possible, but seems a far cry right at the minute.
Code is in to bowl. Cullen trying to give himself room. The bowler follows him and works it out to mid-wicket for the single.
Yeah, mid-on, mid-off still up here to Tom Cullen. 3 deep men on the leg side. Deep cover, third man. Not expecting Tom to do too much damage down the ground. Typically looks a bit squarer. Same field being employed here to Whale. Code likely to use these again, hit the middle of the wicket, and hopefully the rest falls into place.
Code steaming in then with intent. Bowls down leg side wide. 192 for 8. Glamorgan victory target 258. Hits Sophia Gardens, and Yorkshire have just been a little bit better in most aspects of the game with bat and ball anyway, haven't they?
Yeah, I think so. I said it's that each partnership seemed to have been dragged out a little bit longer by Yorkshire, and they just seemed to, as we talked about a lot this game, they've had wickets in hand at the end, and it's been very much an up and down pitch.
Code bowls. Wheel plays to cover. No run. Not able to free his arms. Wheel is a tall man and needs a bit of space to strike the ball if he's going to do any damage.
Yeah, they're just trying to cramp him up here a little bit. Just keep it really tight to him, and again use the slightly bigger square boundaries. But yeah, it's been a pretty decent cricket wicket in the end, I guess. People have been able to score runs on it. Boundaries have been hard to come by, but certainly it's been tough to get wickets. They have to really earn them.
Wheel pushes again, straight to cover. No run. So 2 off the bat and a wide in that over. That'll do Yorkshire no harm at all. And the equation now is 66 off 8 at 8.25 runs per over. Glamorgan need a 20 over if they've got a chance of getting into this one. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from.
No, I think potentially this could be it. This is obviously Shutt's last over. I think maybe if they can get a couple of big blows down the ground away, particularly Whale. Again, it's just back trying to keep the hopes alive and keep this chaseable target in check. Wickets right back on the 40-yard circle here as well.
Shutt to Cullen, who cuts down to third man. Wheel sends him back. No run.
Yeah, this field's spread far and wide now, so singles are doing no damage here. Just trying to protect the boundary at all cost.
Yeah, possibility to run 2s, I suppose, but I think they need to get Wheel on to strike to try and hit a big blow as Cullen hits that one back to the bowler, who sends it back to the keeper. As Cullen came down the wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think obviously Shutt's seen him play a few overs out now, and Tom's obviously desperate to use his feet there, but he's seen him come in the last few times.
Cullen has a swing, hasn't got the distance on that one, should be caught, is caught. Glamorgan 9 down as Jack Shutt keeps on taking wickets. 4 for 44 for the spinner.
Yeah, nicely flighted delivery. Tom's just shuffled across the crease there, looking to access that leg side boundary. Slog swept it out to deep in the wicket, and a comfortable catch for Hill in the end. But again, good control shown by the off spinners today on all sides of the fence.
Cullen goes for 27. 192 for 9. And it is almost start the cars time for Yorkshire.
Yeah, I said Wales one big over has turned into 3 overs of 20, I think. Yeah, just out of reach now, I think, for Glamorgan. Unless Jimmy McIlroy's improved a bit more than we first may have thought. But yeah, I think Yorkshire side would be really pleased with their performance, especially with this average age of the squad, a lack of experience, and Glamorgan are obviously disappointed. I think they'd have been relatively pleased with their bowling performance after Yorkshire being a very good stage, probably 30 overs in. But the batting just hasn't quite clicked. No one's gone big, except for a nice knock from the captain Carlson. There hasn't been too much around him today.
Incoming batter for Glamorgan is Jamie McIlroy.
So McIlroy to the middle. Wheel will have to do it all from now on, really, you feel. Cullen making 27 off 41 deliveries. Trying to hold things together, but he needed to do more than that at the end. And it proved just beyond him. A reminder that as far as Yorkshire supporters are concerned, their next date is away to Essex next Wednesday at Chelmsford. Glamorgan will be travelling up to the East Midlands tomorrow for Friday morning start against Northants, where I'll be joined by Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton and Edward Bevan of This Parish. McIlroy on strike. Right hand bat. Left arm bowler. Shutt to bowl. McIlroy gets a run for Glamorgan. His first in the first team. Punching that one up to long off for a single.
Looked pretty comfortable there, didn't he? Nice way to go off the mark. But yeah, this has been a very good spell from the young off spinner. Whale back on strike here. I'm assuming he's going to try and do it all himself.
it would seem to be the way to go. Try and hit these shorter, straight boundaries here at Sophia Gardens. There's Shut bowls, and Wheel watches that one carefully on the bat and defends it. That wasn't quite in the script.
He's still got a little bit of time, I guess.
Maybe just the option to turn down 1 or 2 attempted big hits. Now he's driven that one back past the bowler. Shut had his hands in the air there as if he were close to a return catch. Shut then finishes with 4 for 46. So, well bowled to a man who doesn't spend a lot of time in the spotlight.
Yeah, so that's fantastic spell. His fellow off spinner there to congratulate him. I think it shows a lot about Bessie's character. Feels like he's the one to play a slightly backseat job to Shut, who's reaped the rewards today. But I said all round, I think this bowling attack has put together some great partnerships on their end, and spinners have shown some great control, and the seamers have executed their plans nicely here.
It's only his 7th game in this format. Previous best of 1 for 33. 4 for 46 in the book next to his name for Jack Shut. As Wheel faces up, swings and misses at the first ball of Ben Code's over.
Yeah, I think this is he's going to be looking over the mid-on fielder who's up in the ring. Both straight men still up. 3 men out on the leg side. Although they're all relatively straight on this field, as this wicket is getting slightly slower and lower. Really difficult to hit that kind of length. It was cross bat across the top of the stumps as it's shown all day.
Next delivery, wheeled down the wicket, big swing, but he's glanced it down to fine leg. Will look to come back for the second, but has to decide otherwise. So Wheel knows what has to be done, but it isn't quite happening, and Yorkshire have got their hands firmly on the 2 points for victory in this game. 195 for 9, Glamorgan, 63 to win. And there is value in minimising the margin of defeat, because it all goes on the net run rate, and
it's very true.
It's quite possible that will determine finishing positions, as it did last year. As McIlroy blocks one on the onside, they could run 2 here if they want to, but Wheel is not interested. Says, let me have a go. 196 for 9. McIlroy has 2. So, a day to remember for Jack Shut, upstaging his better known fellow spinner. Code into bowl to Wheel, who again gets tucked up. You can almost feel Wheel tensed up and ready to swing the arms, but the bowling is good enough to prevent it.
Yeah, again, I think he's just rolling his fingers down the side of that, taking the pace off, and as we said, I think that's usually a good way to tell how good a white ball wicket is when people can play through the line of the slower balls and the change-ups that most fast bowlers have these days, but it's been really difficult throughout.
Code to Wheel is hit on the thigh as he tries to swing it into the grandstand or into the city centre or anywhere over there. 196 for 9. Still a bit surprised that mid-on and mid-off are up in the circle rather than 3 fielders square on the leg side.
Yeah, I think it's very much they're committing to this plan of going into the wicket and not really going anywhere near the arc or into the stumps. I think it allows him a short ball and slower balls into the wicket, so I'd be very surprised if he goes anywhere near the stumps unless a bit of a double bluff.
We'll place that one into the offside, and we'll go through for the single to take the strike at the end of the over. 197 for 9, Glamorgan. Need 61 off 6. They need some big swings, 10 of them really.
Another brilliant spell there by Cody. I feel like he's gone under the radar a little bit today. Obviously has a great track record with the Red Dukes, but he's played a really important part here today. To go 2.5 and over in a 50 over game is very impressive. 1 for 26 off his 10. It's a fantastic spell.
Well, it's the third game in a row that he's done it. Last game 1 for 29 in 10. Game before 1 for 19 in 10.
Worth
So
their weight in gold if you can do that.
he's certainly proving his worth to the Yorkshire cause in this competition. 61 off 6.
Dom Best back into the bowling here to follow Shut. Hopefully he'll be looking for a pole himself. Finish off the game.
Yorkshire looking to wrap things up. Glamorgan looking for some defiant blows. Best bowls and Wheel hits him inside out over cover. Should be able to run a couple there at least. There's a slight misfield from Revis on the boundary, so it's an easy couple. As he looked to hit a little bit straighter than that, but Revis was able to make ground in front of the empty main grandstand. Well, not quite empty actually. There's a few have snuck in to use the corner of it. Ooh.
I think that's the ground staff, is it? Just having a seat.
Oh yes, there are more hats on them than usual. As Wheel hits this one out to cover point. Will take the single this time. That's a 200 up for Glamorgan.
It's a big clap for the 200.
Given the match situation, yes.
But nice to hear the crowd enjoying the sunshine.
A lot of them down beneath us in the shade though at the moment, so it's proved too much for a lot of them, most of them in fact. Far end is got a lot fewer than it did in the morning. 200 for 9 Glamorgan, 58 to win. Last pair at the wicket, Bess to last man McIlroy, who drives it back to him. Takes a single, I think that was on the bounce, or was it?
We'll check on the replay. I'm going to judge by his body language that it wasn't.
Might have been a caught and bowled chance to end the game off.
It was.
It was.
Well. It's Don Best to be gutted. I feel like he probably deserves a wicket today. He's bowled with nice control, and just in the salts ilk, he's a very good fielder as well. So a bit disappointed that didn't go down.
Wheel swings and gets a single out towards mid wicket. Well, Wheel is going through the right sort of motions really, but he's not making the right sort of contact.
No, and I think that's been the flavour of the day. Trying to hoik it out over the leg side, just as many people before him have done, just chunked it out in the leg side for one in the end.
Pass to McIlroy, who plays it back down the wicket. Dot ball. Yorkshire hit 15 fours and 2 sixes. Glamorgan haven't cleared the ropes. And 11 boundaries so far only, I think.
It's been very difficult to come by here at Sophia Gardens today.
As McIlroy defends the last ball of the over. And Glamorgan need 56 off 5. Maybe they've just got to the point where we say, well, I don't know if this often happens at pro level and in the last wicket, so we'll try and minimise the level of defeat and knock it around for 25.
I should hope not.
No, even with net run rate.
Well, there's always that in the back of your mind, but ultimately I think you've got to play to try and win. This isn't impossible. It's 11 and over. But yeah, I guess that could be in the back of their mind. I've just had a quick check, and Glamorgan actually have a very favourable net run rate, so they may well potentially be trying to keep it intact, but I'd rather see James Whale try and put on a show at the very least.
Well,
get them as close as he can.
Yeah, he has swung the arms.
Yeah, he's still got the right idea.
The fielders now, straight fielders are pushed back onto the boundary for Waite to bowl, and Wheel flat bats that one out through the covers. Should be a couple of runs. It's a good diving stop by Bess, or is it? He has another go at it.
Yeah.
He's picked it up just inside the ropes on the second attempt. There was an easy 3 there if they'd wanted it, but they didn't. 2 to Wheel.
A good bit of work out there. Again, the ground fielding throughout has been pretty good on both sides. There's been a few relatively straightforward chances off the spinners that have gone down. People will be disappointed for.
Yeah, Salter and Bess both spilling a caught and bowled. As Wheel does try and go big, has he skewed it over the infield? Yes, he has. And again, they'll jog back for a couple of runs as that one skewed over backward point for a couple. And Tom Loughton backtracking, but not quickly enough to get a hand on it. 206 for 9.
Yeah. Wales starting to swing the blade here. 15 off 20. I said he's not a bad number 10, but I think we were always asking a little bit too much of him today.
Wait. Bowls a high full toss that smashed away towards mid-wicket for...
That's a brilliant start.
Just a couple of runs, but I think surely that'll be called a no ball and a free hit.
The umpire's got his arms out. It was a very high no ball, as the crowd are very quickly reminding the umpires here.
I thought Wheel had put it away for 6, but it was just bounced once inside the boundary and then it was almost scooped back.
Yeah, it was a brilliant piece of work again, deep mid-wicket. As you said, it's taken one bounce just inside and obviously is rebounded into the air, and I'm not quite sure who it is out there, but he slapped it back into play. Might be George Hill again.
Free hit. Wheel faces up to Wait, and he is hit on the pad by the free hit, and it's a dot ball. Not making the most of it. 210 for 9, 48 needed, 4.3 overs remain. 1 wicket remains. Let's say if there were a couple of fewer wickets even at this stage, you'd think Glamorgan were in with a sniff, but seems very unrealistic now, and Yorkshire should finish this off sometime in the next few minutes, as Wheel is, I think, hit on the pad as he tries another huge swing. Ball rolls out on the offside. Bit of inside edge. Yes.
Yeah, bit of a chunk on it.
18 to Wheel. 211 for 9. 2 balls left of this 46th over. And Yorkshire, it seems, completing a comfortable victory, as Wheel and McIlroy just have a quick word to decide running instructions, whether they take a singles if available, and they are plenty available on the leg side virtually anywhere. Wait bowls. McIlroy does work it on the leg side, does take a single.
Good batting from the number 11. Getting off strike. Waits bowl nicely here again. I think there's been quite a good display of latter end bowling on from both ends. Both Glamorgan and Yorkshire come back and bowl really well towards the second stage of the innings.
Glamorgan claimed 6 wickets for 60 in the last 10 overs. Yorkshire have prevented Glamorgan from getting away, as Wheel pulls the last ball of the over up to wide long on. They'll go through for the single so that Wheel can retain the strike. It's 213 for 9, and Glamorgan need 45 off 4. Wheel has 19, McIlroy has 4. Yorkshire wicket takers so far then, 2 to Wait. He's got 2 for 41 in 8. Ben Code, we referred to a little earlier, the very impressive 1 for 26 in 10, as Wheel takes a little drink. Revis 2 for 33 in 7 overs. Bess 0 for 40 in 8. Shutt 4 for 46, getting numbers 5, 6, 7 and 9 in the batting order. And Loughton 3 overs 0 for 20. So 45 required for victory off 4 overs.
Just wondering if there was a little message run out there as well. It's a relatively strange time to change gloves. Obviously it's hot and sweaty out there, but there's a little bit of a chat in the huddle. They might be talking about that net run rate you suggested. But hopefully Wales still trusts his ball striking ability to potentially get them a sniff here.
45 off 4. Dom Bess into his 9th over. Still looking for his first wicket, as Wheel plays one away on the offside for a single. They're thinking about the run rate, are they?
Well, it certainly looked that way.
Didn't wind up there.
I think you'd be pretty disappointed. I know it's not an easy task from here, but I've certainly seen crazier things in a game of cricket.
Best to number 11, McIlroy, who swings and misses outside off stump. Harry Duke takes standing up. 214 for 9. At the end of a day's cricket where Yorkshire have had just a little bit too much on Glamorgan for most stages. McIlroy works a single on the leg side. 215 for 9. Going through the dying throes of this game here on BBC Sport Online. As I say, I'll be back 11 o'clock Friday morning from Northampton. Jonathan Deutsch will be back next Wednesday from Chelmsford. Best bowls. McIlroy does go for the big swing, but is hit on the pad, as has happened quite frequently when he's tried to wind up.
Yes, they've Yorkshire bowled very nicely here. Kept it nice and tight and out of the arc of any of the Glamorgan batters. As Bessie's 8 balls left of his potential 10 overs.
Best bowls. Wheel plays that one back to him. No run. Something of an anticlimactic end at the moment to proceedings, but Jonathan Tassel and co won't give a hoot about that, as Bess sends a man down to backward point to cut off the cut shot for the boundary. Bess finishes over, bowls, and there's another dropped caught and bowls. It's a full toss. We'll hit it straight back to him and Bess put it down.
I think one of those days. It probably didn't deserve a wicket, but it was certainly catchable again. Don Bess is a very good fielder. But there's something about it today. Bowlers off their own bowling.
Enjoying it out in the sunshine. They don't want to go in early.
I think they'd have been quite happy to walk off the park then. Bless him, he hasn't had much luck today. Dom.
9 overs.
Very nice set.
0 for 42. So Waite will try and finish things off. Kieran Carlson 64 by some way. The top score for Glamorgan. Sam Northeast 29, Tom Cullen 27, Wheel 20 not out. Yorkshire had an 80 odd, a 50 odd and a 40. Down leg side, McIlroy swings, misses, wide caught. Matthew Waite then trying to add to his 2 for 41. Glamorgan require 42 off just 3 overs here in the Sophia Gardens sunshine. Five in the circle, even though they only have to be 4. As McIlroy drives that one through the covers and past mid-off as well. Both fielders dived, neither got to it, and number 11, Jamie McIlroy, has his first boundary for the Glamorgan first team.
And his high score continues to rise. He's found the gap beautifully there between extra cover and mid-off. It wasn't the most classical of shots ever, but as a number 11 you'd be more than happy with that.
It was close enough.
It's good enough, he got there in the end.
220 for 9, 38 to win, 17 balls to get them in. Don't really understand why there's 5 in the circle. Next delivery is run down to third man, or edged down to third man by McIlroy. Takes a single. 221 for 9.
Whale back on strike. Jimmy Mack doing his job. That's him to 10, double figures. Run a ball. He's going to be doing well to get a promotion though over this batting lineup.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly. As an email drops into my inbox. Enjoy a day well spent this Sunday at the GS Bowl.
There we go. Come down for the weekend, Webby.
Wheel hits that one up towards mid-on, and well, it didn't get to the edge of the circle. It was difficult to work out how fast that was travelling.
I think the Glamorgan fans have really had a good giggle at that. I'm not sure Mr. Whale will be that impressed. He can hit a much cleaner ball than that, but I think everyone thought it was either going to the boundary or the man on the rope, and it's landed comfortably inside the 30-yard circle, but easy too.
The first time Hampshire and Lancashire face off since last month's Vitality Blast final. Woo! Wheel slings this one up towards mid-on and takes the single. Radio update. 224 for 9, Glamorgan. They're going down to defeat. The only question is the margin. Now Yorkshire have outplayed them through the course of the day. 257 for 9 for the visitors. Harry Duke top scored with a patient 87. It looked likely to be demanding on a slow pitch, and only Kieran Carlson with 64 has really contributed significantly for Glamorgan. They've lost wickets at regular intervals. The off-spinner Jack Shutt with 4 of them, and it's just a question of the margin of defeat now. Glamorgan chasing 258 to win, a 224 for 9 and win the 48th over. So dot ball, last ball coming up the 48th over, has managed to work Hampshire into a report,
yes,
which entirely didn't.
Apologies for that.
Didn't.
You're already thinking about your weekend down on the south coast.
I shall be enjoying the delights, and I put it in inverted commas, of Chelmsford.
Beautiful.
As McIlroy pushes one to backward point, no run, 34 to win, 2 overs left here at Sophia Gardens. Chelmsford, and it's not entirely neutral crowd.
No, not typically. Nice place to have a bat these days, especially in white ball cricket, but yes, I wouldn't say that they're the most receptive to the away team.
I'm sure you've experienced it, hit a boundary, dead silence.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You can deal with that. I wouldn't expect too much less, but when you're standing out a deep cover on a T20 night, you can get some choice words, but that's all part of the fun.
Don Bess into his last over. He's got 0 for 42, having spilled 2 return caught and bowled chances. 1 off each batsman. Bowls to McIlroy, who comes down the wicket and carts it up to wide long on. This time they will. Sorry, Wheel carts it up to wide long on. And Wheel comes back for the second.
Jimmy Mack's holding his hamstring here, coming back for that second one. Hopefully it's just a little tweak. The last thing Glamorgan would need now in this situation is a hamstring tweak on their bowlers. He doesn't look very comfortable.
Is he going to bother to call for a runner at this late stage?
I think let James stay there and try and whack it out the park. Stand on his bat. 226
for 9 as McIlroy goes through a few more stretches. He's not looking a happy bunny as Wheel drives out on the offside. No run, straight to cover.
He's really struggling here. That would be a real shame.
Yes, if he's ruled out of the next match by an injury while batting right at the tail end, and Wheel is
physio hasn't had too much interest yet.
Needs a bit of physio attention. This is going to hold up the end of the match. Not ideal, but he's entitled to get a bit of treatment and a runner if he so needs.
I guess so. I guess they'll have to put the pads on. This is be a real shame. Mainly for Jimmy McIlroy. He's got back in the team and bowled fantastically well today, and has been taking his opportunities when they came. And this would be a real cruel blow if he's pulled up lane here in a potentially frivolous last few overs.
I'll just bring you up to date news from
Andrew Hignell runs through some scores from elsewhere. Maybe we can bring Jonathan Deutsch back in. There should be an extra pair of headphones in that suitcase, and we can go 3 up for the final few minutes of this game, which
safety in numbers.
Yorkshire are about to win by approximately 30 runs. Glamorgan need 31 to win at the moment. As we'll get Jonathan back in to savour the Yorkshire victory alongside us. Jonathan, this has been relatively comfortable, even though Tom Bess has spurned the chance to head for the dressing room early.
Yeah, it's been a good all-round performance, I think. I guess, looking at the way that it's been for Glamorgan with the bat, then that 257 suggests that they're just did about as well as they could possibly, given the conditions and the way that Glamorgan bowled at them. But I think what really has done it for Yorkshire has been the way they've been out there in the field. As a collective, they've thrown themselves around just like Glamorgan did, but the bowling attack has produced the goods today. And I think I was saying earlier on that if there's one weak link today, that will probably end up being the difference between the two sides, and Glamorgan will get home and win it. But I think they've all come on and performed a pretty good job, haven't they, together?
Yep, good team performance, and the relatively unheralded Jack Shutters claimed the headlines for the ball.
Yeah, interesting that, as I said before, he's had limited opportunities, but his best spells have been in white ball cricket for whatever reason. When there is a little bit of assistance from the pitch, then, he's clearly, he can give it a little bit of a rip. We saw some appreciable turn earlier in the day, and he's had a few good days now. This would be his best day in List A cricket, as we call it.
Tom Cullen strides out here. I think he must have drawn the short straw up on the balcony, or more than likely to have still had his kit on.
Richard Black says 2 pretty poor looking calls from the umpires have killed us today. Well, I think Yorkshire would have probably have won this game, but to an LBW and a stumping decision looked slightly questionable. Anyway, Jonathan, let's allow you to enjoy commentary on these remaining deliveries.
You never know. 32 off 10. It's been done before. Don Bess bowling, and he's pulled off the straight, ready to Tattersall out in the deep. Whale getting back for 2, and they've just got to keep going until the end, because even if you lose these games, it's still net run rates, and you've got to get as many on the board as you can. So
yeah, it all counts. I can't remember the last time I've seen a runner, gents. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Watching Jimmy McIlroy with a little hamstring tweak.
Usually a bit of clowning around and fun, as he's pulled this one a full toss, and that's gone a long way over long leg for 6.
They want the no ball.
I think they're asking for a no ball, but it's not been given. Still cost Don Bess 6 runs, so 24 needed off 8. There you go. It can be done.
He had a nice shimmy down the wicket there. I think they might be asking a bit too much for that no ball, but it certainly would have helped their cause nicely.
So a big 6 from Wales, who's on to 33 off 34 now. McIlroy has hung around with him for 10 off 12. He's at the non-striking end. Best deciding to come round the wicket. Wales got underneath this one. He's not going to find the boundary. Is he going to find the fielder? Yes. Jonathan Tattersall, I think probably appropriately on a day when he's managed things so well out there in the middle, has taken the catch at long on, and I've got to say that is a better win than the win here last year was. This looks a better side. Probably one of the best wins in context, experienced side against inexperienced side that I've seen calling a game when Yorkshire have been involved. A really good performance, and I think a deserved success by 23 runs, 234 all out.
Yeah, no, it's been a good day's cricket in the end. It's very much ebbed and flowed, and we've seen some really good death bowling from both sides. And yes, as you said, Yorkshire walking out deserved winners, we think, in the end there. Great to see a young team perform as well as that under new leadership, and Glamorgan to be disappointed. They showed some really good bits in between, but couldn't quite put it together, and ultimately I think the 2 scores of 50 from Duke and Tattersall were probably the difference to Glamorgan's 1 from their skipper Kieran Carlson. So good performance on not what was always the easiest of wickets, but a decent show put on here in front of the couple of people who have come to watch in the sunshine at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, I think from Yorkshire's point of view, 3 from 4. The 1 defeat against Lancashire, was a pretty hefty defeat in that respect. They were well beaten that day, but when you can produce a performance like that, and then less than a week later come to a place like this with an experienced side on their home patch and come away with a win like this, I think that shows that all you can ask is that you're learning, aren't you? You're there in it as a player. Your coach is just asking for you to improve and to get the best out of yourself that you can on any given day. And I think today, pretty much most of that Yorkshire 11 have got the best out of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was great to see, obviously, Jack Shutt, who's had limited opportunities behind Don Best, step up today and do the job. I think that's the exciting part. So, yeah, the Yorkshire crowd can be very happy with the performance put on display down in South Wales.
Glamorgan 2 out of 3, Yorkshire 3 out of 4.
Yeah, do you want some bowling figures before we wrap up?
Go on then.
Ben Code, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Matthew Waite, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 50. Matthew Revis, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 33. Don Best, 9.5 overs with that last wicket, no maidens, 1 for 52. Tom Lowton was 3 overs, no maidens, none for 20, and Jack Shutt, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 46. Yorkshire win it by, what did I say, 23 runs.
23 runs, yeah. Well played, the visitors. So Jonathan will be heading to Chelmsford next Wednesday, and Iron will be heading to Derby on Friday. Be able to listen to commentary on both those games, as well as Glamorgan's game against Northants. That'll be 11 o'clock Friday as well. From Anirin, from Jonathan and myself, Nick Webb, thanks very much indeed for listening from Cardiff. A very good night, North Star.